If you enjoyed my reading of this audiobook and would like to contribute, you can head on over to www.patreon.com/The Expanded Universe Lives Forever. The link is also in the video's description. Star Wars Tatooine Ghost by Troy Denny. Read for you by The Expanded Universe Lives Forever. The desert planet of Tatooine holds many secrets, and a ghost from Leia's past. Dedication for Hans, Wookiee at heart. Acknowledgements. I would like to thank everyone who helped make this book possible. Thanks are due especially to Andrea Hayday, whose suggestions and valuable insight contributed to the story in 1,000 ways large and small. To special Star Wars fans Ryan Holden and Elliot Corant, whose enthusiasm for the galaxy far, far away reminds me why this is important. To Dan Wallace and James Lucino for advice and answers. To all the people at Del Rey who make writing novels such a pleasure, particularly Shelley Shapiro, Kathleen O'Shea David, Colleen Lindsay, Colette Roussan, and Laura Dorstad. To Sue Rostani, Lucy Autry Wilson, Chris Sarasas, Leland Chi, and everyone at Lucasfilm for their Star Wars guidance and keen continuity eyes. Corphelion Interlude, a short story. A flight of comets hung just beyond the observation dome, their luminous heads arrayed in a ragged double arrow, their long tails striping the dark sky with silver splendor. The largest were visibly creeping across space, and one, blazing giant with a braided tail that seemed to stretch across half the system, rapidly swelling to the size of a hubbub melon. The panorama was just as advertised, the perfect honeymoon view, and Han Solo could tell by the gaggle of 300 beings packed onto the small viewing floor that everyone else thought so too. At Han's side stood Leia, dressed comfortably but fashionably, in a sleeveless doublet and a pair of slinky Zusha pants that Han found especially alluring. Her brown eyes were fixed on the patio below, and on her face she wore a cordial, diplomat's expression that was more mask than smile. Behind them, a swarm of droning Kubas spilled out of the turbolift and brushed past, making pointed comments about blocking access to the viewing floor. "Sorry about this," Han said to Leia. A stop to watch the Corphelion comets had seemed a romantic way to start their honeymoon, least until they had discovered that it was the height of the season and every resort on the asteroid was badly overbooked. I guess the private dome isn't so private either. I don't care, as long as we're here together. Leia took Han's hand and started down a broad set of dark hardwood stairs. There's a pair of empty chases out there in the middle. Once we settle in and order a drink, we won't even notice the noise. Sure, a pink nebula sounds good. Jostling for elbow space was hardly the romantic way Han had hoped to start their marriage, but things were bound to improve. Around Leia, they usually did. Maybe the service droid has earplugs or something. They were halfway down the staircase when a brilliant starburst of radiance filled the sky. The Solo stopped to look and saw the giant comet splitting into a spectacular set of twins. The crowded patio fell silent. "Now that's more like it," Han said. The twins began to drift apart, their tails crossing as one comet angled toward the rest of the Corphelians. The other continued to swell in the darkness above the dome. Finally, when its head had grown to an apparent diameter of more than a meter, a nervous murmur began to build on the patio below. Leia turned back up the stairs. "Maybe we should go back to the Falcon." Han caught her arm. "Not so fast." He continued to study the approaching comet, rather, the darkness around its edges, watching to see how quickly and evenly its head was obscuring the distant stars. "I thought you wanted to see the Corphelians." "Not this close, Han. Relax." As he had hoped, the stars on the comet's lower left were vanishing by the dozens. Those on the upper right were disappearing only in twos and threes. Everything's under control. "You've said that before," Leia objected. "You're sure we don't need to go back to the Falcon?" "I'm sure." Han slipped a hand down to the small of her back. "And this time I mean it. Everything's under control, sweetheart." Leia glanced from Han to the approaching comet, then back to Han again. Her expression grew more trusting, and she smiled slyly. "Okay, Flyboy." She took his arm. "My life is in your hands." They descended the rest of the stairs arm in arm. The comet had doubled in size during the last few seconds, its tail becoming a fan that curved across the quarter of the dome. A portly Bothan couple rose with their fur standing on end and turned toward the stairs, and that was all it took to send the rest of the crowd scurrying for the evacuation stations inside the asteroid. Leia pulled Han into a quiet corner and reached up with both hands. As jabbering humans and growling aliens continued to shove up the stairs in a near stampede, she laced her fingers together behind his neck and stared deep into his eyes. Han's heart began to beat faster. "How did you arrange this?" Leia asked. "Arrange what?" Han was genuinely confused. Leia gently pulled his head close to her mouth. "The comet." She flicked her tongue along the lobe of his ear, then continued in a sultry voice. "Come on, Flyboy, you can tell me. Did Wedge help you?" "Wedge? You think Wedge is out there moving comets around?" Leia gently nibbled his earlobe. It felt warm and, well, wonderful. "Lando, then. He has that big asteroid tug, and this is just his style. Grandiose. Effective." She glanced over at the now deserted patio. "And just a little bit devious." "Lando's busy on Nyklon." Han was keeping one eye on the comet. "You know that." "You won't tell me?" Leia slipped her hands under the hem of his tunic and playfully ran her fingers up his back. "You're sure?" "Well, Leia dug her fingertips into the flesh behind his shoulders. "Pretty sure," Han said. "I think." The comet was the size of an Andoran moon now, and he was beginning to think that his pilot's eye had gone weak. The different rates at which the head was obscuring the surrounding stars suggested it was approaching at an angle, but unless the stars on the right stopped disappearing, and soon, the comet would not actually miss the resort. Leia?" "No, I've changed my mind, Han." Leia lowered her hands, and one arm still wrapped around his waist, turned to look at the sky. "I don't want to know how you arrange this." "But—" "Shh." Leia touched a finger to his lips. "I just want to look. It makes me wish we could forget everything back on Coruscant and stay here forever." "You don't say." The approaching comet was as large as a bantha now. Han glanced toward the empty stairs, trying to estimate how long he could keep his real secret, that he may have miscalculated the comet's trajectory before they would have to take a mad scramble for the evacuation shelters. "I just might be able to arrange that." Leia leaned her head against his shoulder. "If only you could." "Oh, I could." The comet grew so bright that its radiance lit the whole dome and there were no stars visible around it at all. Deciding that things were starting to get dangerous, Han pulled Leia out of the corner. In fact, the white spike of an anti-tail finally appeared in front of the head, and the entire comet began to angle across the dome, away from the resort. Han exhaled in relief, then put on his best lopsided grin and turned to Leia. Leia looked puzzled. "In fact, what, Han?" "In fact—" Han waited while the comet drifted over their heads to the other side of the dome, then said, "You're going to be really impressed with what I've arranged next." Leia cocked her brow. "Pretty sure of yourself, aren't you?" Han nodded. "I have a reason." The asteroid entered the comet's tail, and billions of tiny dust grains exploded against the resort's particle shield. Space above erupted into a glittering veil of microflashes. "Okay, I'm impressed," Leia said. "Really impressed." "That was nothing," Han said. "This is what I was talking about." He drew Leia close and lowered his lips to hers. She pressed herself tight against him and returned the kiss passionately, and that was how they remained until a large cheer from the top of the stairs interrupted them. Han opened an eye and, finding an audience of 24 comet watchers leering down at them, broke off the kiss. "Leia?" "Yes, Han?" "Maybe we should go back to the Falcon after all." Leia took his hand and started for the stairs. "Han, I thought you'd never ask." Tatooine Ghost. Leia Organa, newly Leia Organa Solo, sat behind Han and Chewbacca on the flight deck of the Millennium Falcon. The twin suns of the Tattoo system were hanging outside the forward viewport, a pair of white eyes blazing up from the black well of space. Like all twins, they were bound together by a tie as unpredictable as it was powerful. Sometimes the bond boosted their luminosity far beyond that of two normal suns. At other times, it sent waves of ionic discharge pulsing across space to scramble circuits and reorient core relative compasses. Today, the twins were assailing the Falcon with electromagnetic blasts, overloading her sensors and filling the cockpit speakers with static. As Chewbacca worked to raise the proper filters, the static faded from a roar to a crackle, then softened to a hiss, which rose and fell in a sharp rhythm. Puzzled by the odd snickering sound, Leia glanced over at the Master Comm Console and found the reception indicator still scanning for signals. She leaned forward against her crash webbing. Han, do you hear? No sound came from her mouth. The snicker became a deep chuckle, and a nebula of black gas began to gather in front of the Falcon. Han showed no reaction to it, neither did Chewbacca, even when it coalesced into the cowl of a Jedi cloak. Han, don't you see? Again, her voice made no sound. Glaring out from beneath the cowl, the twin suns looked more than ever like eyes. Heartless eyes, full of malice and power lust. Where the cloud was thin, crooked streaks of purple radiance created the impression of a twisted mouth and wrinkled face. The mouth rose at the corners. Mine. The voice was cruel and distinct and rife with dark side power. Leia gasped, silently, and tried to raise an arm that had suddenly grown as heavy as the Falcon. The smile became a sneer. Mine. Still, neither Han nor Chewbacca seemed to notice what was happening. Leia would have screamed had her mouth been willing to obey. The nebula began to thicken, and the purple wrinkles faded behind its inky veil. The twin suns dimmed to darkness, and the black cloud assumed the shape of a familiar mask. A mask of harsh angles and obsidian sheen, framed by the long, glaring neck apron of an equally black helmet. Vader's helmet. A chill wave of nausea washed over Leia. The curved eye lenses grew transparent, but instead of the blazing brightness of Tatooine's twin suns or the angry red-rimmed gaze of Darth Vader, she found herself looking into her brother's soft blue eyes. "Luke, what are you—" Her question remained as silent as the other she had asked. Luke's eyes grew hollow and hard and haunted, and the helmet moved slowly from side to side. Blue flickers of electricity snaked across the speech circuits behind the respiratory screen, but his words were rendered nearly inaudible by static crackling. Leia made out something about not following and staying out of darkness. Then Luke fell silent again. She tried to tell him that his equipment was malfunctioning, that his voice had been obscured, but before she could find a way to make herself heard, the helmet stopped moving. Luke locked gazes and held her transfixed for what might have been seconds, or minutes. His eyes now the lifeless blue of ice. Leia grew cold and frightened, and the mask dissolved back into the black nothingness of space, leaving her to stare out once again into the mind-stabbing brilliance of the Tattoo System's twin suns. 1. Instead of bed, where she usually awoke from her dreams, Leia found herself slumped forward in her crash webbing, ears hissing with static, and eyes aching from the glare of 2 G-class suns. Han and Chewbacca were still busy at their stations, Han plotting approach vectors and Chewbacca setting sensor filters. The planet Tatooine was just drifting into view, its yellow, sodium-rich sands glowing so brightly it resembled a small sibling star in orbit around the big twins. A metallic hand tapped Leia's shoulder. She turned to see C-3PO's photoreceptors shining at her from the adjacent passenger seat. "Pardon me for asking, Princess Leia, but are you well?" "Don't I look well?" "Oh dear," C-3PO replied, a diplomatic subroutine activating in response to her tone of voice. "Why, yes, you do look as splendid as ever, but it seemed for a moment as though you might have overloaded your primary circuits." "My circuits are fine." "I'll need to confirm that later." Han twisted around and glanced over his seat with the same crooked smile that had alternately charmed and worried Leia since their first meeting on the Death Star. "Princess?" "Oh, really?" Leia straightened herself in her chair without fully realizing she was doing it. With his tough guy, good looks, and eyes sparkling with trouble, Han still made her sit up and take notice. "And you think you can read my schematics?" "Sweetheart, I know your schematics by heart." Han's smile faded, and his expression grew concerned. "3PO's right. You look like you've seen a ghost." "Something like that. A bad dream." Han looked doubtful. "I've sat in that chair. That chair isn't comfortable enough for dreams, good or bad." "It's been a long trip," Leia said, perhaps a little too quickly. "I must have nodded off." Han regarded her a moment longer, then shrugged. Well, see if you can stay awake. He looked forward again to where the twin suns were slowly being eclipsed by Tatooine's steadily swelling disk. Until the sensors come up, we need to keep an eye out for other traffic. Leia gazed out the canopy and began to search for the rapidly swelling silhouette of block starlight that would mean an approaching vessel. Her thoughts remained focused on the strange dream. It had a similar feel to the Force vision she had experienced nearly 5 years earlier at Bakura, when her father had sent an apparition begging for the forgiveness she would never, could never, grant. And that had been his doing, not hers. Han's hand rose into view between the pilot and co-pilot seat, pointing to a blocky silhouette floating some distance to one side of Tatooine's yellow disk. The twin suns were now completely hidden behind the planet, and Leia could see that the tiny silhouette was growing larger as they approached. It seemed to be staying in the same place relative to Tatooine, deliberately hanging in the shadow of the planet. "That's too square to be a moon," Han said. "And it's no asteroid, not hanging in one place like that," Leia added. "But at least it doesn't seem to be coming our way." "Yet," Han replied. "How about those filters, Chewie?" An impatient rumble suggested that the Wookiee was still struggling with the filters. Anyone else might have been frightened, but Leia found the groan reassuring, a touch of the familiar in a time of shifting alliances and random annihilation. When she had married Han 6 months ago, she had known Chewbacca would be an honorary member of their family, and that was fine with her. Over the years, she had come to think of the Wookiee as something of a furry big brother, always loyal to Han and protective of her, and now she could not hear him growl without feeling that she lived in a safer place, that with Chewbacca and Luke and Han, when he was in the mood, and millions of others like them, the New Republic would beat back the Empire's latest onslaught and one day bring peace to the galaxy. That, and she liked how Wookiee fur always smelt of Trillium soap. The calm hiss finally fell silent as Chewbacca found the right combination of filters. He brought the sensors up, fiddled a moment longer, then let out a startled "Ruff." "The mass calibration is off," Han said. "That reads like a Star Destroyer." Chewbacca growled indignantly, then sent the data readout to the auxiliary display beside Leia's seat and glanced back for her confirmation. She had to look only a second to see that he was correct. 1,600 meters, 6 comm bands in use, and a TIE squadron circling on station, Leia said, feeling a little sick and worried. When the Millennium Falcon came across a Star Destroyer these days, it was usually because one was stalking the other. "I don't know, Han. The mass calibration looks fine to me." As she spoke, the Falcon's computer found a profile match in its military databanks and displayed the schematic of an Imperial-class Star Destroyer. Below the image appeared the vessel's name. "The Chimera," Han read. "Isn't she still in service to the Empire?" As of 2 months ago, she was one of their most efficient destroyers. Leia did not need to look up the information. The death of Warlord Zijin 8 months earlier had emboldened the Imperial fleet, and the Provincial Council had been mired in war minutiae ever since. Admiral Akbar's been wondering what became of her. Deserters? Han caught her eye on the canopy reflection. Another captain wanting to set himself up as a warlord? Please, no. The situation out here is already too confused. With the New Republic battling the Imperials over the scraps of Zijin's empire, and the surviving warlords exploiting the war to enlarge their own territories, confused was an understatement. Several times the New Republic Navy had moved against one enemy to find itself engaging another, and sometimes 2 or 3 at once. And the Chimera's commander isn't the type. By all accounts, Gilad Palian is both loyal and competent. "Then what's he doing at Tatooine?" Han asked. "There isn't a conflict zone within 50 systems of here." Chewbacca groaned the opinion that it was someone else's job to analyze Imperial objectives, then began to plot hyperspace coordinates. Leia braced herself, more concerned with Han's reaction than Chewbacca's, when she explained why they still had to risk a run planetside. She was spared the necessity when Han scowled at the Wookiee's flying fingers. "Chewie, I can handle this, no problem." Han looked vaguely insulted. "It's only one little Star Destroyer." Chewbacca grunted doubtfully, then added a yawl about the folly of tempting fate for a piece of art. "Killik Twilight means a lot to Leia," Han said. "It hung in the palace on Alderaan." Chewbacca growled a long question that suggested they might be flying into a trap. The painting might not even be real. You can't forge moss paintings, Leia answered. Not anymore. They require strains that don't spread or reproduce, the cultivation of which was a closely guarded secret even in Aldera. That secret died with the rest of Alderaan. You see? Han asked. Besides, if the Imperials were trying to lure Leia to Tatooine, they wouldn't leave their Star Destroyer out in the open like that. Han pointed at the tiny silhouette of the Chimera, which had started an edgeward drift across the canopy as the Falcon eased past it toward the planet. Chewbacca stubbornly shook his head, reminding them of the siren plant on his native Kashyyyk, which drew victims to certain death with a scent so alluring it could not be resisted. Not a certain death, Han corrected, or there wouldn't be so many Wookiees in the galaxy. Never one whose purpose could be deflected by humor, Chewbacca reiterated the questions that had been troubling them all since learning of the auction. Why was such a valuable painting being sold in a seedy spaceport like Mos Espa? Where had it been all these years? Why was it surfacing now? The answers were a mystery, as much a mystery as the Star Destroyer's appearance here. At the time of Alderaan's destruction, Killick Twilight had been returning home from a museum loan on Coruscant. It had dropped out of sight, and Leia had believed the painting destroyed with her home, at least until Lando Calrissian reported it would soon be offered at auction on Tatooine. Chewbacca continued to press his case, maintaining that the Chimera's presence was no coincidence. With an Imperial Star Destroyer hanging off Tatooine, there would almost certainly be Imperials at the auction. The argument was all too sensible, and, though Chewbacca clearly did not realize this, one that made it all the more imperative that Leia attend the sale herself. She leaned forward and grasped the Wookiee's shoulder, and his tirade rumbled to an end. Chewie, everything you say makes sense. The Star Destroyer worries me, too. If this were just any piece of Alderaanian art, I wouldn't ask you to take the risk. But for Killick Twilight, I must. Chewbacca studied her in the canopy reflection. He was a ferociously brave Wookiee, one who would never deny a friend's request for aid once he knew a matter to be important. Leia only hoped she could win his help without having to explain herself now. Han was still stinging from that whole Hapen incident 8 months ago, and being asked to risk his beloved Falcon on behalf of the Provisional Council would not sit well with him at the moment. Maybe not ever. Leia held Chewbacca's gaze with a sober expression that came to her face all too readily these days. Finally, he rewomphed softly and nodded. Han glanced over, his jaw dropped in disbelief. That's it? She says must, and you don't even want to know why? Chewbacca shrugged. But you'll argue with me? Han glanced at Leia's reflection in the canopy. Those are some powers of persuasion you have there, Princess. You've been studying with Luke when I'm not looking? I'm no Jedi, Leia said. Then, slipping back into the flirty mood that had been the norm between them since their wedding, it had to be driving Chewbacca mad, judging by how he turned away to look out the viewport, she gave Han a sultry half-smile. Just your common everyday princess. There's nothing common or everyday about you. Han replied in a tone so cloying that it made Chewbacca groan. Or your hidden agendas. Hidden agendas? Leia cringed inwardly as she vacillated between sounding innocent and playful and came off as neither. We're just here to buy a moss painting. Yeah? Han's eyes assumed an amused twinkle. Maybe Chewie's right. I didn't say he was wrong, Leia said, trying to sound cool and failing. He had her, and he knew it. She hated that. Han, I really want that painting. Han shook his head. Something here smells wrong. He began to ease the Falcon's nose away from the planet. In fact, I'm sure of it. Han! He glanced at her reflection again. Yeah? You'll draw attention to us. Han shrugged. What's it matter if we're leaving? He turned to Chewbacca. You about done with those hyperspace calculations? Chewbacca snorted, and clearly not wanting any part of what was about to follow, threw up his hands. Tatooine began to slide across the viewport, and Leia knew she had to call Han's bluff. He was too good a sabacc player to blank his cards without making her show her hand. Han, we need to be at that auction, she said. If Killick Twilight is down there, we have to buy it. Thousands of New Republic lives depend on it. Really? Han did not look at all surprised. Imagine that. Tatooine stopped drifting toward the edge of the viewport, but Han did not turn the Falcon back toward the planet. Leia took a deep breath and said, There's a Shadowcast code key hidden in the painting, in the moisture control circuitry. Chewbacca's eyes grew as round as bubbles. Shadowcast was a secret communications network that had sent rebel messages, encrypted within the commercial advertisements that paid for Imperial propaganda programming via the HoloNet. The system remained undiscovered, and the New Republic still used it to send instructions deep behind Imperial lines to its most delicately placed spies. Han's eyes only hardened at the corners. "Honey, I think we're about to have our first married fight. Why didn't you tell me the Provisional Council was behind this trip?" "Because it's not," Leia said, sounding more defensive than she would have liked. Why did her political skills always desert her with Han? "I'm the one who said Killick Twilight would be a good place to hide the code. I'm the one who thought the painting would have been destroyed with Alderaan. This is on me, Han. The Provisional Council has authorized purchase funds, but only because Mon Mothma strong-armed them. She's the only one who knows why we're really here." "Oh, that makes me feel better." 8 months earlier, Mon Mothma had been among those urging Leia to cement an important strategic alliance by marrying the prince of a powerful consortium of planets known as the Hapes Cluster. Han still felt so betrayed by the chief counselor and the rest of the council that, despite several generous offers, he had so far refused to reactivate his military commission or assume any other formal role in the New Republic. Han's reaction was only one aspect of the Hapen matter that Leia regretted. Had she made it clear to Queen Mother Ta Chum that marriage to her son Isolde was not really a possibility, and that, given her genetic heritage, she had no interest in bearing children, she might well have salvaged an alliance via some other arrangement, and she would not have hurt Han. Chewbacca yowled a warning, and Leia looked over at the auxiliary display to find an assault shuttle and 3 TIEs departing the Chimera. "Nothing to worry about," Han said, studying his own display. "They just want to see if we get nervous." Leia was nervous and a little exasperated, but she didn't say so. Maybe Han had drawn the Chimera's attention, and maybe he hadn't. Appearing too relaxed was just as likely to raise suspicions as appearing too worried. Anything could raise Imperial suspicions. "Han, I didn't mean to put the Falcon at risk," Leia said. "I only wanted to spend some time together, and I thought this trip would be a good chance." "On a mission for the New Republic?" "I didn't know it would be a mission," Leia said. "I'm sorry." "So you thought we'd enjoy a little trip to scenic Tatooine, pick up the lost code key, maybe swing by Jabba's palace, and relive old times?" Chewbacca reported that the shuttle and TIEs were approaching on an intercept vector. Han adjusted the Falcon's course enough to keep their line of escape open, then looked back at Leia. "I don't see why this code key's so important anyway," Han continued. "They must have updated it by now. It's 10 years old." 9 years old, Leia corrected, and the code is updated every 6th broadcast. But even an old key would help the Imperials break the new codes. Worse, it would alert them to the existence of a network they haven't detected in nearly a decade. It would cost the lives of thousands of former agents still living on enemy worlds. And there's no telling how long it would take us to replace Shadowcast, or how many current agents we'd lose in the transition. Han looked away, his gaze dropping to his instruments, and Leia knew she had him. He would play hard to get, pretending to think it over, but Han Solo always came through where it counted. That was his weakness, and she loved him for it. "Han, I really do want Killick Twilight back," Leia said. "When you see it—" "When I see it?" Han interrupted. "You're taking a lot for granted." Chewbacca stopped monitoring the incoming assault shuttle long enough to turn and growl. "I know she's my wife," Han said. "That doesn't mean I'm responsible for dragging us out here. I can't control what she does." Chewbacca dropped his eyes in exasperation, then a rude at Han. "Twice. Me? I'm being huttish?" Chewbacca snorted an affirmative, turned back to the sensors, and reported that the TIEs were starting to accelerate ahead of the assault shuttle. Han spent a moment considering his co-pilot's charge, then glanced at Leia again. "Me?" he asked. "Huttish?" Leia held her thumb and forefinger a few millimeters apart. "Maybe," she said. "Just a little." Han's expression turned from disbelieving to chagrined. He nudged the Falcon's nose back toward Tatooine, angling for the planet horizon, where the twin suns were casting a crescent of white brilliance. "I'm not doing this for the Council," he said. "I'm doing it for you." "I know you are." Leia's smile was perhaps a little too broad, and she could not resist adding, "and the Council is grateful." Han scowled, but his retort was cut short when the comm speakers crackled to life. CEC transport, Regina Gallas, a gruff Imperial voice said. Maintain position and stand by for inspection. Regina Gallas was one of a dozen false transponder codes the Falcon used when traveling anonymously. Han turned to C-3PO. You're on, Goldenrod. C-3PO tipped his head. On, Master Solo? Stall. Han pointed to the microphone above the auxiliary nav computer interface. Try Gond. They'll have to rig for ammonia, and that'll buy us some time. Of course, C-3PO said. Perhaps I should suggest. Regina Gallas, a smoother voice said. This is the Star Destroyer Chimera. Stand by for boarding, or we will open fire. 3PO! Leia pointed at the comm unit. C-3PO activated the transmitter and used its vocabulator to emit a staccato burst of drones and clicks. There was a long pause while the Imperial summoned a translator droid. Han smiled, satisfied, and rose from the pilot's chair. You know what to do, Chewie. Chewbacca groaned and took the yoke, continuing to angle for the bright crescent at the planet horizon. Han reached past C-3PO's shoulder and linked the comm speakers to the Falcon's intercom, then motioned for Leia to join him. I'll need you in back with me, he said. Leia unbuckled her crash webbing, her heart rising into her throat. Han, I don't know if shooting our way out of this. Do I look like a Gundark? He asked. If we shoot, we're dead. Happy to know they agreed, Leia followed him down the axis to the rear hold. By the time they opened the hatch, the Imperials were back on the channel with their translator droid, and it was conversing with C-3PO in a cacophony of buzzes and clacks. Han retrieved a small cargo pod, then took it into the main ring corridor and opened one of the smuggling compartments in the floor. He began to extract the cases of fine Chandrillan brandy that he kept to pay off spaceport masters, passing them to Leia to stow in the cargo pod. What are we going to do, bomb them with intoxicants? You might say that, Han said. It's called bribe on the run. This stuff is good currency, especially to a junior officer who probably hasn't seen a payment voucher in months. Han, didn't you hear what I said about Pelion? Leia asked. He won't go for that. Han smiled. He won't have to. By the time he explained the details to Leia, the cargo pod was loaded and the Chimera's officer was back on the comm channel, sounding as irritated as only C-3PO could make a sentient. Regina Gallas, pilot, our droid assures me there is no reason a GAN can't speak basic. C-3PO replied with a long rattle of a question. There was a momentary translation delay, and then the officer replied, My point is that I know you understand our instructions. Maintain position or you will be fired upon. Our targeting computers have you locked in. Leia nearly fell as Chewbacca suddenly decelerated and started what felt like a turn back toward the Chimera. She knew it was really a maneuver to put the assault shuttle between them and the Star Destroyer's powerful turbo lasers. Han and Chewbacca had been running Imperial checkpoints since before there was a rebellion. They knew every smuggler's trick in the databanks, and a few more. I said maintain position, not come about, the Chimera officer barked, and speak basic. C-3PO replied with a stream of flustered clicking. Han and Leia chuckled with appreciation. They knew how frustrating the droid could be when he was agitated. They sealed the pod and ejected it through the airlock. When they returned to the engineering station in the main hold and brought the tactical array up on the display, Chewbacca had already brought the Falcon around and was accelerating away, with the assault shuttle now squarely between them and the Chimera. The officer began to yell, Halt! Halt, or we'll open fire! Open fire, C-3PO said, still in the voice of a gun, but now speaking basic. Oh my! Chewbacca closed the channel, and laughing so hard his roars rumbled out of the cockpit access tunnel, continued to accelerate. Unable to make good on the officer's threats without risking her own assault shuttle, the Chimera held her fire. The Falcon's new bearing ran roughly parallel to Tatooine's surface instead of toward it, but Leia knew that once they were beyond turbo-laser range or masked by the electromagnetic blasts of the twin suns, Chewbacca would turn. Leia continued to watch the tactical display, expecting the Star Destroyer to maneuver for a clear shot or divert her shuttle, but she didn't either. Good, Han said. They think we're just spice runners. They'll stop to collect our jettisoned cargo, and then we're home free. The boarding officer won't want prisoners around to tell Pelion what was really in the pod. You're sure about that? Leia watched with growing alarm as the three ties passed the cargo pod, now angling to put themselves between Tatooine and their quarry. As long as Chewbacca continued on a straight course, They would be unable to catch the Falcon, but the instant she turned toward the planet, the TIEs would be in good position to cut her off. They don't look all that interested in a bribe. Han studied the display, his jaw falling a little more with each kilometer the TIEs put between themselves and the ejected cargo. For a moment, it looked as though the assault shuttle would also ignore the pod and stay behind the Falcon. Then a tractor beam activated in its stern, and it veered toward the bribe. Han sighed in relief, but grabbed Leia's hand and started for the laser cannon access tunnel. Come on. Han, what happened to no shooting? Despite her protest, Leia allowed herself to be dragged along. If we shoot, we're dead. You said that, I remember. I say a lot of things. They reached the access tunnel and Han jumped in, not climbing down so much as using the handholds to slow his descent. But they're trying to grab the pod on the fly. The boarding officer needs us to make this look good, or his commander won't buy our escape. Leia was already climbing into the upper turret. How good? Good. That Pelion must be a real stickler. The Falcon shuddered as Han test-fired his weapons. Just don't hit anything. Hit something and we're dead. Leia buckled herself into the firing seat. I know. She slipped on the headset and spun her turret toward Tatooine's lambent disk. The canopy dimmed against the sapphire flash of an incoming turbolaser strike, and Leia's pulse stopped. She steeled herself to vanish in the crash of heat and light she had half expected to take her since the rebellion began, then saw the tiny block of the assault shuttle silhouetted against the blossom of a distant eruption. What was that? Leia gasped. Chewbacca's rumbled answer made her stomach go hollow. They blasted it? Han cried. That brandy alone was 2,000 credits. It does eliminate our bribery plan. It was a bit of a struggle to keep her voice even. What now? Han answered by laying a wall of laser bolts in front of the TIEs. The shuttle we can outrun, he said. But we need to check those fighters. Just don't hit anything. Leia activated her rangefinder. I know. At this range, the TIEs were little more than blue barbs of ion efflux. She brought her sensor-augmented sights online, and the claw-shaped images of 3 TIE interceptors appeared on her targeting display. She set her lead ahead of the TIEs an extra length, then another one. She added another half length to be certain, and squeezed the triggers. The quad laser cannons fired in diametric sequence to minimize discharge shudder. Even so, the turret shook. Leia checked her sights, found the interceptor still trying to cut them off, and fired again. The Falcon was still at maximum range, and the bolts took an eternity to reach their destination. Most winked out well ahead of the TIEs, but some, Han, she hoped, merged with the blue glow of the starfighter's ion drives. She fixed her gaze on her targeting display and continued to fire, praying that none of the images vanished. The Imperials were accustomed to smugglers running and generally did not work very hard to chase them down, but they would prove a lot more determined with any vessel that actually destroyed one of their own craft. The distance between Han's bolts and the TIEs continued to diminish on Leia's display. She cut one of the lengths out of her own targeting lead, and their fire turned to an impenetrable storm. The Imperials lost their nerve and turned toward the Falcon so they could bring their own guns to bear. Barge drivers, Han sneered. What kind of plastiheads is the Empire recruiting for pilots these days? The TIEs opened fire, and tiny lances of green light stabbed out of Tatooine's yellow glow. The lines faded to nothingness kilometers shy of the Falcon, but distant blossoms of laser energy began to burgeon against the shields almost before Leia could disengage the lead adjustment on her sights. Han's laser cannons began to stitch space alongside the TIEs. Leia followed his lead, and they forced the trio back toward the Star Destroyer. The image on her targeting display switched to true size, and the interceptors became thumb-sized blurs coming dead on. Chewbacca continued ahead, keeping the assault shuttle between the Falcon's tail and the Chimera's guns. They were going to make it, Leia saw. No Star Destroyer in the galaxy was a match for Han and Chewbacca together. Once Leia and Han forced the TIEs into the Falcon's rear quarter, Chewbacca would hide behind them and dive into Tatooine's atmosphere, and the Chimera's big guns would be useless. Unless Pelion cared to attack a whole planet to stop one vessel. And even the Imperials would not do that, not unless they knew the true identity of the Regina Gallas. The TIEs kept closing, swelling to the size of fists in Leia's display. She grew bolder, timing her shots to seize the area vacated by their dodges, forcing the interceptors to slip farther into the Falcon's rear quarter with each swing. Han shaved his attacks even closer, nearly scorching their solar wing panels, daring them to try to cut off the Falcon. Then the blast tinting went black, though not quickly enough to spare Leia a moment of flash blindness as another turbo laser strike, this one much closer than the first, erupted. Her shoulders hit crash webbing as a shockwave bucked the Falcon. Again her pulse stopped, and she hung suspended in that last, infinitely long instant between life and atomization, and she did not realize she was still holding her triggers open until the synthetic rumble of the targeting computer announced the destruction of a TIE interceptor. Leia cursed and released the triggers, struggling to blink the blast dazzle from her eyes and not quite able to believe they had survived the strike. "Sorry, I didn't mean—" Chewbacca cut her off with an astonished yowl. "The Chimera hit it?" Leia gasped. "By mistake?" "To make a point." Han's laser cannons opened up again. She didn't like her ties being pushed around. Leia checked her display and found the last two interceptors weaving wildly as they rushed for the Falcon's forward quarter. She swung her turret around but was too distracted to open fire safely. Something here did not make sense. "Pelion would never destroy his own interceptor," she said. "The Empire's too short of good fighters." A lesson the survivors will never forget. Han's cannon bolts were dancing around the lead TIE in a tightening web of light, if there are any. Finally, the interceptor had no place left to maneuver and flew into a dash of laser energy, exploding in a white cloud of fire and light. "He's using this as a training mission. I hate that." "Han, you said don't hit." "Change of plans." Han began to fire at the last TIE. "Now we make it cost them." Leia joined in, forcing the TIE into Han's stream of fire. It bobbed and weaved in even smaller oscillations, but maintained discipline and continued on course, no doubt mindful of the lesson the Chimera had delivered earlier. Finally, it turned directly toward the Falcon, and the space beyond bloomed into brilliant smears of color as it opened fire. Leia kept her eyes fixed on the targeting display and held her triggers down, spraying bolts at the interceptor in tightening spirals, trying not to think about how large its image was growing, or how her display kept dimming, or why the turret's blast tinting had gone black. Finally, the TIE had no room left to maneuver. The pilot broke high, his wings and spherical cockpit rotating so smoothly that Leia did not realize he had changed attitude until the cannon bolt stopped coming. "He's yours," Han yelled over the intercom. "Roll me up, Chewie." Leia raised her cannons and thumbed the automatic lead active, but the TIE was already too far ahead. She managed only a few more shots before the computer designated it out of range. "That's it. He's been recalled," Han said. "They aren't going to give us any more trouble." Leia checked the tactical display and saw the assault shuttle still trailing them. No match for the Falcon's speed. It was out of range and steadily falling farther behind, but it was coming. "You're sure about that?" Leia asked. "I'm sure. Experience isn't much good to dead pilots." "What about assault troopers?" As Leia spoke, the shuttle broke off pursuit and angled for the planet. Chewbacca was quick to parallel its course, keeping the shuttle between them and the Star Destroyer, now traveling more or less in the direction they wanted to go. Leia kept waiting for the shuttle to turn toward the Chimera, to weave or bob or try anything to give the turbo lasers a clear shot, but it only continued its dive toward the planet, still angling in the Falcon's direction. Leia swung her turret around, unsure whether she should thank the pilot or open fire. Han figured it out before she did. "Chewie, cut behind them. Go sandside, fast." Chewbacca didn't ask why. He brought the Falcon around so sharply that Leia had to close her eyes against the star spin, and then Han began yelling for her to bring her guns to bear. Leia opened her eyes again and wished she hadn't. Space was flying past the canopy in a whirling flash of stars and sand as Chewbacca spiraled toward Tatooine. She still had no idea what Han wanted her to be ready for, but she focused on the display and swung her cannons toward the assault shuttle. Half a dozen blips appeared at the edge of the tactical screen, and her heart had barely finished falling before the interceptor symbols confirmed what Han had realized 2 moments before. Another flight of TIEs was coming fast from the blind side of the planet. Leia forced her attention back to the firing display. With the Falcon gyrating so wildly, the turret broke into a nauseating whirring spin dance as the servo motors struggled to keep the shuttle centered in the crosshairs. "I have a lock." Noticing that Han had not yet opened fire, she asked, "Should I—" "Not yet," Han said. "Chewie, see that sandstorm? The really big one?" An affirming grunt came over the intercom. Leia glanced out and saw only dizzying smears of yellow and stars whirling against a violet backdrop and felt instantly sick to her stomach. She fixed her gaze on the targeting display and hoped she was wrong about why Han had pointed out the sandstorm. The Falcon shuddered and slowed abruptly. Leia wondered if they could have reached the outer edge of the atmosphere so soon, but there was still too much darkness outside. Then Han was cursing and asking no one in particular if all the Chimera's pilots had a death wish. She saw the assault shuttle tumbling around the tactical display like a flip gnat, connected to the Falcon by the invisible ribbon of a tractor beam that was pulling the two vessels slowly, steadily closer. Now, Han? Not yet, Han said. Chewie, launch the... A soft thud reverberated through the Falcon as two concussion missiles shot from their tubes, riding the tractor beam toward the shuttle. Now, sweetheart! Leia squeezed the triggers. The turret shook as the quad lasers loosed their fury. The center of the targeting display erupted into a dazzling glow, and her canopy darkened to black as the shuttle returned fire. All non-essential systems diverted power to the shields, and an ominous silence fell over the Falcon. She tried to aim down the tractor beam, but with the Falcon reeling half out of control, Leia was doing well just to hit the thing. Then the missiles vanished into the glow. The tractor beam twinkled out of existence, and the brightness behind the crosshairs dissolved into a fading starburst. Chewbacca wrenched the Falcon out of her tumble and dived straight for Tatooine. The tactical display showed the interceptors closing, but they remained well out of range. Leia brought her turret around and finally found the sandstorm Han pointed out to Chewbacca, a raging swirl of amber that covered a tenth of the planet's visible surface. Even from space, she could see clouds of turbulence eddying up far above the primary plane of the storm. Chewbacca sent the Falcon corkscrewing into a new helix of evasion. Leia checked her tactical display and found the TIE still out of range and likely to stay that way. They could not cut off the Falcon without entering the atmosphere, a prospect even slower than taking the long route around the planet. Nor was that Chimera still sitting in a remote orbit, near enough to launch another boarding mission. There was only one thing the Star Destroyer could do to block the Falcon. A bright line of turbo laser strikes erupted ahead, trying not to hit the Falcon, but to force her toward the approaching TIEs. Chewbacca flew directly at the nearest blossom. The shields crackled with sapphire energy as they passed through the dissipation turbulence. Then the Falcon was plunging into Tatooine's atmosphere, bucking wildly and engulfed in entry flame. Han was instantly out of his seat, half tumbling and half climbing up the access corridor, as Chewbacca struggled to control the ship at an air velocity approaching meteoric. The Chimera did not fire into the atmosphere, no doubt because the captain believed the Falcon was about to crash anyway. Stay put. Han started moving toward the main hold. Paleon's got to be as mad as a rancor. Those TIEs may follow us down. So where are you going? Flight deck, he said. When we slip into that sandstorm. Into the sandstorm? Leia started to object, but saw the TIEs dropping into the atmosphere and knew they had no choice. Okay, Han, just don't hit anything, Han finished. I know. 2. A yellow cloud of wind-borne sand howled through the streets of Mos Espa, etching goggle lenses with microscopic scratch marks and transforming the city into a warren of dome-shaped silhouettes. The squall was the dying remnant of the same sandstorm that had concealed the Falcon from Paleon's TIEs, so Leia should not have been surprised to see two stormtroopers standing in the haze ahead. But she was. After all, Han had spent half the night bumping the Falcon blindly through 2,000 kilometers of storm-filled canyons, so Paleon would not know whether the Regina Gallas had survived its plunge into the sandstorm. They had hidden the ship in one of Han's former haunts, a huge but little-known smuggler's cave 30 kilometers out in the desert. They had strung an antenna and spent the morning eavesdropping on local comm channels, listening for anything that might suggest an Imperial search. Only then, after hearing no hint of unusual activity, had Han broken his speeder bike out of the Falcon's hold and gone into Mos Espa to arrange ground transport for everyone else. Leia should have known better. Paleon was an old-school officer, too careful and competent to make simple mistakes. Most Star Destroyer captains were, even in these days of strangled budgets and green crews. Han took her arm and guided her forward. It's okay to hesitate. They expect that. A small synthesizer hidden inside his mouth gave his speech a raspy, Deveronian quality. It also altered his vocal profile so it would be unidentifiable by anyone using voice print technology to search for Han Solo. But don't gawk. She looped a hand through Han's elbow and did her best to fawn up at him as they approached the armored silhouettes. Though both she and Han were well hidden beneath the cowled cloaks and face coverings necessary to travel anywhere in even a mild sand squall, Leia felt as though she were parading past the Imperials in full Alderaanian princess regalia. She and Han were two of the most famous faces in the New Republic, and she had no doubt that capturing, or killing, either of them would mean a hefty promotion for all those involved. If Han was nervous, she did not sense it. He strode straight for the troopers, his goggled gaze rising to the flashing sign over the door behind them. "Maubo's performance hall," he said. "This is it." "A dance house?" Leia gushed. "You take me to all the nicest places." Han looked at the stormtroopers pointedly. They returned his glare impassively from behind their dark lenses, then finally stepped aside. One even pulled the door open. Leia did not thank him. They found themselves in a large sand-grimed foyer where a single Weequay guarded the entrance to a dingy cloakroom. His face was typical for his species, oval-eyed and so gnarled it resembled a mask of wrinkled leather. From the back of his head hung a long fan of 24 seclusion braids, one for each year he had been away from his home planet. He was dressed, absurdly and obviously uncomfortably, in a new shimmer silk cape and undersized tunic purchased, no doubt, for today's event. Though he carried no visible weapons, Leia assumed by the way he kept his back to the wall that he had a large blaster pistol tucked beneath the cape, perhaps two. He was a Weequay, after all. "Here for the art inspection?" he asked. "That's right." Han pulled up his goggles, and Leia thought she saw a glimmer of alarm as he met the Weequay's eyes. "Killick Twilight?" The Weequay shrugged. "Maubo's got lots of stuff to auction in there." He extended a knobby-fingered hand for their cloaks. "Leave your covers here. She won't want sand in the back." Leia and Han stuffed their goggles and face coverings into their pockets and passed their cloaks over. With her skin dyed pale blue and a pair of prosthetic lekkus squirming down her back, Leia made a reasonably convincing Twi'lek consort to Han's bald, behorned, sinister-looking, and very red Deveronian. Both disguises were courtesy of New Republic intelligence, complete with retina-concealing contact lenses and false prints affixed to the pads of their fingers. So when the Weequay sniffed the cloaks, then grinned and reached out to Han with his free hand, Leia was astounded. "Thought I recognized that jet juice you call cologne, Solo," the Weequay said. "Jaxel," Han quickly added. "Solo Jaxel, remember?" A cold lump began to form in Leia's stomach. Weequays used scent to communicate with members of their own clan, so they were especially good at remembering smells. Obviously, the Solo's disguise designer had not anticipated that Han would meet a Weequay he knew in a Mos Espa performance hall. Neither had Leia. But the Weequay seemed to have no intention of betraying them. He merely nodded and tossed their cloaks on the pile behind them and said, "Jaxel, that's right. Sorry, I forgot." "Not a problem," Han said. "Good to see you again, Grunts. I didn't think you'd still be working Tatooine dives." Grunts shrugged. "Where am I going to go? Just 'cause Maubo frees you don't mean she pays passage home. Gotta earn that." He glanced in Leia's direction, clearly waiting for an introduction. When it did not come, he added, "I smell you're still with that furball partner of yours. Where is he?" "He's around," Han said. Chewbacca and C-3PO were waiting at a local inn in a rented room. Funny place to hold an art auction. Grunts nodded. "Maubo's doing a favor for the guy who came up with the big painting. He's one of her old lovers." "Isn't everybody?" "Now that you mention it." Grunts waved a hand toward a weapons locker at the back of the cloakroom. "You're supposed to check your weapons." "Already did," Han replied with a straight face. "They're working fine." Grunts chuckled and said, "Just keep them out of sight. Maubo would whip me if she thought I'd missed them, and you know how she enjoys that." He turned to open the door, but Leia asked, "What are those stormtroopers doing out there, Grunts?" She suspected she already knew the answer. Looking for the crew of the Regina Gallas. But Leia wanted to hear what cover story the Imperials were using. Did Maubo hire extra security? The Weequay looked vaguely insulted. "They're here with 2 officers. I made the stormtroopers wait outside." Grunts glanced at Han with a look that seemed to suggest he teaches Twi'lek some manners. Leia ignored the look and asked, "Officers, what are they doing here?" "Same as everybody else, I guess." Grunts pulled the door open. "They want to be sure the stuff is real before the auction starts." He waved them into a droning chamber that could be called a performance hall only in the sense that it had a stage. 6 stages, in fact. These platforms were scattered across the cavernous space, each one now supporting a small beverage or snack stand that did not seem to be drawing much attention from the rather sparse crowd. Here and there the much spilled upon floor showed circles of cleanliness where the customary tables had been removed to make milling space. In the center of the chamber was a large main stage, and along the walls were dozens of private booths, where the sellers were displaying the pieces they would offer at auction that afternoon. Judging by appearances, the few buyers were off-world art lovers attracted by the prospect of owning, or at least viewing, the famous Killick Twilight, while most sellers were local residents chasing a windfall by offering whatever they could find that might be worth something. As Leia studied the crowd, she leaned close to Han. "Where do you know Grunt's from?" "Long story, but he can be trusted." "With you, everything's a long story," Leia said. "How about the short version? I need to be persuaded." Han sighed and started toward the nearest stage, where a statuesque Kodru-G female with 4 arms, pointed ears, and a lissom build was serving drinks. Though she was discreetly dressed in a shimmer silk blouse and mood color vest, currently scarlet, she looked as uncomfortable in her new clothes as had Grunt's, and the smile she flashed as they approached made Leia wonder how well she knew Han's smell. He ordered a pair of comet dusters, then, as a clamorous impassioning machine excited the molecules, leaned close to Leia's ear. "I know because I used to own him." "What?" Leia was beginning to wonder whether 8 years fighting and working at Han's side had really been enough before agreeing to marry him. "You owned a slave? How could you?" "I won him from Lady Valerian in a sabacc game," Han said, as though that excused it. "I set him free." "After how long?" Leia demanded. "As soon as we left the Lucky Despot," Han said defensively. "I wanted to hire him to help with cargo, but he and Chewie took a big dislike to each other. Something about odors. He lost himself to Mabo, trying to win passage home, and you heard the rest." The drinks came, and the Kodru-G accepted payment with a slow wink. Han's answering grin was truly lecherous, though in fairness that may have been due more to his Deveronian disguise than what was going through his mind. Leia waited until the Kodru-G was gone, then asked, "So when did you own her?" "Her?" Han began making his way across the floor toward the back wall, where a couple of dozen buyers were lined up outside a well-guarded booth, waiting to inspect Killick Twilight. "What makes you ever think I owned Celia?" Leia knew Han was baiting her. She was doing her best not to ask how he knew Celia's name when she noticed 2 Imperials near the end of the line. One was dressed in the white utilities of an Imperial technician, but the other wore the gray tunic and rank bar of a full bridge commander. The man was probably a direct subordinate to Pelion, and his presence told Leia all she needed to know about the Imperial mission on Tatooine. They would not have sent such a high-ranking officer to track down a group of smugglers. They had come for Killick Twilight. Leia angled toward the front of the chamber, pulling Han toward a flamboyant display of Tatooine glitter glass. "You saw?" "You don't overlook that insignia, not if you were at the Imperial Academy," Han whispered. "And those stormtroopers outside are just for show. No one sends a Star Destroyer Watch Commander into a place like this without plenty of protection." They circled a satellite stage where an Illuminine female was offering stems connected to a hookah reeking of stale water. Leia said, "They know. They must." Han did not contradict her. "I don't understand how they found out," Leia continued. "Only 3 of us knew, and the other 2 were on Alderaan when the Death Star destroyed the planet." "Your boss knows. Maybe she—" "No. If anyone understands the importance of keeping a secret, it's her." Leia paused and said, "I'm sorry. If I had known this was going to get so complicated—" "You'd have come anyway, and so would I. You know I wouldn't let you do something like this without me." Leia squeezed his arm, silently thanking him for not belaboring her omission. "Still, I wish you'd told me." They reached the booth with the glitter glass and pretended to examine several garish panes in a flowing, organic style. A small sign screen claimed they had come from the palace of the famous Hutt crime lord Jabba. The panes were not even close to Jabba's taste, at least what Leia had observed of it before she had used her slave chains to choke him to death. He preferred representational art. The looter, the better. A solitary Grand stepped toward the front of the booth, his 3 eyes gliding over Han's ostentatious robe, the mouth at the end of his long muzzle puckering into an eager grin. Leia pulled Han away, and they nearly tripped over the sellers running the next booth, a pair of furry waist-high bipeds with short muzzles and long, tufted ears. "Hey, Redhorns," the first one said, taking Han's wrist. "You look like a bean who knows quality. Come see the real prize at this junk sale." The second grabbed Leia's hand. "This way." It pulled her toward their booth, where a third member of their group stood in front of a one-way Murfield. "Just 2 credits. You miss out on this and you'll be sorry." The third member reached into the booth and adjusted the Murfield opacity, allowing Leia to glimpse a disparate collection of local handicrafts, twisted columns of plasteel, and what looked like the insipid planetscapes usually found in the corridors of tourist-class nebula cruisers. Han stopped. 2 credits just to look? He pulled loose, then reached over and freed Leia as well. "You've been spending too much time in the suns." The little creatures blinked up at him with long-lashed eyes so brown and deep that Leia felt instantly drawn to them. "If such a small amount concerns you, think of it as a deposit," the first one said. "It's fully refundable when you bid on one of our items." "We won't be bidding on your stuff, okay?" Han pushed between the creatures and, drawing Leia after him, grumbled, "Squibs. They'll sell you a bucket of air if you let them, and keep the bucket." They came to a booth filled with exquisitely colored bowls made of some material so delicate Leia could see the shelf through the bottoms. A sign screen posted on the Barabel cellar claimed they were Alasal bowls, recovered from deposits deep in the Junlan wastes and hand-carved by Tusken raiders. She would have liked to stay and study the vessels with an eye toward bidding, but the press of prospective buyers made it a poor observation post, and they needed to locate the watch commander's guards. When something went wrong, Han would want to know who to blast. They eased past the Barabel's booth and continued toward the back of the chamber, mentally tracing sight lines away from the Imperial officers and searching for someone attempting to keep them open. "There's one." Han nodded toward a hulking, short-haired human feigning interest in a worthless lump of blaster-fused sandglass. "Not too subtle, are they?" "For the Empire, that is subtle," Leia said. They quickly found 2 more guards, a male-female team masquerading as a Kuwati aristocrat and her Telbun paramour. Then they stopped at a booth containing several pieces of refined sculpture and half a dozen Imagus gleam inks depicting Tatooine landscapes. Leia was particularly taken with a depiction of an approaching sand squall and an empty sand rock basin titled The Last Lake. Then she came to a single, oversized hollow cube. The image was of a sandy-haired boy of perhaps 9 or 10, standing in front of an old pod racer cockpit with a pair of goggles down around his neck and both arms raised high over his head. The joy in his grin was as contagious as it was innocent. He was clearly pretending he had just won a big race, but that was not what captured Leia's attention. There was something about those eyes that compelled her to stand there and stare, to forget the presence of Han and the vendor and simply look. They were Luke's eyes, Leia realized. They were the same radiant blue. They had the same depth and softness as her brother's. And most of all, they had a quiet intensity that burned as brightly as the twin suns themselves. Leia saw again the white orbs that had taken the place of Luke's eyes in her dream aboard the Falcon, and she began to experience an eerie sense of connection to the boy. But this was not Luke. This boy's cheeks were too broad, his nose too small. It was only a dream. And dreams were not the future, Leia reminded herself. They were viewports into a person's private wisdom, hints of the truth kept trapped in the mind's forgotten recesses by the twin Vornskers of fear and desire. Those eyes aboard the Falcon, Tatooine's 2 sons, the Tatooine boy, they were trying to tell her something. But what? For now, the explanation would have to remain a mystery, as with the reason the boy's image brought the dream so forcefully to mind. A slender, swarthy man of around 50 was approaching, his dark eyes fixed not on Leia's face, but on her hands. They were clasped just below her waist in a manner she often used when speaking in public. Her personal assistant, Winter, had gone so far as to call the gesture distinctive, and to caution her against using it when she wished to remain anonymous. Cursing herself for falling into old habits, Leia quickly unclasped her hands and draped one over Han's shoulder. The man, apparently the owner of the hollow cube, raised his gaze and pretended not to notice. With black hair and dark skin, he had an air of reserve about him that suggested good breeding, or, more likely on Tatooine, off-world training. He looked Leia directly in the eye and flashed an easy smile that seemed as sincere as it was bright. "It doesn't surprise me that you find this hollow so fascinating," the man said. Leia felt Han bristle at the vendor's knowing tone. She squeezed his shoulder to caution restraint, then put on her best Twi'lek doxy attitude. Sure, I love little kids. She glanced around the booth for a sign screen identifying the holocube and found it on the floor, smashed and unreadable. Especially human kids. The vendor smiled shrewdly. Of course. But the boy in this cube is no longer a child. It was taken when he won the Boonta Eve Classic more than 40 years ago. Won it? Han scoffed. Look, don't think you're talking to a pair of nerf herders here. Even when pod racing was legal, humans didn't have the reflexes to survive it, much less win, and especially not as kids. The vendor ignored Han. I don't want to part with it. He was my best friend, but times are hard. Still, if you'd care to strike a bargain before the auction, I'd be willing to offer it to you now. Yeah, I'll bet you would. Han pulled Leia away. Come on, Tails. As soon as they were out of the man's earshot, Han asked, So who's the kid? How should I know? You were sure staring at him, Han said. I didn't think you were such a fan of holography. I'm not. His eyes reminded me of someone, and we have other things to worry about. That vendor might have recognized me. Leia told him about the hands. Winter says I do that all the time in holocasts, and she's right. He might have been asking for a bribe. Or he might be an Imperial plant trying to draw you out, Han said. I don't like this, and it's definitely not a good idea to draw attention to ourselves by starting a bidding war against the Empire. He turned toward the Squib's booth. Han, you can't be serious. What do a bunch of overgrown pack rats know about art? Nothing. He pulled 4 credits from his robe, but they know auctions. The 2 squibs in front of the Murfield gave up on the Togorians they were harassing and watched with condescending smirks as Leia and Han approached. Han held out the hand with the credits. 1 word and we leave, he said. Just show us the stuff. The leader, at least Leia thought it was the leader, looked as though he was thinking of asking for more. Han put the credits back in his pocket, and the squib surprised Leia by shrugging and turning to look for another customer. Han sighed, and when he pulled his hand from his pocket, it was holding 6 credits. We don't have all day. The squib's eyes brightened, and he held up 10 fingers. 7, Han said, and it's not worth that much. The squib lowered 1 finger. Han pulled 2 more credits from his pocket, so now he was holding 8. Even then, they almost had to leave before the squib finally raised his palm and motioned for the money. The squib rubbed the credits against his furred cheek, then nodded and passed them to his fellow, who did the same thing and passed them through the Murfield. Only after the 3rd squib had inspected and approved the coins did they allow the solos into the booth. It was filled with the same collection of used handicrafts, twisted plasteel, labeled by a sign screen found sculpture, and mawkish planetscapes Leia had glimpsed earlier. The squibs immediately began to offer items for inspection, carefully rubbing each object against their furred cheek, before attempting to press it into Han and Leia's hands. And mindful of the threat with which Han had opened negotiations, they did it all without speaking a word. Han pushed a smashed cooling unit aside and said, Stop! I told you before we're not interested in your stuff. That's not why we're here. The leader was so shocked he nearly dropped a chipped bone glass bowl. You're not? This drew a pair of stern shushes from his fellows. Don't worry, Leia said. We want to talk. We just need to be someplace private first. Talk's not cheap, the 2nd squib warned. Time is money, the 3rd chimed in. Han turned to Leia and rolled his eyes. You had to say it. Listen, Leia said. We need you to do a job for us. The booth fell silent, and the leader turned his head aside, glaring at her out of one eye. We don't do jobs. We're not hirelings. We want to strike a bargain, Han corrected. A bargain? The leader clasped his hands together. What wares? Killick Twilight, Leia said. We want you to buy it for us. We supply the funds, Han said quickly. You have the fun. The squibs looked at each other, nodded, and the leader said, Deal. But you have to buy all our stock, the 2nd squib added. We don't need your stock, Leia said. We don't have any place to put it. Not our problem, the 3rd said. We can get you a magnetic freight compartment. Won't even scratch your yacht. It was growing difficult to keep track of which one was speaking. Only 1,000 extra. How about we just pay you for your stock, Leia asked, and you can still sell it at the auction. Can't do that. You're buying it at auction. That's the deal. Look, we don't want your stuff, Han said. Then why are you taking the freight compartment? We're not, Leia said. And we're not buying at auction, Han said. We're not agreeing to that. We're not dumb enough to let you have someone run up the bidding. So how dumb are you? Maybe just one no, Han shouted. The squibs fell silent and blinked up at him in shock. Finally he rolled his eyes and asked, Okay, how much stock do you have? And they were off, the squibs offering and Han and Leia counter-offering, pulling one element out of the deal and throwing two more in, the negotiation moving at the speed of sound and almost instantly growing as complex as anything Leia had seen as a New Republic diplomat. By the time they were finished, it was agreed that Han and Leia, or their designated agent, would bid on 3 items of their own choosing from each category, the maximum price to be determined by a complex formula based on bid increments, with each side being allowed one sleeper among the attendees. And we get the painting after you buy it, Leia said. I just want to be sure of that. All 3 nodded. That's right, the leader said. As long as you hold up your end of the bargain, a deal is a deal. Good. I'm Limbaugh. Leia extended her hand. It's been an education doing business with you. Jexel is right. You guys are good. The squibs puffed out their chests visibly. You did all right, the leader said. He rubbed his cheek across Leia's palm, then across Han's, then jerked a thumb at his chest. I'm Grease. That's Sly. Grease indicated the second squib, who stepped forward and rubbed his cheek over the hands of both Han and Leia. And I'm Imala. The third squib pressed her cheek to Leia's hand. I've seen worse from a Twi'lek. Thank you, Leia said. I think. Han waited for Imala to nuzzle his hand, then asked, Which one's coming to see the painting? I want to be sure you know what you're bidding on. Imala and Grease turned to Sly expectantly. Sly let out a heavy sigh. I'll go. He shook his head in disgust. But when I come back, I'm out front. They emerged from behind the Murfield to find the Imperial officers, having already completed their inspection, leaving the dance house. A tangible sigh of relief filled the air, and the polite murmur intensified to an electric drone. More prospective purchasers appeared at the dark corners in the backs of the booths, and the beverage bars on the satellite stages began to do brisk business. Leia, Han, and Sly took their place at the back of the line and had to wait nearly an hour before their turn came to go through the Murfield. Instead of the painting, inside the trio found half a dozen of Maubo's thugs in Nylar tunics and shimmer silk capes, all holding blaster rifles trained on their prospective purchasers. Don't worry, a Rodian said. His cone-shaped snout twitched toward the dark corner to Leia's right, and someone came up from behind and blindfolded her. Just a security precaution. How much security do you need? Han grumbled. You have a weak-waist sniffer checking for blasters. You want to see the moss or not? Han fell silent. They were led through the back of the booth, down a long hallway, then up a lift glide into a quiet area reeking of acrid thack smoke. Their blindfolds were removed. The trio found themselves standing in a dark chamber before a section of wall illuminated by an overhead glow panel and flanked by 2 Gamorrean guards. In the middle of the wall hung the velvety rectangle of a sublimely colored Alderaanian moss painting, its moisture control apparatus artfully concealed within an internal frame. It was smaller than Leia remembered, no more than 50 centimeters across, but even more beautiful and moving. Killik Twilight, a harsh female voice croaked behind her. You got 2 minutes. Leia wanted to protest that 2 minutes was not nearly enough. Not after a decade of trying to keep its bold composition and subtle hues locked in her mind. She had thought it a treasure forever lost to her, and to future generations of Alderaanian descendants. And now, here it was, hanging in front of her close enough to touch, with its stormy sky sweeping over of a city of Killik pinnacles, and, in the foreground, its line of enigmatic insectoid figures, the vanished species who had inhabited Alderaan before humans, turning to look back at the approaching darkness. She could never look upon it without marveling at the artist's prescience, wondering how Ob Kador could have so clearly seen what Palpatine's rise meant for the galaxy, and how he could have expressed his sorrow so beautifully and completely in such a small space. You need to verify it? Go ahead, the harsh voice said, but brush sampling only, no clipping. Sly instantly stepped forward, already turning his furry cheek toward the painting. Leia barely caught the squib in time. No! Who's going to be buying this thing, you or us? Sly demanded, the lip of his muzzle lifted in an irritated snarl. We have to check the merchandise. It's the real thing. Leia pulled the squib away. I don't need a test kit to tell me that. She glanced over to find Han staring at the painting, his gaze fixed and his jaw slack with wonder. After 8 years together, it was good to know Han could still surprise her. 3. Han had never been so moved by a piece of art. For the next 2 hours, as they sat at a local tap cafe waiting for the auction to begin, his thoughts kept returning to the painting, to how the Killicks were turning to face the storm. The image reminded Han that people, and bugs, were swept through life by forces they could not understand, that in the tempests life threw at them, they could control nothing but their own reactions. That was something Han tended to forget when the winds ran against him, and it was one of the things he loved most about Leia, the way she never flinched in a storm, the way she always stood firm while those around her were being blown off their feet. Han wanted Leia to have that moss painting. She had spent her youth looking at Killick twilight every time she left her bedchamber, and was the one physical connection to her family's palace that had survived the destruction of Alderaan. And, not that it mattered to potential bidders, it probably still belonged to her. Han would have hesitated to call the seller a thief. The moss painting had been in transit, and galactic salvage laws applied to artwork like anything else. But there was a reason it was being sold on a lawless planet like Tatooine, and he was pretty sure it had nothing to do with the health benefits of dry desert air. Like every tap cafe near Maubo's performance hall, the one in which he and Leia sat was so packed that the air was almost humid with breath moisture. The customers, mostly bidders waiting for the auction to start, were chattering among themselves, decked out in their finest outfits, and trying not to be too obvious as they appraised the competition. Slumped in a dim corner and doing their best to appear crasslessly involved with each other, Han and Leia drew few long glances. Chewbacca and 3PO were in a tap cafe across the street, far enough away to avoid being associated with Jaxil and Limba, yet close enough to come running in case of trouble. Sellers from the auction began to arrive in ones and twos, among them the Barabel with the Alisal bowls, and the dark-haired man offering the holocube of the young pod racer. Han was not surprised to see Leia's eyes following the human toward a vacant counter stool. Though she seldom gave any work of holography more than a passing glance, there was clearly something different about this one, and Han felt sure he knew what it was. He slipped an arm around the back of Leia's chair and began to stroke her prosthetic Leku. The headtail responded with an appreciative squirm. "You know," Han said, "you never did tell me who the kid in the holocube reminded you of." "He didn't remind me of anyone, only his eyes." "Sure," Han said, "if you say so." Leia was not taking the bait. "I do. Come on, you can say it. I thought the kid was cute, too." "What makes you think I found him cute?" "I saw the way you looked at him." Leia shot him a glare that could have frozen a sun. "So? So maybe there's a reason." Leia narrowed her eyes. "What kind of reason, Han?" Han took a big gulp. He could see that Leia knew where this was going as well as he did, and knew what kind of reaction to expect. But it was one of those risks a man had to take. "Maybe it's because you like kids," Han said. "Maybe you want one." Leia's face went blank and motionless, a sure sign that she was angry. Really angry. Furious, even. She took a long sip of her drink and avoided looking at Han. "We talked about children before we were married. I thought you understood." "Yeah, I understood," Han said, "but I thought—" "We agreed." Leia returned the glass to the table with a bang. "You can't just change your mind." Han bit his tongue. How could he tell her he had not changed his mind? That his mind had changed him? That marriage had changed him? "I know what we said," he allowed. "But has it ever occurred to you that you're being irrational?" "Irrational?" "Irrational." Han had to wet his throat. "How can a kid—" "Please tell me you just discovered you had a child with Bria Theron," Leia said, "because I could live with that. Everyone has a past." "Yeah, but I'm pretty sure mine doesn't include kids," Han said. Bria had been his first love, a willowy red-haired beauty who was one of the founders of the rebellion, and who had died a martyr after double-crossing him to secure the plans to the first Death Star. Bria did have her secrets. "None of which has anything to do with this conversation, I take it." "Afraid not." Han leaned closer and spoke in a near whisper. "I know we talked about this, but I can't believe the dark side really runs in your blood." "That's not what I said," Leia corrected. "It's the power that runs in my blood, and power corrupts. I see that every day." "Not always." Han took Leia's arm, then played his trump card. "Just look at your brother. No one is stronger in the Force than he is. If anyone was going to go be corrupted, it would be him." Leia jerked away and, fixing her gaze on the Tapcalf's much-blemished wall, gulped down half her drink. Drop it. Look, I'm not saying we have to decide today. You've known how I felt since Bakura. Leia still did not look at him. I don't have the right to bring someone who could become another Darth Vader into the galaxy. If you can't live with that, why didn't you let me marry Prince Isolder? The mere mention of Isolder's name set Han's teeth on edge. The whole Hapen incident had shattered what little faith he'd ever had in politicians. What about... Han heard his voice start to rise and caught himself. He checked for eavesdroppers and found none. With the auction approaching, the room was filled with an escalating drone that rendered conversations difficult to understand even at the same table. What about Isolder? Leia finally turned and met his eye again. What's that supposed to mean? It's pretty clear, Han said. Did you tell him you didn't want children? It never came to that. Someone abducted me before negotiations went that far. Yeah? Han saw the waitress approaching and waved her off. And what if negotiations had gone that far? Do you think Ta-Chum would have allowed the wedding to take place knowing you didn't want children? Leia's composure broke, and she looked at him with tears welling in her eyes. Why are you doing this? Because you don't know what you want. And you do? Leia asked. I see how your face lights up when someone lets you hold a baby, Han said, and I saw the way you looked at that kid in the holocube. You're way off course. You know I'm right, Han interrupted, and you're afraid to admit it. The only reason you don't want kids is you're still afraid of your father, afraid of him and mad at him, and that's a lousy excuse for not having kids, not when we both want them. Leia waited until he had stopped speaking, then asked, Are you finished? Yeah, it's not that complicated. I agree, Leia said, because I'm sure I remember you telling me you could live without children. That's very clear in my mind. Han shrugged. I like being married. Maybe that changed my thinking about kids. He lowered his gaze and stared into the dark ale in his mug. I didn't realize how much I'd love this. Being a family, I mean. I keep wondering what it would be like to shape a kid's life, to give him a safe place to grow up. Like the home you never had, Leia said. Yeah, like that, Han admitted. He had seen Leia take control of difficult negotiations often enough to know when she was trying to avoid the subject. But you still haven't answered me about Ta-Chum and Isolder. When were you going to tell them you didn't want children? I don't know. Maybe never. Han was not bitter about the suggestion. He was just trying to point out to Leia that there were some circumstances in which she might have had children. Maybe you'd have risked it for the New Republic. I would have told them. Leia raised her chin. With the power of the Hates Consortium behind it, any child of mine would be more likely to become the thing I feared, not less. Han's scowl was thwarted by the fanged dentures of his Deveronian disguise. Ta-Chum would never have agreed to that. Leia flashed him a typically sad Twi'lek smile. Maybe that's why I wasn't so worried when the Hapens came to visit. Half a standard hour later, Han and Leia sat behind the Murfield wall of one of the performance hall's private booths, watching the main floor fill with spectators and bidders. Everything had the sound of money, the nervous laughter that rang like clinking credits, the electric babble that rose and fell with the familiar rhythm of market-day bartering all over the galaxy, the voices of bartenders and waitresses selling eye blasters and pallies at prices 10 times normal. The Imperial Watch Commander stood in front of the primary stage, where the auction would take place. His science officer companion was gone, replaced by 2 burly bodyguards in full dress uniform. They were the only beings in the room with more elbow room than they really needed. Han could see Grease, Sly, and Amala pushing through the packed performance hall, approaching likely-looking Twilight bidders on the pretext of offering them inside information on the auction merchandise. There were a few takers, and these the squibs offered a thinly disguised sales pitch for their own wares. Sometimes the buyers paid for the advice, and sometimes they didn't, but the trio never wasted more than a few moments quarreling before they moved to the next prospect. They worked hardest trying to sell those who dismissed them most quickly, spending as much as 3 minutes arguing while they quietly assessed the competition. There were a few social climbers hoping to land a steal because the auction was being held on Tatooine, but most bidders were thuggish, hired more to protect the fund transfer chips they were carrying, a requirement of purchase, than for their expertise as auction agents. Once, Han caught a glimpse of Amala quietly slipping a vibroblade out of a hidden boot sheath, while Grease and Slight kept the weapon's Aqualish owner occupied with a sales pitch. "Those squibs are good. Maybe too good," Leia said. She was sitting beside Han at the booth's plastoid cocktail table, slumped down in an overstuffed wraparound lounger that would abide no other posture. "Are you sure we can afford that deal we struck?" "It's under control." Leia looked doubtful, the sensors in the base of her false Leku reacting to her mood and causing the tentacles to writhe in short, tightly spaced waves. "You know they have something planned." "Yeah, but we have a Wookiee." Han tipped his counterfeit horns toward Chewbacca, who was out in the theater enduring Sly's sales pitch as they tried to size him up. He had dyed a red streak over his shoulder. A Wookiee could do little to disguise himself except change his markings. Chewbacca endured no more than 5 seconds of the squib's harangue, then bared his fangs and raised a foot, sending all three scrambling for cover. "See? No problem." C-3PO, whose disguise consisted of a false green patina, watched the exchange from several meters away. He started to push through the crowd, politely asking permission and excusing himself each time he eased past someone. Leia activated her comlink and opened a channel to the droid. "What are you doing?" C-3PO raised his own comlink. "They appear to need a translator. I was going to offer my—" "No," Leia said. "Leave them alone." C-3PO stopped, but did not lower his comlink. "Are you quite certain? The squibs are trying to be helpful, and it sounds as though they have some interesting info—" "No," Han said, speaking into Leia's comlink and praying the squibs were too frightened of Chewbacca to notice the droid approaching. "Just do your job." C-3PO fell silent for precisely 1 second, the electronic equivalent of a sigh, then rotated his head toward Han and Leia's booth, practically shouting the location of his owners to any careful observer. "As you wish." Leia deactivated her comlink and rolled her eyes. "You sure about this?" Han shrugged. "What could go wrong?" They spent the next few minutes trying to pick out the watch commander's backup. It was not difficult. Predictably, they had stationed themselves in pairs on opposite sides of the chamber, wearing nondescript tunics and dreary business tabards in a crowd that favored pervenulent, flamboyant, thug-crass, or Tatooine tattered. Seeming to sense the essential wrongness of these people, the spectators and bidders alike remained well apart, with the result that the Imperials stood out like rancors in a Nerf pen. It was all much too obvious, and it took the next half-hour to find the rest of the bodyguards, a dozen men and women scattered through the room in the garb of well-groomed ruffians or over-muscled natives. Han also found the black-haired man who had tried to sell them the holocube of the boy pod racer, standing not too far from the Imperial commander at the front of the crowd. He was half-turned, studying the room, not quite searching for someone in particular, but taking note of whom he did and didn't see. Han was still bothered by the way the man had focused on Leia during the pre-auction inspection, by how he had seemed so certain she would be drawn to the holocube, and most especially, by how right he had been. Precisely on the hour, a stout human woman with pale skin and almond eyes, and a long tail of braided black hair stepped through the holographic cityscape at the back of the stage. She waited for the room to quiet, then glided forward in a slinky stride that lost none of its poise or grace despite the 40 kilograms she had added since her dancing days. In a voice roughened by hubbub smoke, she welcomed the bidders to the auction and introduced herself as Maubo Kem, drawing a laugh by commenting that of course the males in the audience knew that already. When the theater grew quiet again, Maubo announced that she would start the auction with a bang. Exactly on cue, the four-armed Kodruji, who had served Han and Leia earlier, stepped forward with the day's first offering cradled in her 4 hands. An instant later, a giant hologram of the featured item appeared beneath the ceiling. To Han's surprise, it was a holocube of the young pod racer. Several off-worlders began to boo and hiss. The locals shouted them down and cheered even more loudly, and almost instantly the theater erupted into a tumult of cheering and jeering a little too heartfelt to be good-natured. Ever the consummate showwoman, Malbo remained silent, allowing the cacophony to build and add energy to the auction. A single muffled click sounded from the comlink in Han's pocket, Sly confirming that he should go ahead with their side deal. Han answered with a double click. Go ahead. Wonderful, Leia grumbled. Wake me when they get to twilight, sometime around midnight. Despite her tone, her eyes were fixed on the hologram above the stage. Han had to turn away to hide his smile. On the stage, Celia was using her two upper arms to hold the hollow cube above her head and parading along the perimeter of the stage in her haughty dancer's stride. Mabo said, "As you can see, this is the same cube displayed this morning in booth 12. It's a one-of-a-kind original holograph of the only human pod racer ever to win the Boonta Eve Classic, taken 4 decades ago and now offered at auction by the pilot's best friend, Kitster Benai." When the audience failed to erupt in skeptical jeers, Han said, "I can't believe they're buying this. There's an old racetrack just outside town. The locals ought to know humans can't pilot pod racers." The dark-haired man who was offering the hollow cube, Kitster Benai, stepped to the edge of the stage and said something to Mabo. She nodded, and waving him back to his place with a thick-fingered hand, said, "For the off-worlders out there who toured Kitster's booth after his sign screen malfunction, the boy in this hollow cube is Mos Espa's very own Anakin Skywalker." The theater again interrupted into jeering and cheering, and the last syllable of the name was lost to cacophony. Mabel asked for quiet, but it was slow in coming. "What did she say?" Leia asked, again transfixed by the hollow cube. "Did she say Anakin Skywalker?" "Maybe." Feeling a little queasy, Han went to the Murfield as though moving that tiny distance closer to the hollow cube would make it easier to see any semblance between the boy and Leia. There wasn't much. High cheeks, the shape of the eyes, and maybe the face, but enough that it seemed possible. Han cursed under his breath, but kept his voice even as he said, "Definitely Anakin Sky something. Luke did say he'd found something in a net search that suggested your father might have lived on Tatooine as a boy." "He didn't say it had been here." Leia stared at the table. "He didn't say it had been Mos Espa." Han shrugged. "There aren't many cities on Tatooine." He slipped a hand into his pocket and clicked his comlink once. Sly's no bid signal. It's not that surprising. Leia took her time, meeting his gaze. "You have no idea." Sly answered with a double click. "Bid." Han repeated his no bid one click and tried to pretend nothing was going on. "Well, at least the name explains it." "Explains what?" Han started to say the kid's identity explained why she seemed incapable of taking her eyes off the hollow cube for more than 5 minutes at a time, but he saw Leia narrow her eyes and decided another answer would be safer. "How a 9-year-old won the Boonta Eve Classic," Han said. "He had the Force." Mabo finally got the crowd quieted and wasted no time opening the auction. "Who will start the bidding?" She looked first to the Imperial commander in the front row. "How about you, sir? Young Anakin went on to make quite a career for himself." Han was not surprised when the commander waved her off with a curt gesture. The officer was old enough to have served in the Imperial Navy during the height of Darth Vader's power, and the only people with more reason than the rebels to fear Vader were the officers who served under him. Mabo wasted no time looking for another bidder. 100 credits. The bidder was hidden from Han's view by the crowd, but the reedy voice was all too familiar. Sly was opening at 1/3 the maximum Han had authorized, trying to scare off undecided buyers before they grew excited and drove up the price. Mabo's gaze dropped to belt high in the front row. 100 credits from the squib in front. "From a squib?" Leia hissed. "Our squibs are bidding on a cube of Darth Vader?" Han shrugged, then single-clicked Sly again. "Do I hear?" 120. The bid came from a straw-haired local woman in a tattered sand cloak. 150, Sly offered, still trying to scare off the others. "What's he doing?" Leia sounded more alarmed than puzzled. "Do they know that's not what we want?" "They know. Don't worry." A Kurtzen and Patch Leathers bid 175, and Sly countered with 180. Han single-clicked again. Grease pushed through the Murfield and thrust out a smooth-palmed hand. "Give me your comlink." "What for?" Han said. "I'm just trying to make sure Sly knows we're not interested in the hollow cube." "Should have thought of that before the auction." Grease waved his fingers at the comlink. "Pass it over. You're breaking Sly's concentration." "Thought of what before the auction?" Leia narrowed her eyes. "What's he talking about, huh? Jaxel?" There was no use denying it. Leia knew Han too well to be fooled, and he would only make matters worse by trying to play innocent. He pulled the comlink from his pocket and passed it over. "Call him off. We don't want the cube." "Too late." Grease closed the channel and handed it back. "A deal is a deal." Leia's jaw dropped. Deal? You're trying to buy a holograph of Darth Vader? Anakin Skywalker, Han corrected, and I didn't know who he was. I just thought you liked the picture. You could barely take your eyes off it. Grease left the booth and disappeared back into the crowd. The bidding was already at 2:30, and now Sly was trying to slow it down, taking it up in 2 and 3 credit intervals. The blonde woman and the curtson weren't cooperating. You thought I'd like a holocube. Leia studied him with a Durasteel gaze, the counterfeit Leku thrashing on her back like snakes. Of my father? Han spread his hands. How could I know? By then, the bidding was at 260. Sly jumped it straight to 300 credits and finally succeeded in scaring the other bidders. Mabo tried to coax a higher offer by sweet-talking the curtson and taunting the woman, then finally gave up and pointed into the crowd where Sly was presumably standing. 300 credits to the squib, she said. Going once? Twice? 310, the woman said. 311, Sly shot back. Hey, that's over the limit. Han opened the channel again and single-clicked the squib, only to have him bid 320 a second later. He stepped out through the Murfield, but Grease and Amala were nowhere to be seen. Asking Leia to wait for him, he pushed his way through the narrow aisle between the wall booths and the crowded main floor. Of course, Leia didn't wait. She was right behind him when he reached the front of the room, where the large VIP booths, the ones with the hidden doors that opened into the vice chambers in the rear of the theater, sat on elevated platforms mere meters from the stage. I thought I asked you to wait. You asked, Leia said. What's going on? I told him 300. The bidding was now at 420. He's breaking the deal. And we're trusting them with Twilight? The hiss of a repulsor chair sounded from the adjacent booth, and Han looked over to see a pudgy human hand slipping through the Murfield to beckon a service droid. On the smallest finger sparkled a big Corsica gem, set in a boxy ring too garish to be overlooked, or easily forgotten. Han started to ask Leia if she saw the hand, but she was already pulling him along behind the front row of bidders. Forget what's in the booth, she said. The important thing is to rein in Sly. If we end up with that holocube, I'll crack it over your head. But you saw the ring, right? Han asked. Leia pulled him close and lowered her voice. There are a lot of ostentatious rings in the galaxy, my dear. What Leia left unsaid was that one of those rings, the ring that Han had seen, belonged to Threkin Horm, the immensely corpulent president of the powerful Alderaanian Council. Seeing tremendous advantage, perhaps even a new homeworld for his people, and a union of the royal houses of Alderaan and Hapes, Horm had been the loudest of those urging Leia to wed Prince Isolder. That put him high on Han's list of bad guys. They slipped behind the Imperials, drawing a wary glare and 2 well-placed elbows from the watch commander's bodyguards, and found Sly standing alone in the buffer zone the other bidders had left around the Imperials. The bid was at 510, and Han had to pull the squib out of the front row to keep him from making it 520. Put me down! Sly bared his teeth as though to bite, but did not dip his head toward Han's arm. I have it in 2 bids. Yeah? On whose credits? Han asked. The limit was 300. 300? Sly asked, sneaking glances at the adjacent bidders. What are you, broke? Han looked up to find the Imperial commander and several other inactive bidders looking in his direction. Too disciplined to smirk, the officer could not quite keep a patronizing light from his eyes. It's not too late to cancel the other deal if that's what you think. Cancel? Sly's attitude changed from arrogant to alarmed. You can't cancel. That's a separate deal. Try me. Han dropped Sly and led Leia back to the booth, all too aware of the eyes turned their way. As they resumed their seats, Leia said, I thought we hired the squibs to avoid drawing attention. Yeah, but I didn't tell them that, he said. They were setting up an angle. What kind of angle? Han shrugged. With squibs, who can tell? 4. The holocube of Anakin Skywalker went for an amazing 1,300 credits. The winner, a shaggy-chinned Godel in a much-patched jumpsuit, looked as though he would have to indenture himself to the Hutts to come up with the money. But the smile on his flat face could not have been wider. Han turned to Leia. It must be a different Anakin Skywalker in that cube, he suggested, not entirely joking, because that just doesn't make sense. Power always attracts its worshippers, Leia replied. With the holocube sold, Mauble quickly moved on to other items, bringing them out by lots. She did not even wait for the highest bid before declaring some collections, usually the least valuable, sold. The exquisitely colored Alisal bowls inspired the most spirited off-world bidding, earning enough to buy the Barabel seller a hunting range of 1,000 square kilometers. When the Squibs lot came out, Han and Leia were relieved to discover that their Wookiee sleeper was more intimidating than the Aqualish the Squibs had recruited. The chipped Bantha Bone Bowl opened for 2 credits. C-3PO bid 3, the Aqualish bid 100, Chewbacca bid 101. When the Aqualish made it 200, Chewbacca dropped out of the bidding and, growling softly, sidled up to the competition. The Aqualish never tried to inflate the price again. Within a few minutes, Chewbacca was the proud owner of a piece of twisted plasteel called Dune Sea Cyclone, a particularly drab holograph of Tatooine, and a tattered but guaranteed genuine Tusken Raider utility belt. Han spent the next hour of the auction pondering the pudgy hand he had seen. Humans heavy enough to require repulsor chairs for mobility were hardly rare in the galaxy, but people of such girth rarely braved Tatooine's sweltering climate without good reason. And aside from Leia herself, who would have better reason to come to an auction of Killik Twilight than Threkin Horm? As president of the Alderaanian Council, it was Horm's duty to gather and safeguard what remained of the planet's lost treasures. Had anyone else held that post, Han would have found a safe way to let him know that another bidder had the same intention. A bidder with the resources of the entire New Republic at her disposal. But Han would not help Horm. Threkin Horm, Han would enjoy watching squirm. A wealthy Bothan bought the last of the junk, a dozen glitter glass panes supposed to have come from Jabba's palace, just to get it off the stage. Then Mauble announced they were ready to begin the bidding on the final item, the masterpiece Killik Twilight. A low murmur filled the theater as the bidders or their agents moved toward the front of the room. Most of the local sellers left to collect their credits, but not Kitster Benai, the swarthy vendor who had sold the holocube. Instead, Benai took a spot in the front row of spectators, securing a good place from which to see the moss painting. Han used his comlink to call C-3PO into the booth, but left Chewbacca in the crowd as a surprise reserve. If the Imperials knew about the code key hidden inside the painting, they would not take losing well. When everyone was in the proper place, Mauble flashed an alluring smile. "Are you ready?" Without awaiting an answer, she waved a hand toward the back of the stage. Her Rhodian security captain reappeared, stepping through the cityscape holograph with his crew. A dozen hulking, swine-faced Gamorreans carrying vibro axes, supported by 2 burly humans armed with repeating blasters. Celia followed, holding onto Killik Twilight's small frame with all 4 hands. She placed the painting in an easel erected by one of the Gamorreans. A tense silence fell over the theater. At just 50 centimeters wide, the moss painting was too small for most of the audience to see clearly, but all eyes were fixed on the giant holograph of it projected beneath the ceiling. Kitster Benai proved himself a man of taste and refinement by removing a small pair of electro-binoculars so he could look directly at the original. Mauble studied the row of buyers before her, then pointed at the Imperial commander. "How about you, General? Will you start the bidding?" "Commander," he corrected. "Commander Quentin. My bid is 250,000 credits." "A 250,001," Sly said instantly. This drew a titter from spectators and bidders alike, which, Han suspected, was exactly what the Squibs intended. 275, Quentin said. He turned his head and stared first at the Squibs, then at the rest of the bidders, clearly trying to send a message of intimidation. When no one seemed willing to meet his eyes, he looked back to the stage. "That would be 275,000. Not one to be bullied while standing on her own stage, Mauble fixed her almond-shaped eyes on him and said, "I know what you mean, General. Would those be New Republic credits?" From the booth, Han could only see the back of Quentin's head, but he guessed by the long silence following that the Imperial had not missed Mauble's slight in questioning his ability to pay, and in continuing to address him by a rank she knew to be incorrect. Finally, Quentin said, The so-called New Republic has no right to issue credits. It is not a legitimate government, but for the purposes of this auction, the transfer will be made in gold peggets." "Thank you." Mauble graced him with a cloying smile, then betrayed her anxiety by looking away a little too quickly. "Who will make the next bid?" Quentin and his bodyguards made a show of glancing down the bidding line, and no one seemed willing to break the silence. "The Hutt spawn!" Leia leaned forward, her hands braced flat on the table. "He's trying to steal it." "Steal it?" C-3PO cocked his head. "You seem to have misheard, mistress. The commander bid almost 300,000 credits. 3PO, that is stealing it," Han said. When no one bid against him, Quentin said, "The bid stands at 275, madam." Mauble shot him a fiery glare, then glanced down the line again. "Killik Twilight is Ob Kador at his finest and most subtle. Do I hear 3? Again there was silence. Leia stood and went to the Murfield. Those squibs were a mistake. They're letting him intimidate them. "Give them time," Han said. "No one's bidding yet." "And no one's going to." Leia smoothed her cloak, preparing to go out and do her own bidding. "This is a bad idea. How have I ever let you talk me into trusting a pack of rodents?" "Relax, will you?" Han slipped around the table and caught her arm. They made a deal. No Imperial's going to scare them off. Leia stopped short of leaving the booth, but neither did she return to the couch. On the stage, Mauble glared openly at Commander Quentin. "Very well," she said. 275 once. 275 one. Sly paused an instant, then added proudly, "That's 275,100 in New Republic credits." The clarification brought an involuntary snort from the Kubas on the other side of Quentin. Then Celia, still standing behind the painting, covered her mouth with two hands and tried not to snicker. Her failure seemed to release all the tension Quentin had so carefully injected into the auction, and the rest of the theater burst into laughter. Mauble smiled broadly. Seeming to find her own courage again, she looked to the Imperial. 275,100 to you, Commander Quentin." 300, Quentin said quickly. The Kubas said 350, and the auction was off. The amount climbed to 1,000,000, then 2, and started toward 3. The squibs stood by silently, allowing the auction to seek its own level before they began to bid in earnest. Though Han could not see them through the dense crowd, he imagined they would be plain to type, standing slack-jawed amid the other bidders. Her faith renewed by how cleverly the squibs had outflanked Commander Quentin, Leia watched in patient silence as the amounts climbed toward the astronomical. She seemed to take a secret delight in knowing others valued the piece as much as she did. But when the auction was over, Han knew she would regret every credit that had been diverted from the New Republic's hard-pressed defense budget. The bid hit 4,000,000 credits, and a small, furry hand shot up in front of Kitster Benai's shoulder. "Down here! I have a bid!" Amala jumped so high her pointed ears bobbed into view. 5,000,000 credits! All heads turned toward the squibs, and Mauble stepped to the edge of the stage and peered down. "Repeat that." "You didn't hear us the first time?" Grease said from somewhere beside Amala. 5,000,000 Republic credits. That's a 5 with 5 zeros. 6, Imala corrected. A 5 with 6 zeros. As all this was taking place, Sly came slinking out of the spectator crowd with bulging cheeks. He slipped into Han and Leia's private booth and ducked under the table. Then something began to clatter to the floor. Han looked down to see him spitting out fun transfer chips. "You'll want to dump those down the waste chute," he said, "real fast." Sly winked and departed again, leaving Han staring under the table as Leia's head appeared opposite his. Her jaw dropped when she saw the pile. Then she simply began to scoop chips into her palm. Han joined her, and they dropped the chips down the booth's waste chute, where they would be drawn along a vacuum duct to a central disintegration unit. By the time they returned their attention to the auction, the Rodian security guard was crossing the stage toward Mauble, coming from the general direction of the VIP booths. "What's going on now?" Leia asked. Han could only shake his head. "Probably something to do with those chips we dumped." He reached under his cape and pulled his belt around where it could be easier to reach his holster. "Better check your blaster." The Rodian whispered into Mauble's ear. She looked toward the VIP booths and nodded, then turned to the bidders. "In light of the sudden jump in price, the owner has requested funds verification." Han barely noticed the approving grunts from the crowd or the superior looks the other bidding agents threw in the direction of the squibs. He was too shocked by what Malbo had just said. Owner? Threkin Horm is the owner? We don't know it's Threkin in the booth. Despite her words, Leia's voice was quivering with rage. That hand could belong to anybody. I'm betting on Horm. Didn't his family control the space line that serviced Alderaan? One of them. The one Twilight was on? Leia nodded. Han rose. I'd even give you odds. She caught his arm. Where are you going? To see a thief. Even as he said it, Han realized that Tatooine was neither the time nor the place to seek justice. With the Chimera in orbit, Maubo's thugs controlling every door, and an Imperial infiltration squad just meters away on the other side of a Murfield, the circumstances were hardly ideal for a citizen's arrest. He sat down and said glumly, I just wanted to make sure it's him. I know. Leia's tone suggested she didn't believe a word. We'll take care of Horm on Coruscant. We do know where he lives. Yeah, Han returned to his seat, and how he's paying for that penthouse of his. At the front of the theater, the Rodian had produced a comlink transfer pad and was ascending a small lift platform to the theater floor. 2 Gamorreans were already waiting for him beside the stage. Please ready your transfer chips for a validation reading. Maubo looked straight at Imala and Grease. And if you can't cover a bid of 5 million credits, save us all time by retiring from the purchasing area now. I'll buy you a drink later. A number of bidders left immediately, but the squibs were not among them. The Rodian security captain and his guards began to work their way down the line, sending bidder after bidder into the spectator area. An angry rumble built in the front of the room as a handful of agents realized someone had stolen their chips. Maubo glanced quickly in the direction of the VIP booth, then nodded and reminded the bidders they were responsible for their own security. When a pair of Aqualish took offense and leapt onto the stage, the 2 humans loosed a flurry of stun bolts and sent them falling back to the floor. The incident sped things along. The Rodian continued the verification as a Gamorrean dragged the Aqualish away. Several more bidders failed to find their transfer chips. They left without protest, especially after Maubo moved the remainder of the Gamorreans down to the theater floor. The squibs, of course, still had the chip Han and Leia had provided. When Quentin, a by-the-book Imperial officer all the way, discovered that his own funds chip was missing, he simply turned to a bodyguard for the backup. By the time the validation reading was completed, only the squibs, the Imperials, and 20 minor plutocrats remained in the auction. Leia cast a vaguely guilty look toward the disposal chute, but when she spoke, her tone was one of relief. Our squibs don't play fair. That's fair for Tatooine. Once Maubo recovered from the shock of seeing the squibs still on the floor, she accepted their bid. The price steadily climbed, 250,000 at a time. By 10 million, only the squibs and the Imperials remained. At 12 million, Leia winced visibly, no doubt counting the number of blast boats or assault companies the New Republic would not be arming in order to recover the code key inside Killick Twilight. At 13 million, she bit her lip. Sweetheart? Leia removed her holdout blaster from its thigh holster, then twisted one of her counterfeit Leku free of its collar. How close would you need to be to hit my painting with that? She pulled a small silver sphere from inside the tentacle and placed it on the table. Oh dear, C-3PO said. A thermal detonator. Relax, Goldenrod, it's a little one. Han picked up the detonator and tapped his Deveronian horns with it, then asked in a hurt voice, How come all I got was vibro knives? Smaller horns. Leia's tone was impatient. How close? Han gazed through the Murfield for a moment, pretending to study the situation, but really just thinking. In the unlikely event they survived an assault on the painting, he knew how terribly hurt Leia would be if it was destroyed, especially if she was the one who had directed it. Besides, he wanted her to have it back. If not in their home, then at least in a New Republic museum where she could go and visit it. He tossed the detonator in the air and caught it in his palm. How much time do we have? The chip is only authorized to 15 million, Leia said. I'm sorry, I never imagined the bidding would go half that high, but with the Imperials here. Yeah, we'll have to figure that part out later. Han tucked the detonator into his pocket, then motioned at the counterfeit Leku on the table. Better put that back on. Leaving C-3PO to wait behind, Han and Leia, still disguised as a sharp-toothed Deveronian and his Twi'lek companion, went to Horm's VIP booth. As soon as they turned toward the Murfield, a pair of Horm's human bodyguards stepped out to block their way. Both were resting their hands on their holstered blaster pistols, and they seemed far more comfortable in their shimmer silk suits than Maubo's staff. The tallest pointed toward the back of the theater. "Refreshers that way, pal." "The guy I'm looking for wouldn't fit, pal." The bid went to 14 million credits, drawing a gasp from the audience. Han looked past the guards and addressed his own behorned reflection in the Murfield. "You'd be smart to talk to us inside, Horm, unless you want everyone in the theater to hear who's selling the painting." After a moment's hesitation, a pudgy hand emerged from the Murfield. It waved them inside, where a pale hut of a human spilled over the safety rails of his high-capacity repulsor chair. With reddish-brown hair cropped short and a nose so fleshy it was almost shapeless, the occupant of the chair was definitely Threkin Horm. He fixed a pair of beady brown eyes on Han and Leia, but showed no hint of recognition. "What makes you think anyone here cares where the painting came from?" Horm did not offer them a seat. There were none. The table and couches had been removed to make room for his repulsor chair. Tatooine is well known for its aversion to questions. "I doubt anyone here does care," Leia said coolly. "But a certain council on Coruscant would be very interested in knowing what their president is doing with Alderaan's lost treasures." Horm spread his hands. "The council has its expenses." "Not many." The tips of Leia's counterfeit Leku were twitching in anger. "The New Republic grants you office space, and the survivor donations far exceed salaries and disbursements." Horm smiled tolerantly, then waved his bodyguards out of the booth and pointed to a switch on the wall. "Activate the sound filter." Once Leia had done so, his eyes narrowed to slits. "For a Twi'lek, you sure know a lot about Alderaan's business." "We do our research," Han said. "With the offer at 14.5 million, the auction was about to end. Now you have a choice to make." "How much do you want?" Horm asked. "And I should warn you if the figure is too high." "It won't be," Han said. "You keep everything." "Really?" Horm lifted his brow folds. "Then why are you here?" "Because the painting shouldn't go to Imperials," Leia said. "As an Alderaanian, you must understand that." "You're appealing to my conscience?" Horm smirked. "Blackmailers?" "We're appealing to your sense of self-preservation," Leia said. "If the council finds out what you've been doing, you'll face fraud charges." "And if they find out you sold Killik Twilight to Imperials," Han added, "someone will hire a bounty hunter. So either you spend the rest of your very short life hiding, or you walk away with—" He listened to the bid amount. 14.75 million. "Decide now, because this auction's almost over." Horm considered Han for a moment, then dipped his chins in a sort of nod. "Very well." His repulsor chair hissed as it tipped forward so he could extend a beckoning arm through the Murfield. "I was appalled to see the Imperials here anyway." A bodyguard stepped into the booth. By the time Horm had given him his instructions, the bidding stood at 14.9. In an overly casual tone, Grease called, 15. The audience broke into an excited babble, drowning out the remainder of the bid and buying Horm's guard time to go to the stage. Maubo raised her hands for quiet, but the crowd was not cooperating. Han thanked them silently. The bodyguard went to the rear of the stage, where he was stopped by a Gamorrean who seemed to understand only that his orders were to keep people off the stage. Finally, the Rhodian noticed and went over to talk with the bodyguard. By then, Maubo had quieted the crowd. Ever the showwoman, she paused for dramatic effect, then looked back down to Grease. "I think we all know what the bid was, but would you repeat it for the record?" 15 million credits. Grease managed to sound as though he was perfectly willing to go higher. New Republic, of course. The security captain started across the stage. All eyes shifted toward him, save for those of Kitster Benai, who had not moved his electro-binoculars from Killik Twilight since Celia had brought it out. Quentin touched a finger to his ear, then glanced toward Horm's booth. Someone on his team had figured out what Han and Leia were doing in there. Quentin's hand shot up. 15,000,005. Maubo started to acknowledge the bid, but the Rhodian sprang the last few steps and caught her arm. He began whispering into her ear, and the theater broke into an inquisitive drone. 15,500, Quentin repeated. When Maubo did not acknowledge him, Quentin said something into his collar. A dozen fit-looking beings began to move in from the edges of the room, not running, but shouldering and pushing and heading straight for the stage. They were all about the size of a large humans and of species with the same general body pattern. And they were all holding one hand beneath a cloak, cape, or jacket loose enough to hide the bulge of a weapon. Back to intimidation tactics, Han said. He calmed Chewie and told him to stay out of sight behind the Imperials, then drew his blaster. When will they learn? Horm's eyes went round with fear. Where? How? You're not supposed to have weapons. We're not? Leia pulled her holdout blaster from its hiding place on her thigh. Remind me next time. In front of the stage, Quentin repeated his bid yet again, this time with the smug air of a threat. My bid stands at 15.5 million, madam. Mauble glanced down at him, then looked out at the infiltration team pushing its way toward the stage. Her dark eyes flashed in anger, but her expression remained otherwise unreadable as she weighed the cost of defying the Empire against the damage her reputation would sustain by allowing Quentin to push her around. Unable to counter the bid, the squib stood by silently, still appearing cocky and confident. Mauble's face fell, and Han knew which bad choice she had decided would cost her more. She met Quentin's gaze. I have been directed to accept the squib's last offer. A collective gasp filled the theater, and Mauble looked toward Horm's booth. The owner has decided it would be an outrage to sell the painting to the same empire that destroyed Alderaan. The squibs whooped for joy and huddled in a tight little circle, snickering and chittering in their own language and casting smirks in Quentin's direction. He glared blaster bolts at them, then spoke into his collar. The infiltration squad broke into a run, shoving spectators aside or just kicking them down and running over their backs. The crowds exploded in panic. Spectators began to push for the exits and brought the squad's progress to a crawl. Towering half a meter above the crowd, Chewbacca managed to look frightened and confused, even as he eased forward behind the Imperials. Mauble ordered her Gamorreans to the front of the stage, then turned to Celia. Take the painting, too. From somewhere deep behind the stage came a series of low booms, followed quickly by startled cries and the muffled scream of discharged blaster rifles. What's that? Horm asked, his repulsor chair hissing as he leaned forward. Were those explosions? It wasn't applause, Han said. Quentin has a squad coming the back way. Horm activated a comlink and sent both bodyguards onto the stage to help guard the moss painting. Out on the stage, Mauble's face grew stormy with rage. She motioned Celia to wait, needlessly, then turned back to Quentin. The squibs were already taking things into their own hands, darting past the bodyguards, swarming the commander. Thief! Our painting! Quentin went on screaming and flailing. His two bodyguards spun to help, their arms extending downward to activate spring-loaded sleeve holsters. Imala reached up and snatched a small silver weapon away as it appeared in the first guard's hand, then used it on the second one. There was no sound or flash, but the man cried out. He clawed at his throat and collapsed. Mauble watched in horror from the stage. Stop! Not here! The surviving bodyguard plucked Grease and Sly off Quentin, shaking them violently, trying to snap their necks. Imala shot him in the knee. He dropped the two squibs, reached for his leg, pitched over forward, and did not move. More fire sounded behind the stage, this time closer. Mauble's human guards took their repeating blasters and vanished through the cityscape. A stray bolt came through the holograph and struck the valance above Celia's head. She screamed and abandoned the painting, rushing to a lift platform concealed in the floor and descending into the stage. Quentin scrambled to his feet, yelling for help and ordering his infiltration squad after the squibs. Imala whistled, and the rodents scurried out of sight. Mauble took her lead from Celia and raced for the back of the stage, leaving her Gamorreans to form a perimeter around the apron. But a dozen Gamorrean security guards were no match for an Imperial infiltration squad, and Han knew it. Cover me! Han stepped out of the booth, and darts began zipping past his head. He dropped to his knees, still looking for the source of the attack, then heard one thump into his false horn. Leia's holdout blaster began to spray dashes of color over his shoulder. A small hand grabbed his collar and pulled him back into the booth. What, did I marry a Gundark? Leia asked, crouching next to him. More darts hissed over their heads, and Horm cried out several times. Judging by the anguished gasps that followed, the Imperials were using a fast-acting neurotoxin. Chewbacca appeared at the edge of the panicked crowd, coming up behind a Kuwati aristocrat and her Telebun. He slammed their heads together, and they went down with sickening dents in their skulls. Chewbacca growled in victory, then leapt away from a flurry of incoming darts. He came down next to an over-muscled man in an unstained farmer's tunic, then sent the Imperial flying in one direction and his weapon in the other. Darts started flying in Chewbacca's direction again. Han traced them back to a booth opposite Horm's and poured blaster bolts through the Murfield. Finally, he hit the projector relay and revealed a glitter-gowned woman kneeling on the table with a dart shooter in her hands. She dived for the back of the booth, but Leia fired and the woman hit the couch in a smoking heap. Chewbacca roared his thanks. Grabbing an Imperial to use as a shield, he began to work his way toward Horm's booth. The remainder of Quentin's infiltration squad emerged from the shrieking crowd and began to spray darts everywhere. The Gamorreans dropped without swinging an axe blade, and Han and Leia had to take refuge behind Horm's repulsor chair. Han reached around the side and found he could just reach the controls. "Stick close. I have a plan." "Han!" Han stopped short of moving the chair. "Yeah? What are you doing?" "He's dead anyway." Han grabbed a thick wrist and tried to feel for a pulse. "I think." "I did. I married a Gundark." Leia pulled his hand down. "Use the detonator." Han shook his head. "You don't want that. I know you." "And how do you think I'll feel when the Imperials crack Shadowcast and start executing our agents?" Leia removed the detonator from Han's pocket, thumbed the fuse to 20 seconds, and activated it. "Do I have to throw this myself?" "And you say you married a Gundark?" Han took the detonator, peered over the top of the chair, and saw the first stormtrooper emerging at the rear of the stage. Killick Twilight still rested on its easel. 15 seconds. 14, Leia counted. "I hope those troopers like art, because it's the last thing—" "Han!" Han stood and threw. He did not see the squibs until the detonator hit and began to roll toward Killick Twilight. They were clamoring over the other side of the stage. Han rushed out of the booth. "Imala! Sly! Detonator!" He pointed, and the squib's eyes went to the silver orb rolling toward the painting. So did the stormtroopers. The squibs dived over the front of the stage, and the troopers stumbled back through the cityscape holograph, firing wildly in Han's direction. Then a dark-haired man rose into view, riding the same lift platform Celia had used to escape. "No!" Han yelled. The man sprang onto the floor, kicked the detonator toward the front of the stage, snatched Killick Twilight off its easel, and raced for the far corner. Han glanced at the holograph above the stage and instantly recognized the immaculately groomed hair. Ketzer Benai? Leia caught Han's collar again and jerked him into the booth backward. He did not see whether Benai made it out alive. All he saw was the white flash of the exploding detonator. 5. The Weequay, grunts, had been clever enough to bring Leia and the others into Espa Heights from the backside, so they were peeking down on the Benai household from a sand-choked alley directly above and behind the home. It was a typical house for this part of town, with one large dome and 3 smaller ones arranged in a diamond around a central courtyard. A tarnished maintenance droid was out using a shovel vac to clear the enclosure of the last of the storm deposits, so it was impossible to hear what sounds might be drifting out of the air vents in the roof. But through the window bubbles in the dome walls, they could see flying dishes and overturned furniture. Chewbacca glared at grunts and growled. C-3PO leaned over the shoulder of the crouching Weequay and translated this, rather diplomatically, Leia knew, as, "Master Chewbacca was under the impression that we would arrive before the Imperials." "Who says we didn't?" Grunts retorted. "Even if they saw who took the painting, nobody's going to tell the Imperials where Kitster lives. Not after Quentin crossed Maubel like that." Chewbacca rumbled an opinion that made Leia thankful Grunts did not understand Sherrywook. C-3PO said, "Master Chewbacca wonders how you can be sure they aren't Imperials. Our vantage point is rather limited." The Weequay spun on his heels and sent C-3PO stumbling back. "He says I don't know what I'm talking about?" Chewbacca snarled and started forward to explain himself in terms a Weequay could understand. Leia and Han rose and blocked his way. On the assumption that the Imperials would be watching for a Deveroning and a Twi'lek, they had both discarded their disguises and were now concealed only in heavy sand cloaks. Han turned to calm grunts, and Leia stopped in front of the Wookiee. Her neck craned way back so she could meet his gaze. "Where do you think you're going, big guy?" He informed her he was going to rearrange a Weequay. Leia knitted her brow. Chewbacca, we don't have time for this nonsense. We need to get down there and figure out what happened to Kitster and Killick Twilight. She pushed him gently back toward his place. Besides, Grunt is taking a big risk by helping us. I want you to apologize. Chewbacca grunted menacingly and glared at the Weequay over her head. Grunts glared back. Leia braced her hands on her hips and stood between them, silently demanding that the Wookiee do as she asked. Though she did not like to test him, she knew that he was almost as loyal to her as he was to Han. She gave Chewbacca her best stare, and finally he looked away, ooh-rawling reluctantly. Master Chewbacca wishes to convey his awareness of Master Grunt's fidelity in keeping the secret of our identities, C-3PO said. He also wishes to acknowledge that Master Grunt did not need to be asked twice when Captain Solo asked for help. He further explains that his temper is unusually difficult to control around Weequays, as their odor smells rather like a starved Katarn coming up from the forest. Grunts eyed the droid doubtfully. He said all that in one groan. Of course, Leia said. 3PO doesn't embellish. He's a droid. C-3PO leaned closer to Grunts. I believe it is quite an apology for a Wookiee. Grunts murmured something that might have been acknowledgement or mockery, then looked back to the Benai house and said, It isn't Imperials. If it was Imperials, they'd have guards posted. Chewbacca snorted quietly. Grunts was instantly on his feet, fists clenched. What'd he say? Han grabbed his sleeve. Take it easy. Chewie said you're probably right. He unholstered his blaster. But there's only one way to be sure. We need to go down and see. Grunts pulled a light repeating blaster from beneath his sand cloak. The fur rose along Chewbacca's spine. Grunts, perhaps it would be better if you kept watch from here. Leia passed a comlink to the Weequay. Whether anyone wants to cooperate with the Imperials or not, it won't take Quentin long to find out where Kitster lives. We can expect a squad of stormtroopers any time. Grunts shot Chewbacca a baleful look, but clicked the comlink once to test it and nodded. He jumped up on a speeder-sized recycling bin and settled down on his haunches to keep watch. C-3PO raised a hand. Mistress Leia, perhaps keeping watch is a duty suitable for... Forget it, Goldenrod. Han stepped over the side and led the way down the short bank toward the Benai house. We need someone to talk to that maintenance droid. Leia followed, with Chewbacca herding C-3PO down the slope behind her. Once they reached the house, Han jumped off the embankment and landed lightly on the roof. Leia went next, and together they scrambled to the top of the rear dome. Behind her, C-3PO said, Oh my, I'm afraid I'm not equipped for such maneuvers, without repulsor lifts. Leia turned to find Chewbacca gathering the droid up in a Wookiee hug. Help! C-3PO cried. I'll be smashed to circuits! Chewbacca ignored him and took a running leap. He landed on the dome below the others, pinning C-3PO against the roof with his chest. He extended his climbing claws and pushed the droid up beside Leia. Down in the courtyard, the maintenance droid's photoreceptors were shining up in their direction. C-3PO sent a burst of static at it, and the droid replied with a similar burst. How interesting, C-3PO said. There are 3 squibs inside. He says it's going to take a week to clean up. Squibs? Leia looked at Han and shook her head, then grabbed his hand. Cover us, Chewie. They slid into the courtyard together, then covered Chewbacca while he descended into the courtyard with C-3PO. The pair landed with only a minor amount of clanging, soft enough so the maintenance droid's shovel vac concealed the noise. Leia led the way to the primary dome and peered through a transparent steel door. A blonde woman in her mid-30s was squatting in the corner, covering her head and biting her lip as the squibs raced around, touching objects to their cheeks, then smashing them. Doesn't look like the squibs found anything, Han whispered. How should we handle this? Well, it doesn't look like intimidation works, Leia said, and we got to do something about those squibs anyway. If we can win the woman's gratitude, maybe I can get her to open up. She has to be worried about her, father? Han pressed his brow to the transparent steel, then shook his head. I don't think so. Pretty old to be a daughter. Sly sent a plate of blue LSL spinning into the wall above the woman's head, and she finally screamed. Grease jumped onto her knees and yelled so loud his voice was barely muffled by the door. Where is he? I told you, at the auction. Liar! Grease hopped down in front of a carved bantha bone cabinet, then opened a drawer and sent an empty flatware tray flying across the room. That's where we came from! Leia and Han checked each other to make sure their sand cloak hoods concealed their faces, then Leia opened the door. Nobody inside seemed to notice. He must have left, the woman said. How would I know? Sly went to her side and snatched a comlink from her tunic pocket. I'm sure a bright Roman like you knows how to work one of these. You want me to call him? Good idea! The woman extended a tentative hand, only to have Sly slap it aside while he rubbed the comlink against his cheek. That's enough, you three, Han said, stepping into the room. The three squibs spun on their heels, and finding no sign of head horns or tentacles, did not seem to recognize their business partners. They immediately spread out across the cluttered floor and began to ease forward. Leave while you still can, Grease said. He slipped a hand behind his back as though reaching for a blaster that Leia had already seen was not there. This is no business of yours. Actually, it is. Leia waved Chewbacca and 3PO through the door. You might recognize our associates. Grease's eyes narrowed. He barked something in Squibbian, and all three squibs stopped advancing. You. He glowered at Chewbacca. You took us for 1,000 credits. Chewbacca showed his fangs and growled. Grease was not intimidated. There's always a next time, Wookiee. Don't think you've won this. He didn't do anything that wasn't in the deal, Han said. You have a problem? You have it with all of us. Oh, now I'm scared. Sly went over to Han and tipped his head back. The tip of his snout just reached Han's belt. What happened to the horns, Ace? Lost them in a firefight. Han tugged his hood forward, then pointed at the wide-eyed woman in the corner. Why don't you apologize to the nice lady and leave? We'll take it from here. Leave? Imala shook her head and stepped into Sly's side. That deal went sour. You tried to kill us. We're all very disappointed in you. If he had tried, you'd be dead. Leia put her blaster away, and we kept our end of the bargain. Your credits are still waiting at Mabos as soon as you want to go pick them up. Mabos? Sly scoffed. Are you space sick? Mabo wouldn't let us through the door right now. Not our problem. Han holstered his blaster, then looked to Chewbacca, nodded, and turned his palms up. Chewbacca tossed his bowcaster over, then dropped to his knees and lashed out with both arms, sweeping Grease and Sly into one grasp. Imala leapt instantly onto the Wookiee's back, her sharp squib teeth tearing out huge tufts of fur as she tried to rip her way down to his side. He tucked the two males under one arm, then reached over his shoulder and plucked her off. Let go! Imala ordered. Don't make me rip your throat out! Chewbacca rose, growling, and started for the front door. Stop! Grease ordered. You can't cut us out like this. Chewbacca left the Benai house and started up the street toward the alley, where, Leia hoped, he would be able to intimidate the squibs into leaving. She went to the woman in the corner, and electing not to kneel in the jagged shards covering the floor, crouched beside her and took her hand. It's over, she said. They're gone. The woman turned a pair of shocked blue eyes on Leia. The lines at the corners were deep and long, the lashes dark and carefully curled. Those terrors were yours? She asked. We had a business arrangement. Leia looked around the ransacked room, taking in the child-sized tunics, a speeder toy smashed under an overturned vid-console, the four limbs of a stuffed bantha lying across the room from each other. This was no part of it. Han picked up an overturned chair and brought it over. Things kind of got out of hand at the auction. As Han said this, Leia watched the woman's eyes and saw no sign of surprise. The Imperials were there. Han brushed off the seat and offered the woman his hand, which she refused to take. A fight started. Still no sign of surprise, but the woman asked, Are you here to tell me something happened to Kitster? The question was a ruse, Leia realized. The woman's composure so far suggested she already knew Benai was safe, which meant that she could probably lead Leia to him, and to Killik Twilight. We think Kitster escaped, Leia said. She had decided that Han was right about the woman's identity. A daughter probably would not call Benai by his first name. Listen, we're very worried about your husband. Tamora, the woman put in. There was no hint of relief, only the quick information. I'm sorry, Leia said. Aren't you married to Kitster? More or less. Finally, the woman allowed Han to help her into the chair. My name is Tamora. I see. Leia continued to study the room. Ransacked though it was, the house was too clean for Tamora to be the type who left her children's clothes and toys lying around. Someone had warned her about the trouble at the auction, and that people would come looking for her husband. She'd been rushing to leave when the squibs arrived. Tamora, are your children safe? Finally, Tamora's eyes betrayed some hint of surprise. My children? Leia picked up one of the small tunics lying on the floor. The little boy who wears this. She pointed at the torso of the stuffed bantha, and the girl who plays with that. Tamora's manner went from evasive to angry. She stood and crunched across the room in her bare feet, stopping in the kitchen entrance to turn and face Leia. "G and Ellie are safe," she said. "They aren't here, and they don't concern you." "If you're sure." Leia was careful to avoid looking toward the locked doors of the plasteel pantry and the kitchen. She needed to win Tamora's trust, and she was not going to do that by making the woman worry for her children. "You have nothing to fear from us, I promise." "That promise would sound a lot more sincere on your way out the door," Tamora said, "or at least coming from someone whose face I could see." "I'm sure." Leia tipped her hooded head in acknowledgement, "but it's safer for all of us this way." "If you say so," Tamora said. "You're the one with the Wookiee." Seeing that she was making little progress, Leia took a moment to circle the room, searching for another angle into the woman's confidence. Had the reference to the Wookiee been a veiled suggestion that Tamora had guessed their identities? It was always possible, but Leia saw no advantage in pressing the point. Everything in the house hinted at the money troubles Benai had mentioned during the pre-auction inspection. An expensive Durasilk-lined flatware tray lying on the floor among cheap plasteel utensils. The unfaded rectangles on the walls marking the pieces he had sold at auction. A corner left empty for an absent piece of sculpture. Money was almost certainly the reason Benai had risked his life to steal the painting. In all likelihood, the promise of a big payoff was why Tamora had refused to be intimidated by the squibs. To recover Killick Twilight, all Leia had to do was convince Tamora that she would pay more than the Imperials, more safely, and do so before Kitster sold the painting to Quintum. Leia came to a transparent steel shelf hanging across from the pair of overturned reading chairs. There was only a little dust, probably just what had blown in through cracks during the storm, but enough to see that the empty place in the center had once been occupied by something square. "This was where the holocube sat?" "The Skywalker cube?" Tamora asked. "Yes, Kitster liked it there. I'd catch him staring at it sometimes, so lost in the past he wouldn't hear me come in." "Really?" It was a hard thing for Leia to imagine, someone having memories of Anakin Skywalker that he actually wanted to revisit. So they really were close? That wasn't a sales pitch? Anakin was his best friend. I didn't want Kit to sell the holocube, but... Tamora let the sentence trail and turned to wipe an eye. When she turned back, she was biting the inside of her lower lip to keep it from quivering. After Anakin won the Bunta, the Jedi who took him sold his pod racer to a competitor. Anakin gave a few of those credits to Kit. It changed his life. Behind Tamora, Han pointed to his chronometer, then made a circling motion with his finger. "Speed it up, the Imperials will be coming." She nodded to Han, then continued to draw the woman out. Changed his life. More was required here than millions of credits. How? Tamora crouched down and began to rummage through the knickknacks that had once occupied the empty shelf. Holocubes of Tamora and the children, Kitster at the gates of a bustling mansion somewhere out in the desert, a pair of bantha tusk figurines. Finally, she found an old flimsy plastic book and handed it to Leia. "Kitster used the credits to buy this." "Par Ontham's Guide to Etiquette?" Leia asked. "A classic!" C-3PO crunched over, his heavy droid feet crushing the shards on the floor into an even finer grit. "I have a recent edition in my memory banks, of course, but I've never recorded an original monograph. May I?" The grinding seemed to jar Tamora back to her present, and the trust that Leia had been working to build faded before her eyes. She pulled the book away from C-3PO's outstretched hand. "Thank you for sharing this." Leia passed the flimsy plastic back to Tamora. "I take it Kitster put the information to good use?" Tamora accepted the book, but when she spoke, the wariness had returned. "He became a steward at the Three Moons and earned enough to buy his freedom. Eventually, he became the major domo on the Rinalda estate." She cast an uneasy look at the holocube of Kitster at the mansion gate, then seemed to recall Han and turned to face him. "But I doubt you came to talk about Kitster's past." "Not really," Han said. "Look, we're not out to hurt him." "In fact, we're even a little grateful to your husband for saving the painting," Leia said. It was more or less true. The confusion that followed Killick Twilight's rescue had helped her and the others avoid further Imperial entanglements. "And we're willing to compensate Kitster very handsomely for the risk he took. But now we need it back, Tamora." "Back?" Tamora echoed. "Who are you?" "That's not important," Leia said. "What is important is that we'll pay enough that you and Kitster will never have to worry about finances again, and we'll make sure you can enjoy it in safety." "That's very generous of you," Tamora said. "I wish I knew what you were talking about." I think you do. Leia picked up the child's tunic. You were rushing to leave when the squibs arrived. You knew exactly what happened at the auction. Kitster calmed you. Or someone did. Grunt's voice came over Han's comlink. Stormtroopers at the base of the hill. A full squad. Tamora's face paled, and she turned to look at the large window bubble in the front wall. The view did not extend beyond the homes across the street. Look, we're talking as much money as the Imperials. Han held out his hand and took a step toward her. You owe it to your family to hear us out, and you don't want anyone here when the stormtroopers arrive anyway. Kids make pretty good bargaining chips. I told you, my children aren't here. Tamora retreated toward the kitchen. But nice try. Nice try? Leia motioned Han to stay back. He's not kidding. They're going to tear this place apart. When they find your children, they'll take them hostage, and you'll be lucky to get anything at all for the painting. And of course you would never do the same thing, Tamora asked. Have we tried to open those pantry doors? Leia countered. We're asking you to come with us, not telling. Tamora's mask of resolve finally melted into indecision. Kit said to trust no one. She was speaking more to herself than anyone else. He said the Imperials would try anything, and everyone else would be worse. And he was right. Leia felt sure that, with a little patience, Tamora would turn to them for help. She had no choice, really. Kitster has gotten himself involved in some very serious business. I don't think he realizes how serious. Tamora looked around the room, then shook her head. I know he doesn't. He said to throw some clothes in a bag and go. I didn't even get to the bag. And then the squibs were here, Leia said. You never had a chance. Han's comlink activated again. This time was Chewbacca, telling them to come out the back way, and soon. Time's up. Han stepped toward Tamora. Leia intercepted him and pulled him toward the courtyard door. It's her decision. They had barely taken a step before Tamora called, Wait. Great. Han started toward the kitchen. Let's get the kids. Tamora continued to block the entrance. Show me your faces. Look, you really don't want to know, Han said. It will only put us all in more danger. You mean put you in more danger, Tamora countered. If you want my help, you'll have to trust me this far. Leia looked at Han, then nodded. She's trusting us. Not yet, Tamora pointed out. Yeah, but it's not like we have a choice. Han pulled back his hood, revealing his handsome rogue's face. Traces of red dye still showed where he had not applied the removing cream thickly enough along the edges of his sideburns and hairline. Maybe you've seen me hanging around. I used to spend a lot of time on Tatooine. The way Tamora's jaw fell suggested that while she certainly recognized Han Solo, it was not from some seedy smuggler's cantina. Leia also pulled back her hood. I hope this will satisfy you. She glanced out the front window bubble. No stormtroopers yet, but they could not be far away. Because we really do have to leave. Oh, I'm satisfied. Tamora started across the room, moving away from the kitchen. We'll leave the back way. It's less noticeable. Aren't you forgetting something? Han was scowling and looking into the kitchen at the plasteel pantry. Like your kids, maybe? They're in the back. Tamora motioned Han into the adjacent dome area. Do you really take me for the kind of mother who would lock her children in a pantry? 6. With 8 beings crammed into a 4-person landspeeder, Leia had to sit on Han's lap while Chewbacca, who needed the room of the forward compartments, drove. Tamora sat on C-3PO's lap in the front passenger seat, guiding them through a maze of dust-choked alleys deep into what looked like Mos Espa's merchant quarter. Grunts rode him back opposite Leia and Han, grumbling to himself about Wookiee driving and holding the black-haired Benai children in his lap. Though neither one could have been more than 6, they handled their fear with reserve, obeying their mother's commands without hesitation, and generally remaining as quiet and unobtrusive as children could, with streams of tears pouring out of their brown eyes. Leia longed to comfort them, but limited her attempts to reassuring smiles and encouraging words. They did not strike her as the type of children who would react well to a stranger's embrace. And even if they were, she knew their mother would hardly welcome such familiarity from someone stalking their father. Turn there. Tamora pointed down a side lane so narrow that Chewbacca had to stop and spin the landspeeder on its repulsor lifts before entering. Leia slipped a hand beneath her sand cloak where it would be able to reach her blaster more quickly. Though Tamora had already circumvented 2 stormtrooper checkpoints, Leia remained nervous. From what she had seen so far, Mos Espa was a bustling dome warren where catastrophe lurked around each blind curve, and trouble sat watching from beneath every shade awning. It was no wonder that Tamora had proven so wary. Anyone who lacked vigilance in this city would soon perish. That was something Leia would do well to keep in mind, even when dealing with Tamora. The woman had seemed duly impressed, even relieved, when she learned the Solos' identities, and she was hardly likely to cause trouble with her children in the land speeder. But any time a mission involved strangers and Imperials, betrayal was always a possibility. And so far, Tamora seemed unable to explain what Benai had in mind for Killik Twilight. She insisted he hated Imperials and, contrary to Leia's assumption, would never sell to them, but Tamora remained at a loss to provide another good reason for the theft. The only excuse she had suggested was that Benai had impulsively taken the painting to save it, and that he imagined he would eventually find a buyer from Alderaan. It all sounded very noble, of course, and before the auction Leia had seen enough of Benai's collection to realize he was a fellow art lover. Yet this was also a man who had displayed a holocube of Anakin Skywalker in his home. It seemed to Leia that any decent man would have put the holocube away when he learned his friend had grown up to become Darth Vader. Just as disturbing was the spirited bidding for the holocube. In any given group there were always a few beings who glorified power even in its most brutal form. But there had been dozens of local bidders, and hundreds of local spectators that had seemed to think the holocube was a fine piece of memorabilia. Maybe it was something in the force around here, some sort of residual presence that blinded natives of Mos Espa to the monster Anakin Skywalker had become. That might even explain the waking nightmare Leia had suffered aboard the Falcon, some awful vestige of her father's childhood that had sensed her coming and reached out. And if Anakin had left a trace in the Force, then perhaps Luke had left one as well. Both were powerful in the Force, and their residues becoming mixed might explain why she had seen Luke turning to the dark side. Leia had no idea whether such a thing was possible, of course, but she liked that explanation a lot better than the others that kept running through her mind. Tamora told Chewbacca to stop in front of a dingy mud and sand hut near the outskirts of the merchant district. Behind the hut stood a large enclosure of opaque fencing, topped every 5 meters by the electrodes of an anti-theft field. Jutting up behind the barricade were the assorted canopies, turrets, and engine housings for vessels ranging from cargo skiffs to heavy space freighters. A band-cut metal sign above the door read, "Wald's Parts, good as new at prices you can pay." If Tamora was telling the truth, Benai was waiting for her inside. Chewbacca opened the cowling, and they piled out into the post-storm doldrums. The dust seemed to hang here even thicker than in Espa Heights, trapping the heat and making Tatooine's already stifling atmosphere even more searing and unbreathable. But with the first sun hanging low on the horizon, the evening colors were worthy of Ob Kador. Above the roofs of the city hung a thick-banded sunset of scarlet, copper, and coral, topped by wispier ribbons of pink and yellow. And growing swiftly larger, sinking down out of the brilliant curtain of color, were a dozen H-shaped silhouettes. Leia pointed at the expanding shapes. "Han, are those?" A familiar whine sounded from the direction she was pointing, growing louder and rising in pitch, and she knew the answer. "Ties!" Leia had barely spoken the word before the starfighters dropped in over Espa Heights and shrieked across the city, dust billowing off rooftops in their wakes. By the time Han and the others turned to look, the ties were on them, so low the air crackled with discharge from their ion engines. The squadron flashed past too fast for the eye to follow, trailing a series of sonic booms that blasted the dust-laden air into roiling gray haze, then screamed out over the desert and vanished. "Now that's just impolite," Han said, trying to smooth the static-charged hair. "The spaceport ought to revoke Imperial landing rights." Chewbacca, whom the ion static had rendered into a fair imitation of a 2.5-meter bottle brush, groaned and pointed back over Mos Espa. A flight of 5 Sentinel-class landing craft was descending out of the lower sun, their noses already rising as they decelerated. At 54 stormtroopers per vessel, that would be 270 soldiers, a full assault company. "Oh my," Tamora gasped. "What has Kitster got us into?" The look of panic on Tamora's face might have been counterfeit, but not the way her cheeks paled. No one could fake that. She turned to Leia. "All that for a painting?" Imperial commanders are accustomed to getting their way. Leia exchanged a worried glance with Han, then gently guided the benign children toward their mother. Why don't you take the children ahead? Of course. The children. Tamora held out her hands and cast a worried look back at the approaching troop shuttles. We'll be inside. Once they were gone, Han asked, "What do you think? Did somebody recognize us at the auction?" "Maybe," Leia said. "We can't really know, but I think we should assume the worst." She cast a pointed glance in the direction of grunts. Han nodded and turned to the Weequay. Thanks for all your help, but this isn't my fight." The Weequay turned to go. "No way I'm sticking around." Leia knew better than to offer a Weequay money for his help, but she wanted to repay him for the risks he was taking just by keeping their secret. "Grunts, if you want to lift off planet." "Not bad enough to ride with the Wookiee." Grunts glanced in the direction of the landing craft, which were now fanning out across the city and raising their rear wings in preparation for touchdown. "Besides, when I do make it out of here, I want to get where I'm going." Chewbacca rumbled something that sounded like "good idea," but might have been "good luck." Leia and Han pulled up their sandhoods and followed Tamora into Wald's parts. The interior was dim, relatively cool, and not all that dusty by Mos Espa standards. It was also a wreck, with repulsor lift elements, servo drives, and droid components scattered across the floor. Tamora and her children were in the rear of the hut, where the lower half of Evaporator lay diagonally across the door to the yard. Han turned to Chewbacca. "I thought you handled the squibs." Chewbacca groaned indignantly. "You left them locked inside a recycling bin," Leia gasped. "Chewie, it must be an oven inside." Chewbacca shrugged and growled. "I don't care how hard they are to kill," Leia said. "We can't leave them to bake." "Kit?" Tamora was working her way through the disarray, peering under half-toppled shelves and into the dark corners. "Kitster, where are you?" The children, hands firmly clasped in Tamora's, were adding their own voices to the search. Han unholstered his blaster and turned to C-3PO. "Keep watch." "Certainly." C-3PO trained his photoreceptors out the door. "At present, there is nothing out there but our land speeder." "3PO, just tell us if someone comes this way," Leia said. "Oh, I see," C-3PO said. "Certainly, Mistress Leia." Han was already several steps inside, studying the room. Seeing that Chewbacca had already unslung his bowcaster and was quietly covering Tamora, Leia motioned Han to follow and went over to the service desk. The door to the rear office was closed. She leaned across the counter and found the floor littered with data chips, credit vouchers, and expensive compact power cells. "Not a robbery. We aren't that lucky." Leia started to go around the counter, but Han, ever the gallant, at least when it came to her, slid over the top and beat her to the office door. He hit the open key on the control pad, and nothing happened. Locked. Han stepped back and pointed his blaster at the control pad. "Watch." The door opened a crack, and the muzzle of a blaster rifle appeared in front of Han's hood. Leia started to step behind the counter to position herself next to the door, but a droning Rhodian voice brought her to a halt. "Stay put, or his head is smoke." The Rhodian shoved the blaster into Han's hood, forcing him back, but remained out of Leia's line of fire. "And you there, what were you doing to my door?" "Look, fella, we're just trying to find a friend." Han was careful to keep his blaster pointed away from the Rhodian, but he was also careful not to drop it. "We don't have anything to do with this mess." "I don't believe you," the Rhodian said, still speaking through the partially open door. "You thought your friend might be hiding in my office?" Chewbacca arrived at the opposite end of the counter and pointed his bowcaster through the door. Apparently he could see the Rhodian. "Wald!" Tamora appeared from behind Chewbacca. "Put that thing down and let me see Kitster." Wald did not lower the weapon. "What makes you think Kit is here?" "Because he told me to meet him here." Tamora's concern sounded genuine and substantial. "He has business with these people." "In my parts yard? What kind of business?" "She can't tell you that," Han said. "Then I guess I can't keep my finger off this trigger." Wald shoved Han's head back. "My strength isn't what it used to be." "Wald!" Tamora scolded. "Will you stop that?" "Sure, when I get some answers. You see what happened to my shop? I've got a right." Han's knuckles were turning white, and Leia knew what that meant. "Look, why don't we all put the blasters away?" She holstered her own weapon. "If we were really going to shoot each other, we'd have done it by now." "I wouldn't be so sure." Han seemed to be glaring into the office. "I can be patient." "Your kind of patience isn't what we need." Leia stepped over, took the blaster from Han's hand, and laid it on the counter, then nodded at Chewbacca. You too. I think Wald here just needs Tamora to convince him that she's here voluntarily. Chewbacca stared through the door for a moment, then growled ominously and set his bowcaster on the counter. Wald kept his blaster pressed to Han's face. Tamora, why don't you and the kids come into my office? Tamora rolled her eyes, then snatched the bowcaster off the counter and pointed it at Chewbacca. Leia began to fear she had misjudged the sincerity in the woman's voice, and the Wookiee growled softly. Tamora ignored him. Okay, Wald, we have the drop on them. She almost certainly lacked the strength to pull the bowcaster's trigger, but Leia was not going to tell her that. Now will you believe me? Wald let out a sound that resembled a chemical cutting torch running out of fuel. Then the blaster rifle disappeared into the office, and a stocky little Rhodian waddled into view. Leia always found it difficult to tell a Rhodian's age, perhaps because so many of them pursued violent professions and died young, but the sagging of his sensory horns, the blotchy gray areas near the edge of his thin snout, and the milky sheen of his bulbous eyes suggested that Wald was fairly old. Sorry about the blaster. He held a green hand out to Han. No hard feelings, eh? No. Han took the hand, teeth grinding so hard Leia could hear them. Not many. Kit? Tamora shoved the bowcaster into Chewbacca's arms and grabbed her children again and led them behind the counter toward Wald's office. Where are you? He's not back there. Seeming to realize that a distraught wife would have to see for herself, Wald addressed himself to Han and Leia and allowed Tamora to look anyway. He was here, though, with that moss painting everyone's after. Leia tried not to show her alarm at the word everyone. And Jurgo, a Kubaz cell secret, came in behind him and pulled the blaster. Jurgo wanted the moss painting. Kit wouldn't turn it over. Wald lowered his voice and pointed at a scorched hole in the ceiling. He nearly got himself killed. I had to lay out Jurgo with a hydro spanner. So where's the painting now? Leia asked. Wald made a point of turning toward the door of his office. Let's wait for Tamora. Han pulled a fistful of credit vouchers from his pocket. Look, you suffered a lot of damage here on our account. Maybe if we covered the cost of the cleanup for you. The sensory horns atop Wald's head twisted outward in irritation. The damage I suffered wasn't on your behalf. It was on Kitster and Tamora's, and you're not cutting the Benais out of this deal, whatever it is. Of course not. Leia took the vouchers from Han and pressed them into the Rhodian's hands. But we do feel responsible. Sure you do. Despite the cynicism in Wald's voice, he took the credits. I still think we should wait for Tamora. A moment later, Tamora emerged alone, her eyes red from crying. Leaving her children in the office, she closed the door and went to Wald's side. Okay, Wald, what happened to Kit? I wish I could tell you. Wald spread his hands and, glancing at Han and Leia, said, but the truth is, I don't know. But you know something, Tamora pressed. Tell me. Wald repeated his account of knocking the Kubaz spy unconscious, then continued. That happened a minute after Kitster calmed you. For a while, we thought Jurgo was just trying to take the painting and sell it, but then a squad of stormtroopers showed up. They didn't take him, Tamora gasped. No. Wald glanced at Han and Leia. Maybe I should tell you the rest alone. Chewbacca started to growl, but Leia silenced him by raising a hand. They would get nowhere through intimidation. It's Tamora's decision. It's okay, Wald, Tamora said. I trust these people. Wald regarded Leia and Han's hooded faces warily. Kit said not to trust anybody. He told me the same thing, Tamora said. And Kitster doesn't have the faintest idea what he's doing. These people do. They, work for the owners. The owners? Wald regarded Chewbacca and C-3PO, snout twitching with uninterest. They look a little rough for the artsy crowd. Looks can be deceiving, Han said. Will you please just tell us what happened to Kit? Tamora pleaded. Have you seen what's going on outside? The sky is filled with ties and assault shuttles. Kitster's about to get himself killed. Wald reluctantly looked away from Han and Leia, then said, He took my old swoop out into the desert. Tamora's face fell. The old swoop? Wald nodded. It gets worse. He was going out through Arch Canyon. Arch Canyon? Tamora gasped. The one in the old pod racing course? That Arch Canyon? Again, Wald nodded. He said it's his only hope of keeping the Imperials off his tail. He's right, but it doesn't make it any less crazy. Wald cast a disparaging look at Han and Leia, then added, I told him he should just sell the painting to them and be done with it, but he wouldn't hear of it. He said Killik Twilight doesn't belong in Imperial hands. Leia exhaled in silent relief. At least Tamora was right about that much. So who does Kitster plan to sell it to? Wald looked back to Tamora. You're sure you want me to tell them? Yes, I'm sure, Tamora said. G and Ellie would like to see their father alive again someday. Okay. Wald stared at the floor and kicked a broken recording rod across the room, then said, That's the thing. I don't think he means to sell it to anyone. What? This was from Leia, Han, and Tamora. Wald looked at Tamora. He wasn't thinking right. He just kept talking about some Deveronian in Twi'lek who tried to blow it up, saying he was going to take it someplace safe. Someplace safe? Leia could not believe what she was hearing. On Tatooine. Of course on Tatooine, Wald said. He wouldn't be taking a swoop to Ohan now, would he? I doubt it, Leia agreed. Then what? Well, I think he was hoping for a reward. He was going to send a message to Princess Leia. Wald waddled closer and squinted up beneath Leia's hood, obviously trying to make out her features. Except I'm pretty sure he thought you were still on Coruscant. Leia sighed. Is there anyone on Mos Espa who doesn't know who we are? She pulled back her hood. I'm sure there's no use denying it. Wald twisted his sensory horns back and forth and jerked a thumb towards Chewbacca and C-3PO. A droid, a Wookiee, the painting. I'd have to be a lot blinder than I am not to figure that out. Thank you for pointing that out. Leia and the others had realized all along that staying together would make them easier to identify, but things were happening so fast they didn't dare separate. She turned to Han. At least we still have something going for us. For a little while. Wald pointed toward a security system, a small vidcam hidden in the ceiling corner. I overheard the stormtroopers talking about their new admiral. Pelion? Han asked. All I know is he awes them, Wald said. But you should know he thinks there's something in Killik Twilight the New Republic doesn't want the Empire to have. It's the only reason he can see for the Deveronian throwing a detonator at it. Han and Leia exchanged looks of exasperation. They could hardly have stood by and watched the Imperials walk off with a code key that would mean the exposure of the entire Shadowcast network and the deaths of thousands of agents. But it was frustrating to realize that had they done nothing, the code key might well have spent the next decade hanging harmlessly in some admiral's stateroom. Thanks for telling us, Wald. Leia took a calming breath, then turned to Tamora. Perhaps you'd care to calm Kitster? We could arrange a rendezvous. Tamora nodded and activated her comlink. Kit? A tiny echo of her voice sounded from the back of the room, beneath the toppled evaporator. Are you there? Again, the echo sounded from beneath the toppled evaporator. Chewbacca went to the back of the room and picked up a comlink identical to Tamora's. Chuba, Wald cursed. That's where Jurgo grabbed him. Leia sighed. Would it be too much to hope that he told you where he was going? Wald spread his hands. Someplace safe, that's all he said. Leia turned to Tamora next, but didn't even bother asking when she saw the look of despair on the woman's face. We'll never catch him in a land speeder, Han said, especially not with a bunch of ties after him. He turned to Wald. Do you have another swoop? Wald and Tamora exchanged looks. Then Wald said, I don't. Not one that can catch Kitster. It's the one Wald used to win his freedom, Tamora explained. Kitster and I built it from a design a friend's mother found in his room. There was more than a touch of pride in Wald's voice. It was nearly as fast as a pod racer. A strange feeling of déjà vu came over Leia, and she asked, Who was this friend? Anakin Skywalker, Wald said. You knew Anakin? Of course I knew him. Wald sounded insulted. He was my pal. We were slaves together. Leia's jaw dropped. My father was a slave? Don't make it sound like something dirty, Wald said, growing defensive. We were kids. It wasn't like we gambled our way into it. That's not what she meant. Han took Leia's hand and gave it a little squeeze to break her out of her shock. It's just hard to believe that a slave grew up to be Darth Vader. Darth Vader? Wald waved his palms dismissively. That's a lie. Anakin Skywalker never became Darth Vader. Really? Leia heard the ice in her tone, but found herself losing the battle to keep her temper under control. The Rhodian's denial touched a deep and painful chord, for rejecting the truth of Darth Vader's identity was the same as claiming all his terrible deeds never happened. "And you know this how?" "Because I knew him," Wald retorted. "You don't understand what it takes, what it took back then, for a slave to win his freedom." "We do." Tamora tried to slip between Leia and Wald. "But what we really need now—" Wald stepped around Tamora and continued to speak, his voice filled with admiration. "I thought it couldn't be done, but Anakin did it." "So he got lucky and won a pod race," Leia said. "That hardly makes him a hero." "It does on Tatooine, dear." Han took Leia by the arm, then pulled her closer and said more gently, "Damp down your power core. We need this guy's help." Han was right and Leia knew it, but this was a visceral issue, something so powerful there could be no compromise. Fortunately, it was also entirely unimportant, at least to the task at hand, and she knew she had to set her anger aside. Leia took a deep breath and said, "I'm sorry, Wald. Obviously we have very different views of Anakin Skywalker." "Obviously," Wald said, "and only one of us is right." Leia clenched her teeth, swallowing a sharp reply. "Obviously," she thought. Tamora breathed a sigh of relief, then said, "About that swoop." "I'm afraid I must interrupt," C-3PO said, awkwardly picking his way through the debris strewn on the floor. "The squibs are here." "Squibs?" Tamora gasped. She slipped behind Chewbacca, and Han and Leia pulled up the hoods of their sand cloaks. "I'll get rid of them." Walt started toward the door. "I'm sure they're just here to sell me something I don't need." He was too late. The trio came boiling into the hut, their fur ruffled and greasy, and their belt pouches loaded with all the broken comlinks, datapads, and glow rods they had retrieved from their recycling bins. Wald met them 3 paces from the door. "Grease, Sly, I'm not buying anything." "And we're not selling," Sly said. The squib swept past the Rhodian as though he wasn't there and came straight for Leia and Han, not quite able to keep their gazes from straying to all the interesting stuff scattered over the floor. "I can't believe how you treated us," Imala said to Han. "We thought you were a player." Greaves waved the credit transfer chip at Han's belt. "Try to cut us out again and we go straight to Maubo with this. We'll pay her and take the painting ourselves." "She doesn't have the painting." Han tried to snatch the chip away, but Greaves was too quick for him. "And you can't pay Maubo our money. She couldn't activate that chip." "You really want her to try?" Sly asked. "After what happened to her performance hall?" Walt came up behind the squibs. "How are these 3 involved?" "They're not." Leia pulled a 2,000 credit voucher from her pocket and held it out to Grease. "We'll buy you out." The squibs shook their heads without bothering to look at the amount. "There's no buyout option," Sly said. "We were the successful bidders." "So the painting belongs to us," Grease added, "until we receive the negotiated payment." "And that isn't going to happen, not with 2 squads of stormtroopers keeping Maubo's locked down tight," Imala said. "I'm offering you twice what we paid for your, wares in the auction," Leia said. "Take a look." "Doesn't matter," Sly said. "It's not the same fee." "If that's the way you want to play it," Leia continued to hold the voucher out. "I'll cancel the transfer chip. You'll be out your fee and your proceeds." The squib's eyes grew round, and Grease said, "We'll think about it." All 3 began to back toward the door. Leia watched them go, then slipped the voucher into her pocket and turned back to Han. "You were about to ask Wald something?" Han's expression remained blank. "I was." "About a swoop?" Leia prompted. "Wald said he didn't have another one that could catch the one Kitster took?" "Right. But what about the transfer chip? Shouldn't you be canceling it?" "No need," Leia said. "Unless I'm there to authorize the transfer, the chip will self-destruct when they try to use it." "It'll be nice to see someone getting the best of those 3 for a change," Wald said. The tiny mouth at the end of his snout actually formed a smile. "But I doubt it'll be much help with the swoop." Tamora's face fell. "Wald, please. You know Kitster. He doesn't stand a chance out there. Not with the Imperials chasing him." Wald nodded gravely. "I know." "Look, Wald," Han said, "if this is about the Darth Vader thing—" "It's not." Wald's tone was sharp. "Do you think I'd let a friend die just because Leia Organa insulted her father?" "Of course not," Leia said. "As I said, we have very different views of Anakin Skywalker." Wald fixed his bulbous eyes on her a moment, then shrugged. "Why should a princess believe an old Rhodian drunk dealer?" He turned to Tamora. "There's only one swoop that can catch the one Kitster took. You know where you need to go." Tamora's face paled. Alda's? Wald nodded. I know it won't be easy, but she has that old rocket swoop Brow used to fly. If you want, I'll take them over. Tamora shook her head. No, she'd see through that. She turned, and not seeming to notice whether anyone was following, said, I have to go. Leia lingered behind just long enough to be sure Tamora was out of earshot, then asked, What's so terrible about this Alda? Nothing, Wald said, unless you happen to be Kitster's second wife. 7. As the land speeder circled the outskirts of Mos Espa, Leia watched the terrain outside slip past. To one side of the vehicle rose the domed huts and walled docking bays of the spaceport city, a testament to the tenacious soul of galactic commerce, and to the resilient spirit of the profusion of species that called this bleak world home. To the other side of the speeder, a golden sweep of forlorn desert stretched across a measureless distance, all the way to the purple wall of the departing sandstorm, a stark reminder of one's place in the Tatooine scale of things, and of the strength of will it took to survive such a planet. Leia's thoughts kept drifting back to her father. Walt's revelation had caught her off guard. Learning that Anakin Skywalker had been a child slave painted him as a victim, an image so at odds with the monster in her mind that she actually found herself wanting to agree with Wald's outrageous assertion, to believe that her father had not been Darth Vader. Perhaps more disturbing than Wald's revelation was the way Tatooine seemed to be working on her. She was starting to see Mos Espa not as the corrupt spaceport that had appeared as they waited for the auction to start, but as the home of beings like Tamora and Wald, who lived and grew old here and somehow found their measure of happiness. Even the desert was beginning to feel inviting. It still struck her as dangerous, more so than ever in fact, but Leia was growing aware of its beauty, of its majesty of scale and subtleness of color, and of the promise of mystery waiting in its hidden heart. Maybe she was simply growing accustomed to the place. Or maybe the Force was acting on her again, awakening some spiritual connection passed down from her father. Leia could not say which. She only knew that she was growing steadily more unsettled, that she felt she was losing control of the mission. In everything she was learning about her father, in her dreams aboard the Falcon and during her previous visit, there was no denying the hand of the Force. It was not guiding her exactly, but it was certainly touching her, nudging her down dark alleys she did not want to explore. The landspeeder entered a vast sunken arena at the edge of town. Though there was no barricade to control access, a metal sign arching over the outer edge of the lot read, Mos Espa Swoop Arena. The swoop had been riveted over another word, with the P.O. still visible at the beginning and seen at the end. Tamora directed Chewbacca around the far end and down to a row of dilapidated hangars designated Owner's Row by a small sign display. The hangar doors had corrosion stains bleeding down the front and towers of sand piled high in the corners, and they looked as though they had not been opened in years. But most had Wookiee-sized portals in the center, with fans of hard-packed ground in front suggesting regular use. Chewbacca opened the cowling, and they climbed out of the speeder's climate-controlled comfort into the dusty heat of a Tatooine late afternoon. Tamora, who'd had the foresight to leave her children with Wald, started toward a hangar in the center, where a small servo-droid greeter stood just inside an extra set of transparent steel doors. Leaving Chewbacca and C-3PO behind to make themselves a little less identifiable, Leia and Han raised the hoods of their sand cloaks and followed. As they approached the door, Han leaned close and asked, "How you doing?" "Fine." Leia knew what he was really asking, but she did not want to talk about it. Why shouldn't I be? "I didn't say you weren't." Han was the one person who never seemed to notice her "don't press it" tone. "I just want to know what was going on back there with Wald. Why should you care if he thinks Anakin was some sort of hero?" "Obviously I don't." Leia regretted her sharp tone as soon as she spoke. She stopped and took Han's hand. "I'm sorry. I'm having a hard time with all this pro-Darth Vader blather." "Yeah, I keep wondering when somebody's going to tell us about the real kid," Han said. "The one who used to tie grenades on bantha tails." Leia smiled weakly. "It's a little worse than that." Han lifted his brow and waited. "Not here." Leia nodded toward the doors. "We've got a swoop to borrow." "Later, then." Han smiled and kissed her, then tightened his sand hood and turned toward the doors. If they have a holograph of your father mounted on a pedestal or something, try not to start an argument. It's going to be hard to convince this Olda to help us save her ex-husband. As it turned out, Alda's was not the kind of place to display a holograph of anyone. A combination lounge and betting parlor that had been converted from an old pod racer owner's booth. It was clean but austere, with a bar and several betting windows in the rear. In front, 3 rows of plastoid tables were arrayed before a transparent steel wall that overlooked the track below. Though no race appeared imminent, a dozen beings sat together down in front, making notes on data pads and watching swoop mechanics take test runs. Leia was surprised to feel her heart flutter as she began to see the magnitude of the dilapidated racing track. At least 500 meters wide, it stretched a full 2 kilometers in each direction before vanishing from sight, curving away into a labyrinth of rocky pinnacles on one end and emerging from an immense plain of gray dust pack on the other. This was where her father had won his freedom. Looking out at the enormous banks of seats, Leia could almost hear the crowd roaring as Anakin Skywalker came tearing across the finish line. At that moment, he could not have known the path that lay before him. Life would have seemed so full of promise to him, to the only human ever to win the Boonta Eve Classic. Had he foreseen that day what winning would mean? What his victory would eventually cost him and the galaxy? Would he have come in second? Would he have had the courage to remain a slave here on Tatooine? A human woman of about 50 emerged from behind the bar and approached, her gaze locked on Tamora with a look that could only be described as astonished. Slender and tall, she had the high cheekbones and arched eyebrows of a Kuwati aristocrat, an impression reinforced by her broad-shouldered gown and bejeweled belt. Well, well, Tamora Spice. She stopped and put her hands on her hips, looking Tamora up and down. You've put on a few kilos, but bearing the children of another woman's man will do that to you. Tamora's face reddened, but she resisted the temptation to make a sharp reply. You look as lovely as ever, Olda. Olda flipped a nonchalant hand. Money. She smiled bitterly. Speaking of which, I hear Kit put that awful holocube of his in Maubo's auction. Tamora nodded. Good riddance, I say. Alda finally glanced at Tamora's companions, then, apparently seeing no sign beneath their sandhoods that they were beings of consequence, returned to tormenting Tamora. Now that the Rinalda estate is closed, I suppose finances must be tight. We're managing. Alda pushed at her lip. Pity. I thought you might be here for a loan. As a matter of fact, Han said. He stepped forward, his patience with the woman's harassment coming to a quick end, as Leia had known it would. We do. Leia caught him by the wrist. Let Tamora handle this. Yes, do. Alda shot Han a laser-hot look. Whoever you are. Clearly she was a woman who had been nursing a grudge for a long time, and Tamora was playing her just right. Leia pulled Han back to her side and whispered for him to stay there. Tamora swallowed, then said, My friend is right. We do need to borrow something. Alda's face brightened. Really? Still ignoring Tamora's companions, she took her to a nearby table and sat down. She did not invite Tamora to sit with her. Continue. I'm going to enjoy this. Maybe not, Tamora said. Kit's in trouble. Alda chuckled. And why shouldn't I enjoy that? I think I deserve it. He's in big trouble, Tamora said. The Imperials are looking for him. For Kit? Alda's expression hovered somewhere between shock and doubt. Whatever for? Instead of answering, Tamora said, He took Wald's swoop. Alda's face fell. He did what? He took Wald's swoop into Arch Canyon, Tamora said, to get away from the Imperials. Kit can't ride swoops. And Arch Canyon. Alda let the sentence trail off and shook her head, then looked up at Tamora again. You still haven't told me why the Imperials are looking for him. Deciding now would be a good time to take control of the conversation, Leia stepped to Tamora's side. He stole a painting they wanted. Alda stared up for a moment, obviously waiting for Leia to lower her sandhood. When Leia did not, Alda shrugged and did not object. On Tatooine, it was wise not to press those who were reluctant to reveal their faces. Instead, Alda asked, Killick Twilight? Leia nodded. Why? We're still trying to figure that out, Leia said. To save it, Tamora insisted. A Deveronian tried to destroy it at the auction, and Walt says now the Imperials think there's something hidden in it. Yeah, Kit was just trying to be helpful, Han said, ever the cynic, and maybe he thought a few credits would be nice too. Alda considered this, then shook her head sadly. Either way, I'm going to miss him. She turned back to Tamora. He used to come in here from time to time, at least when he still had something to bet. He did? Tamora gasped. In here? Alda smiled sadly. I knew he didn't tell you. Men, you can't trust them. Tamora summoned her resolve. Wald said you have roused Swoop. Alda shrugged. So? So I'm going after Kit, Han said. Alda's glare was directed at Leia. Is that so? My husband is an excellent Swoop pilot. Leia motioned Han back. Quadi women rarely like to be addressed by strange men, and I'll be glad to pay for its use. That bike's not for rent, Alda said. Maybe I can let him take another. Another one can't catch Walds, Tamora said. If Kit sees someone coming up behind him, he'll hit the thrusters and be gone. You know that. We'll purchase Rouse Swoop, Leia offered. Is 15,000 enough? That caught Alda's attention. She looked up into the darkness beneath Leia's hood, either trying to guess the identity of her visitor or calculating how much she could take her for. 30,000, Leia said. Kitster already has a 20-minute lead. And you're not going to change that by getting your man killed. Alda stood and turned to the group gathered down in front of the parlor. Odie, go fetch Rao. I need her to take her old Swoop out. You don't want to do that, ma'am. A blue-skinned Urkit with a large egg-shaped head and downturned ears turned to look back at her. She couldn't pilot a land speeder right now. Again? The Urkit nodded and went back to his datapad. Leia exchanged a relieved glance with Han, then said, I can't imagine that 30,000 isn't enough, but... Oh, it's not the credits, Alda said. I'd give it to you for 20. But that thing's been the death of 6 riders. I bought it just to keep it off the track. Han stepped forward. Look, lady, if it has a seat and a thruster, I can fly it. To Leia's surprise, Alda did not lash out at Han for daring to speak to her. She merely studied him, then turned to Leia. Let me see him ride a regular Swoop first. We really don't have the time. If he's good enough to handle Rouse Swoop, you'll make up the time. It'll take 10 minutes. Without awaiting a reply, Alda turned to the front of the parlor again. Odie, take this man down to the hangar. Let him take that old Nova Star around the track test once. The Urkit rose and, hobbling badly, started toward them. The Nova Star? The Nova Star. Do you need to have your ears flushed again? Alda turned to Leia. Pod racers. You have to wonder whether they have half a brain left because they used to race, or they used to race because they had half a brain. It was a nice cover, but Leia was too careful a listener to have missed the surprise in the Urkit's voice. There was something wrong with the Nova Star. She turned to Han. Take the Wookiee along and give that Swoop a close look. If you don't like it, ask for another. Leia felt bad enough about dragging Han into this mess without putting him at unnecessary risk. She turned back to Alda and narrowed her eyes. I'm sure Alda wouldn't mind. What's not to like? Han gave a quick head tip to show that he understood the warning, then turned to follow Odie. They haven't made Swoops like Nova Stars in 20 years. Alda smiled. Your man does seem to know his Swoops. Perhaps you'd care for a drink? It'll be a few minutes before they're on the track. Eye blaster. It was what Leia always ordered in her tough girl persona. Atomized, not fizzed. The only way. Alda turned to Tamora. Would you mind? I'm sure you remember where everything is. Tamora glowered, then put on a false smile. Of course not. Whether Tamora intended it that way or not, it was a perfect play. Alda watched her go behind the bar and smirked comfortably. Tamora was my best mixer. She gestured toward the front of the parlor. A pity she had to steal my man. Leia descended the stairs to the forwardmost row of tables, where the beings with the datapad sat watching the Swoop tests. Most were simply old for their species, but one, a jagged-toothed Vecnoid whose face was all mouth, was as hunched and battered as Odie, missing an arm and badly scarred from burns. Was that Vecnoid a pod racer as well? Leia asked. They aren't hard to identify, Alda said. Even Swoop racers don't look that bad. Motioning Leia to follow, Alda led the way over to the Vecnoid and leaned down close to his ear. It was a melted mess. Tinto! Alda was practically shouting, "Tell this lady about your pod racing days." The Vecnoid ignored her. Down on the test track, a swoop abruptly lost power and settled into the sand. He made an entry on the datapad in his lap, shielding it with his body so Leia and Alda could not see. "I'm talking into your good ear," Alda said. "I know you can hear." Finally, Teamto looked away from his datapad. "It was fast." "That's all?" Leia asked. "Just fast." Tamora appeared with 2 drinks on a tray. Teamto grinned and took one of the drinks. He winked his good eye. "Real fast." Alda's face reddened. She did not like being embarrassed in front of a guest, and especially not by a male. "And you would know," she said. "As I recall, that's how you lost your arm. Going too fast." Teamto frowned and raised a finger to clean his ear. Alda, there's no need to press," Leia said. She had lived with Han long enough to know what the Kawadi was doing. There was no faster way to make a pilot talk than to challenge his skills. If Teamto doesn't feel like discussing it... Alda ignored her and pointed at the stump of Teamto's missing arm. "You heard me. You lost that because you couldn't handle speed." Teamto glared at Alda a moment, then bared his jagged teeth and turned to Leia. "I was handling the speed just fine, until Hitman Beto threw a wrench in my starboard pod." "That doesn't sound very fair," Leia said. "Excuses," Alda scoffed. The reason Kit started taking up with Tamora was growing clearer by the moment, though Leia was having trouble understanding why he had ever married Alda in the first place. She glanced down at the track. There were a handful of mechanics and riders working in the pit area, but still no sign of Han. "Tell the lady how your ears got melted off," Alda said. When the Vecnoid was not quick enough to answer, she added, "Or maybe you'd rather I call in my marker." Teamto's expression changed from one of irritation to one of incredulity, but he grunted and squinted at Leia. "That happened in the Bunta. The Tuskens shot out one of my engines." He turned back to Alda. "Got a vid to prove it. Now want me to tell her how I lost my eye?" Leia barely heard this last question. "The Bunta? The Bunta Eve Classic?" "That's the one," he said. "The same year that human kid won." "Anakin Skywalker?" Leia heard the shock in her voice and realized she was showing too much interest. The smart thing would have been to change the subject and hope no one noticed. But she wanted to know what kind of racer her father had been, how driven he had been to win his freedom. Besides, Han still wasn't out on the track. "Was the boy as good as they say?" Teamto studied her for a moment, his big lips starting into a snarl. Then he seemed to decide it was not worth the effort of defying Ulda, and set the pilfered eye blaster aside. "Anakin was great. A human who beat Sebulba head to head." He rubbed his burn scars, not seeming to realize he was doing it. "I'm just sorry so much of that race is a blank." "But you raced him before that," Ulda prompted. "Tell her what kind of pilot he was." Leia began to wonder if Ulda had guessed her identity. If so, she would only confirm it by changing the subject now. "It sounds like there was a lot of cheating." "Not from Skywalker." Teamto stared through the transparisteel, his thoughts lost in another time, and chuckled. "That little human never cheated. Still young enough to think he could win honest, I guess." "Never." Leia found this hard to believe. "Maybe you didn't notice." Now Teamto did snarl. "Lady, you ever see a pod race?" Ulda took Leia by the arm. "Everyone says Anakin flew a clean race. Apparently he was one of the few." She pulled her toward the opposite end of the parlor. "Here's your man now. Perhaps we should watch from over here." Tamora appeared with a fresh eye blaster. Down on the track, Han and Chewbacca were following Odie out to the test loop, walking a battered swoop between them. The handicappers at the other end of the parlor sat forward murmuring, and Leia's stomach grew queasy. Han had bored her many times with tales of the races he had won as a boy, which, along with Dulana, the old Wookiee cook who had looked after him, seemed to be the only things he recalled fondly from his childhood. But there was something wrong about that bike. Really wrong. "This has gone far enough," Leia said to Ulda. "There's no need to worry." Ulda continued to watch them approach the test loop. "If your man is good enough to handle Ralph's swoop, he'll be fine on this little Nova Star." Leia recognized a classic Bothan claim test when she saw one. Put the subject in a situation where he either had to admit he was lying or prove that he wasn't. But this one had a hidden twist, and she didn't like hidden twists. Not with Han's life at risk. I'm very fond of my man. Leia put as much ice into her voice as she could, and she had been told she could give a wampa the chills. I would be very upset if an unnecessary accident befell him. Then I hope he's as good as you say. Alda's carefully maintained poise slipped a little. For both our sakes. The trio reached the test loop, a thin ribbon of sand tracks circling the inner pit area, no more than a kilometer in length. Chewbacca held the swoop while Han climbed on. Odie spent a few minutes trying to show Han the controls, then seemed to realize he already knew them and stepped away. That was when Alda pulled a comlink from her sleeve. Odie, didn't you check the control vanes? Odie nodded and raised the comlink to his lips. In the hangar. Han activated the ion thrusters. So he fixed them? Odie shook his head and Chewbacca stepped back. Then don't just stand there, get him off that! Han twisted the throttle and was gone. Alda's shoulders slumped, the handicapper stood and went gasping to the transparent steel wall, and Leia reached for the holdout blaster in her pocket. Han was halfway down the first leg of the loop when the swoop's nose suddenly came up and he shot into the air like a missile. Alda was on her comlink instantly. Odie, what's happening? Odie spread his hands, then Han reached the first turn, swung the swoop upside down, and began a sharp banking descent that carried him to the backside of the loop. He did not turn the swoop right side up again until he was so close to the ground that a sand plume began to shoot up behind him, showing off as usual. Alda let out a long sigh of relief, and the handicappers returned to their seats, jabbering to each other and making notes on the data pads. Leia left her hand in her pocket, still grasping the holdout blaster. Han climbed into the air again as he came to the second turn, then flipped the swoop over and repeated the maneuver. He was still rounding the corner when Alda raised the comlink to her lips again. Odie, get Rau's swoop ready, and put a vid map aboard. The Urkit waved and started back toward the hangar, then hit the sand as a long line of white armored figures on Imperial speeder bikes entered the track from the direction of Mos Espa. They rounded the curve, speeding toward the far end of the arena. Don't tell me, Leia said. They're going into Arch Canyon. Alda nodded toward the canyon mouth at the far end of the arena. That's the fastest way in. Kit, Tamora gasped. Alda surprised Leia again by laying a hand over Tamora's. It's going to be okay. Your friend will find him first. He will? This from Leia. Of course. Alda continued to look at Tamora. He'll know where Kit's going. Tamora appeared dazed. How? Kit was mine for a lot of years. Alda could not resist smirking, and I guess I still know some things about him that you never will. 8. Rau's swoop was little more than a seat laser welded onto the top of an old IPG long-tail pod racing engine, with a few jury-rigged control vanes, a large land speeder repulsor lift to keep it off the ground, and a transparent plastoid pilot's cowling. A heavily dented engine housing and blood-stained seat suggested it was even more dangerous than Alda claimed, and it was obviously a home design made to win races regardless of risk. Han loved it, but the idea of riding the thing frightened him. It would be a little like life as a smuggler, he supposed. The trip was going to be fast, dangerous, and a whole lot of fun, but filled with wild detours and possibly subject to an unscheduled and violent end. As Odie mounted a hands-off vid-map between the handlebars, Han slipped into the flight suit Alda had insisted he would need, then spent a few moments walking around the machine, checking to see that all control surfaces moved freely. He had to admire the builder's insight into swoop racing. Because of the swoop's size, a factory engineer would have doubled or even tripled the size of the vanes, then relied on computer-assisted movement mechanisms to refine adjustments at high speeds. The builder of this machine had used undersized vanes, knowing they would be more forgiving at high speeds, and less likely to malfunction in a sandy environment like Tatooine. By the time Han finished his survey, the vidmap was mounted and programmed. Han's destination was an empty, isolated little house in the desert, about 2/3 of the way to Jabba's old palace. This is where Kitster goes to find peace of mind, Alda explained. I understand it has a splendid view of the western Dune Sea. So you've never been there yourself? Leia asked. Alda shook her head. I had Kitster followed once, when I suspected him of seeing other women. It turned out he was gleam-inking a desert-scape. She cast a venomous glance in Tamora's direction. Perhaps that's why I was so easily betrayed later. Tamora's face reddened and she bit her lip. Yeah, well, no use living in the past. Eager to change the subject, Han rubbed his hand along the swoop's engine housing. I'll have to be careful about breaking the sound barrier with this baby. Yes, do. Alda handed him a bulky helmet with a full face mask, built-in comlink, and heads-up display linked to the vidmap. It wobbles just before you punch through. Really? Han forced a smile to cover his astonishment. He had been joking about breaking the sound barrier. You can't be serious. Alda nodded that she was. Don't get so excited, flyboy, Leia said. You're not 16 anymore. Good, because I couldn't have handled this thing at 16. Han closed his face mask and nodded to Chewbacca. Give me a boost, will ya? Chewbacca groaned and glanced over at Leia. Han turned to find her jaws hanging slack with disbelief, her eyes brown and liquid with hurt. What are you worried about? He opened the face mask and kissed her, making certain to linger until she let him go. I am coming back, you know. Leia was still thinking about Han's parting words half a standard hour later, as Tamora guided them through a warren of sand and mud huts in Mos Espa's poorest section of town. She was drawn to the scoundrel in him, to the aura of danger and promise that clung to him like a bad hollow job. But it was the hero in her husband that she loved, his casual courage, the way he thought nothing of hopping onto a saddled rocket and racing out into a desert full of stormtroopers to recover a priceless painting with a secret code. The only thing Leia didn't like was the reason he was doing it. No man should feel compelled to put himself in peril to please the woman he loved. But it was sweet that Han would. They pulled up in front of a small, shabby hut packed tight against dozens of all other small, shabby huts. This old slave hut came with the parts yard. I think it belonged to your father's master, Watto. Tamora waited until the cowling rose, then climbed out of the speeder and went to the door, opening it with a security code Wald had provided her with a comlink. Wald lets a lot of junk peddlers and stranded spacers stay here, so we won't attract much attention. It's a good place to lie low. Slave hut? Leia followed Tamora through the door. How many of these did Watto own? Tamora shrugged. Wald has just the one. Leia glanced around. Though dusty and disordered, the hut was more spacious inside than she had imagined, with a central vault and 3 bump-out rooms, one on the same level for cooking, and 2 elevated sleeping chambers. Despite the grime and a dismal shortage of windows, the place did not seem at all unappealing. In fact, it felt strangely comfortable. Though it had been Tamora who suggested staying there, Leia began to suspect something else had led them to the hut. As she looked around, she half expected to see a pair of white eyes shining out of a shadowed doorway, or to hear a wispy voice calling to her from the corner of an empty room. Leia turned to Tamora. Could this have been where Anakin Skywalker and his parents lived? Tamora shrugged. Maybe. And there was just a mother, I think. Kit never mentioned Anakin's father. She ran a finger over the table and looked at the dust it picked up. No cleaning droids here, I guess. It'll be fine. We won't be here that long. Leia saw a flash of impatience in Tamora's eyes and realized she might not have been the one Tamora was thinking about. For us, I mean. If you think it's too dirty for G and Ellie. Hardly, Tamora said. Those 2 would sleep in a sand dune if I let them. Well, I'm sure we can find something around here better than that, Leia said. Chewbacca will take you to fetch them from Wald's as soon as I get something out of the land speeder. Chewbacca whirled a question. Our mobile holocom, Leia said. I need to send a message to Mon Mothma to let her know what happened at the auction. Chewbacca nodded and fetched the holocom from the land speeder cargo bay, then left for Wald's with Tamora. After setting up the unit and calibrating the antenna dish, Leia sent C-3PO outside to watch for Imperial spycraft above the city. Though the New Republic used a synchronized ghost wave, a technological byproduct of the Stratocast system, to camouflage its clandestine transmissions, Leia was taking extra precautions. So far, everything that could go wrong with such a simple mission had. After computing the local time in the Coruscant government district, Leia decided Luke was the only safe person to contact. Her report could not be entrusted to an attaché, and waking Mon Mothma at this hour would draw attention that Imperial spies might well notice. And the last thing Leia wanted to do now was provide the Chimera's new admiral any more hints as to Killick Twilight's true importance. And Leia had been wanting to talk to Luke since her dream aboard the Falcon, to see the smiling face she knew and loved and be sure all was well. Whether she should also tell him what she had seen, Leia was uncertain. She did not want to be the one who put that fear into his mind, especially not when she remained so unclear about it. Besides, it had only been a dream. She opened a channel to Luke's apartment. It took only a moment for a hazy, fist-sized image of his head to appear over the holocom pad, his dimpled chin propped on his thumbs and his blue eyes fixed on the documents. Though the image was not distinct enough for Leia to be sure, she suspected the records were the ancient archives they had discovered from the Chun Thor, the lost Jedi training vessel they had stumbled across on Dathomir earlier that year. Just a moment. Luke finished what he was reading, then looked up. Thanks, go ahead. Anything in there about Jedi Masters needing their sleep? Leia asked. Luke lowered his hands out of the image and stared at her across space. Why would I sleep when I knew you'd be calling? Knew? Those training records must be... Leia saw the corners of his mouth rise and realized she had fallen for the master act again, and let the sentence trail off. I suppose you know what I want, too? Of course. Luke's face remained straight. To talk to me. Leia rolled her eyes. I'm beginning to wonder about that. She leaned toward the holocom and spoke in a quieter voice. Listen, we had some unexpected company at the auction. Leia told Luke about the old code key hidden inside Killick Twilight, the Imperial attempt to purchase the painting, its subsequent theft, and how the situation had deteriorated since. I'm afraid we alerted the Chimera to the painting's significance when we tried to destroy it, Leia said, and matters just keep getting worse. Luke nodded but said, You did the right thing. With the code key hanging in some admiral's stateroom, the New Republic would have had to scrap Shadowcast anyway, and if they found it later, there might still be a lot of dead spies. I know, Leia said, but the way things stand now, if Han doesn't recover that painting first, we'll have our dead spies a lot sooner. This time, Luke did not try to reassure her. What can I do? Not much, I'm afraid, Leia said. Things are moving too fast for you to get here, but I need you to inform Mon Mothma. Personally. Nobody else knows the real reason we want Twilight. I'll see her first thing in the morning. Thank you, Leia said, and tell her that if she doesn't hear from us before Wraith Squadron leaves... Leaves? Luke interrupted. Leia had a sinking feeling. In 2 days, she said. Don't tell me they're gone. Wedge canceled the get-together we had planned for tomorrow night, he said. He didn't say why, but I had the impression that something was happening sooner than expected. That's bad, Leia said. The Wraiths have been scheduled to leave on a mission to Askash to capture Grand Moff Wilkadon during his annual inspection of his Tumun holdings. The plan called for Wedge Antilles, who would be in command of the operation, to use Shadowcast to activate a cell of local resistance fighters who would provide most of the dirt-side intelligence and firepower. If the network was compromised, either there would be no one to help the Wraiths when they arrived, or there would be an entire Imperial armada waiting to ambush them. Possibly both. Very bad, Leia added. Should I ask Mon Mothma to have a recall message sent? Leia shook her head. We might do more harm than good. They're going deep, under total comm silence, and the only way to contact them is Shadowcast itself. She did not need to explain that when Shadowcast offered in security, it suffered in speed. Every message had to be laboriously encoded, then inserted as a ghost wave into a pre-designated commercial program and holocast on the regular schedule. What all this meant was that it would take at least a day to recall the Wraiths, by which time they'd be well beyond the point of no return. And if Wedge had already activated the local resistance cell, there would be no way at all to stop them from beginning their part of the operation. We just have to get that code key, Leia said. And if you can't? It'll take the Imperials at least a few days to crack the codes, Leia said. That might be long enough. May the Force be with you, then. Thank you, Leia said, thinking of how ironic those words really were under the circumstances. Tell Mon Mothma that we'll keep her informed. If she doesn't hear from us within 2 days, she should assume Shadowcast has been compromised. I'll tell her. Luke pursed his lips and, when Leia made no move to break the connection, said, I sense there's more you'd like to talk about. Leia smiled wryly and asked, Is it the Force, or am I growing predictable? A little bit of both. Had all you needed been someone to pass a message to Mon Mothma, you would have called Winter. He narrowed his eyes, and in the hazy hologram they grew dark and empty. Something else is bothering you. This place, I guess, Leia sighed. Luke, why didn't you tell me Anakin Skywalker grew up in Mos Espa? How did you find that out? I met his best friend, Leia said. He still lives here. He's the one who stole Killick Twilight. Our father's best friend stole your painting? Luke looked confused. And you're sure he was a friend of our father? His name is Kitster Benai, Leia said. He put a hollow cube of Anakin Skywalker in the auction, and you still haven't answered my question. Luke's head tipped forward. Honestly, Leia, I just didn't think you wanted to know. Every time I try to talk about our father, you get that look. That look? Thanks a lot. Leia looked away from the transceiver, silently cringing at the lecture she would receive when she told Luke about the other things that had been happening to her on Tatooine. She would start small and see how much she could stomach. Did you know he was a pod racer? Luke's image nodded. I did a name search over the HoloNet. He won his freedom in the Bunta Eve Classic, the only human ever, I believe. So they say, Leia said. He's a local hero. Luke smiled. Really? Really? Leia's voice dripped sarcasm. They say he never cheated. That doesn't surprise me. It does me, Leia said. I'm having a hard time believing a lot of what I'm hearing. Everybody who knew him loved him. They still do. Leia, he was just a boy. Do you think he came out of the womb wearing a breather and black helmet? Leia recalled her dream about the Falcon. The thought had crossed my mind. She paused, wondering if she should, if she dared, tell him about that. It was a little like telling someone that you had seen how they were going to die. They might be better off not hearing it. Luke, did you ever feel anything strange around Tatooine? Define strange, Luke said. You know what kind of place Tatooine is. I can't say. His presence, maybe. Or yours. Leia told him about her conversations with Wald and Teemto, and the odd feelings of familiarity she'd been having around Mos Espa, leaving out mention only of her dream. I keep feeling that the Force is leading me down a Skywalker path, and I'm not sure I like it. Luke's head grew larger as he leaned closer to his holocom. You don't have to like it, just don't fight it. Leia felt her ire rise. You mean forgive him. I mean trust what you find. Luke's voice grew stern. Leia, the Force isn't anyone's servant. The presence you're feeling has nothing to do with me or our father. If the Force is acting on you, it's responding to you. That's not possible, Leia said. I'm no Jedi. You don't have to be a Jedi to be destroyed by your own fear and anger. Me? Leia shook her head. I may be worried about Han, but I'm not fearful in the way you mean, and I'm not angry at anyone at the moment. Luke said nothing and waited. The image was too hazy to be certain, but he was probably staring patiently at Leia. Anyone living, she corrected. Darth Vader doesn't count. Not really. Darth Vader isn't the one you need to make peace with. The Force is with you, and nothing you can do can change that. Now Luke leaned so close to his holocom that Leia could see little more than his eyes, blue, soft, and hazy. Leia, you may be in danger here. If you're not careful, your fear and anger will only make you into what you despise. 9. At low velocities, the swoop handled like a falling rock, so Han went fast. Blaster bolt fast. Pushing the sound barrier fast. Backed off just enough so the shockwaves did not make the control vane shudder. At that speed, Arch Canyon was a serpentine channel of speed-blurred rock, one impossibly tight turn following another, sandrock arch after sandrock arch, with the occasional stone pinnacle jutting up just to keep things interesting. Han flew with one eye on the heads-up vid-map display on his face mask, watching the canyon's twists and bends snake down toward the blip that represented his location, towing the control vanes long before the curves and leaning into each turn until it seemed his cheek would scrape ground. Side canyons flashed past at the rate of 2 or 3 a second. On the vid-map, they were intersecting worms of display light. On the canyon walls, there were gaping instants of darkness. Han loved the thunder of the big pod racing engine and the hiss of the canyon air sliding over the pilot's cowling, and even the way his stomach fluttered when a curve was too tight, and he had to rock the swoop up on its side to bounce himself off a canyon wall with a quick blast from the repulsor engines. But Tattoo 1 was already sinking beneath the horizon, turning the crooked swatch of sky above the canyon into a crooked snake of crimson brilliance. As Tattoo 2 followed, evening shadows would begin to creep across the canyon floor, cramming the path ahead with phantom hazards, concealing the real ones beneath blankets of purple gloom. Han would be forced to crawl along at no more than 100 kilometers an hour, and his superpowered swoop would become a lumbering rock compared to the nimble speeder bikes the stormtroopers were riding. He'd already blown past 2 groups of Imperials, startling the first squad so badly they had not even fired on him. The second squad had been less surprised, and when cannon bolts started to explode into the surrounding sandrock, he'd been forced to flame them with the efflux from his swoop's overpowered engine. The less time he gave the next squad to prepare, the better. At this speed, all they would have to do was string a utility line across a narrow section of canyon, and he would never know he had died. The message Tusken's Escape appeared on the heads-up vidmap above the swoop's locator blip, and the crooked band of light denoting Arch Canyon split into 3 forks, each of which split again, and then again, forming a braided maze of deep-cut alleys that gave this section its name. A green line snaked its way through the labyrinth, denoting the fastest route to the desert retreat where Alda said Benai was headed. Han rounded a bend and saw the 3 mouths of the escape yawning ahead, the white blurs of a dozen stormtroopers vanishing down the center route. Han checked his display and found the leftmost branch lit. Suckers. He flipped a parting salute at the stormtrooper's back and slid toward the left wall of the canyon, then glimpsed the blue dot of an ion engine bobbing along in front of the squad, perhaps 1,000 meters ahead of the leader and slowly pulling away. Imperial speeder bikes did not have ion engines. Racing swoops did. Blast! Han muttered. Kitster, what are you doing over there? Han towed the right side control vane hard and barrel rolled into the center branch. The vidmap error alarm beeped in his ear, and the alley into which he was heading started to flash red. He ignored the warning and opened the throttle wide. The swoop seemed to hesitate, its controls shuddering so hard it felt like the machine was disintegrating. He leaned close to its body, trying to lower the center of gravity. The vibrations began to subside, then abruptly ceased altogether. The ride grew as smooth as that of a hover car, and the roar of the big thrust engine faded to silence, leaving no sound in Han's helmet except the insistent beeping of the vidmap error alarm. He silenced it with a command, then came up behind the stormtroopers almost too fast. He barely had time to pull up the swoop's nose before he was gliding over the top of the rear echelon. His shockwave began to slam speeder bikes into the ground, but he was already past before any fireballs erupted. The leader craned his neck to look over his shoulder. Then he and 2 more riders broke formation, splitting toward the canyon walls where they would not be beneath Han's shockwave when he passed. The maneuver saved them, for a fraction of a second. Instead of being slammed into the ground, they were tossed out of control by Han's wake turbulence. The leader went into a wild spin and slammed into a canyon wall. Han did not see what happened to the other 2, but no cannon bolts followed as he continued up the canyon. The tiny dot of ion glow ahead rapidly began to swell as he closed on the fleeing swoop. He was just starting to make out the square shape of its back end when it came to another fork in Tusken's Escape and dodged down the right branch, in the direction opposite the flashing green line in Han's vidmap display. Why Kitster kept heading away from his desert retreat, Han could not say. Maybe Alda had been wrong about his intentions, or maybe Kitster just did not see the odds in heading for his hiding place with a long line of pursuers on his tail. It hardly mattered. Once Han caught him, they would be heading for a quick rendezvous with the Falcon, where Benai would be paid for his help and offered transport to a safe sector for him and his family. Han came to the fork and started down the right branch after his quarry. A fresh round of error alarms began to beep in his helmet. He silenced them with a voice command. Benai's borrowed swoop did not seem nearly as fast as Wald and Tamora had claimed. Within moments, a lumpy shape grew discernible on the seat, a rider hunching down behind the handlebars to cut wind resistance. Not hunching. A rider sitting upright, twisting around to watch over his shoulder, somehow still weaving around sandrock pinnacles and hugging curves tight inside, somehow still seeing where he was going while he looked back at Han. A short rider in a sand cloak and goggles, with a long snout. A line of blaster bolts began to stitch back at Han, coming over the shoulder opposite the one the rider was looking over. The guy was firing behind his head. Who did he think he was, Boba Fett? The swoop vanished around a bend, certain that the driver, he no longer thought it could be Benai, would expect him to come in tight. Han rounded the curve only half under control, sliding perpendicular to his direction of travel. The wind slipped around the cowling and threatened to blast him out of the seat, and he momentarily lost control as a swarm of blaster bolts flashed past and blew rock sprays off the canyon wall. He tipped the control vane on the left and hit the power. The swoop shot up canyon, and Han came up behind his quarry to find not one rider, but three, all short and dressed in identical sand cloaks. The squibs, the one in front driving, the one in the middle sitting backward firing the blaster rifle, the one in the rear holding the one in the middle. Han cursed into his helmet, first at them for drawing him off Benai's trail, then at himself for thinking they would let the matter drop after Leia tricked them at Wald's. Like all vermin, squibs were persistent and resourceful. Han wagged a finger at the one holding the blaster rifle, then followed them into the next curve. All three leaned into the turn together, the one in the middle still aiming at him, but no longer firing. He stayed close on their tail, taking the turn much wider, but keeping them in sight and continuing to gain on them the whole way. The one in the middle let her muzzle fall open. Han was close enough now to recognize her snout as Imala's, then holstered the blaster rifle. Han drifted over to the opposite wall of the canyon, so they would not be tossed around too badly by turbulence as he blew past. He waved as he went by, but did not bother trying to motion them off. Nothing was harder to shake than a squib who smelled credits. Besides, the more Imperials they drew off, the fewer there would be chasing Benai until like twilight. With a little luck, Benai might even be getting away clean. Sly's voice came over the helmet's comlink on the same channel Han had used at the auction. "Solo, that you?" Han chinned his microphone. "Don't know who you're talking about." "Spare us the bantha bomb, Solo," Imala said. "I was listening at the door back at Wald's. We know who you are." "We'd already figured it," Grease added. "Soon as you showed up at Benai's without your horns and voice synthesizer." "Then I'm surprised you're not in Mos Eisley by now, blowing your Imperial credits at Lady Valerian's." "Us? Sell out a business partner?" Sly's voice was indignant. "What do you take us for? Ugors?" Han had to swerve to avoid a pinnacle and ended up ducking through a sand rock arch so small that when he came out the other side, his efflux rebounded off the exterior and came boiling back in a ring of orange heat. I'm busy here, guys." He was surprised to hear a quaver in his voice. "So if you're just coming to say thanks." "Say thanks?" Sly interrupted. "What the poodoo for?" "You just squared yourself by blowing those imps off our tails," Gree added. "The deal's on again." "Back on? Forget it." "You don't really want out, do you?" Imala asked. "'Cause then you wouldn't be our business partner, and we'd be free to talk to whoever we wanted about you." Han grated his teeth together. "What was that?" Sly asked. "Fine," Han said. "The deal's on. Just don't crash into any boulders or anything. I'm not coming back for you." "No need," Grease said. "We'll find you." Han closed the channel, then called up an overview on the vid map and found two routes returning to the branch he needed. One was a long, circuitous path that seemed to wind around the perimeter of Tusken's escape. The other was a diagonal slash that jogged and twisted through a maze of tiny channels, rejoining his route only a few kilometers ahead. This route was lined in yellow dashes. "I'll take the short one," he told the vid map. "The yellow dashes indicate a hazardous route," the vid map replied. "At the speed you're traveling." "The short one," Han repeated. "Are you sure?" the vidmap asked. "Be advised that human reflexes will not be adequate to ensure your safety." "Yeah?" Han took another look at the long route and saw that the time estimate had him rejoining his original route well after dusk. "They used to say that about my father-in-law." Han half expected the vidmap to retort that his father-in-law had the Force. Instead, it simply shifted scales and indicated he should turn down the next side canyon. There was a big yellow caution flashing under the display. Han reduced his speed as much as was possible without turning the swoop into a flying rock, then began a long journey through a nerve-wracking series of slot channels and serpentine passages that kept him too busy to worry about the deepening shadows in the canyon, or even about the growing number of dust devils he was flying through. All too often he found himself bouncing along a boulder-choked chasm where a racing swoop's lack of side stabilizers left him feeling like he was in a starfighter dogfight with the acceleration compensators turned off. At other times he had to snake down a twisting gorge, piloting by his vidmap alone, his own turbulence sending a billowing cloud of sand down the passage ahead of him. Finally, Han came to the last cutover, a narrow crevice that ran absolutely straight with a smooth bedrock bottom, then intersected the branch he needed less than a kilometer away. The vidmap finally turned off the caution warning. He tore down the channel in less than a dozen heartbeats. Han did not see the speeder bike at the end until a white blur hurled itself out of the seat. "Blast!" Han cursed. More blurs hurled themselves from more seats. "Stang!" He shifted his weight toward the rear of his swoop, pulling the control handles up to lift the nose, and climbed a dozen meters in a breath. The Imperial speeder bikes flashed past beneath, along with the stormtroopers who had vacated them, and a sandrock wall loomed ahead. Han rolled the swoop on its side and was a kilometer gone before the stormtroopers could send a cannon bolt after him. The swoop was shaking so hard he thought he had snapped a control vane, until he looked down to check the systems display and saw that his trembling hands were the cause. "Come on, Solo," he said. "This is fun." Running into the squad had to have been a coincidence, or so he told himself. The gorges of Tusken's escape were too deep and twisting for him to be tracked through the air. To maintain a surveillance lock, a craft would have to stay directly overhead, following him through every twist and turn of the canyon. And even if they had some hotshot pilot who could manage that, there was still no way they could have predicted his route and had a squad waiting to intercept him. Besides, had they been expecting him, they would have opened fire. Unless they thought he was Kitster Benai and did not want to take a chance on destroying Killick Twilight. Han was still trying to puzzle all this out when he came to a 2-kilometer straight identified on his vidmap as Main Avenue. He risked a glance over his shoulder and searched the darkening sky for a tie or some other craft that might be tracking him. Instead, he found the real reason the squad had been stopped. A kilometers-high wall of billowing sand and friction lightning, rolling back over the canyon from the direction of the northern Dune Sea. The sandstorm had reversed direction. Han slowed to a crawl and hazarded a glance over his shoulder. He was rewarded by the sight of a dozen speeder bikes rounding the corner into Main Avenue, blue stars flashing under their forward outriggers as they opened fire. "If I'm not careful," Han said to himself, "this could get dangerous." He hit the throttles and tore down the canyon, sprays of rock rising ever closer to him as the stormtrooper blaster cannons began to zero in. Han had to juke and jink like a fighter pilot. Then another caution message appeared on his vidmap. This one had an arrow pointing to the right and to the words, "Dead Man's Turn, 120 degrees." Han decelerated hard and saw nothing but rock ahead. Trusting to the vidmap, he swung up on the wall and rode the repulsors into what looked like the side of the canyon. Then a narrow slot opened ahead, and the rest was easy. With the shadows growing ever darker and longer and the storm moving ever nearer, he followed the vidmap through Jag Crag Gorge. By the time he reached the other end, it had grown so dark and the dust squalls so frequent he could not see the smoke rising at the outlet. In fact, Han would not have noticed it at all had his swoop not begun to chug and choke so badly that he had to stop to clean the silt from the clogged intakes. But when he climbed off the swoop and raised his face mask to take a drink of water, the smell hit him like a Wookiee's fist. Hard and familiar and acrid, the odor of burning power cells and efflux blasted ground. The smell of a crash. Han followed his nose past a giant pinnacle of specklestone and out into a murky basin. The billowing black curtain of the approaching sandstorm was sweeping in across a vast expanse of level ground, but it was the half-circle scorch mark that caught his eye. Less than 50 meters away it encompassed the twisted exhaust nasal of a still-smoking pod racer engine. If there was anything else left of the swoop Kitster had been riding, Han could not see it. Feeling at once sorry for Tamora and her children, and angry about what he felt would turn out to be the loss of Leia's painting, Han fetched a glow rod from his utility box and approached the crash site. A few more pieces of pod racer engine and a twisted control vane laid scattered across the basement floor, but the rest of the wreckage was missing, and there was a deep tread mark on the other side of the scorch mark. A few meters beyond that was another tread mark, running parallel to the first. A Jawa sandcrawler. Han spent a few more minutes searching the area for signs of Benai's blood or the moss painting. When he found nothing, he activated his comlink and opened a channel to Leia. "It's me." "Where are you?" Leia demanded. "It's after dark." Han glanced at the approaching storm. "Yeah, it's beginning to look that way." In the background, Chewbacca growled a question about Kitster and the moss painting. "Not exactly. I think they're both on a sandcrawler." "A sandcrawler?" Tamora echoed in the background. "Yeah." Han glanced down at the scorch mark. "My guess is he hitched a ride. I don't think he's hurt." "Hurt?" Tamora's voice grew louder. "Why would he be hurt?" "Well, he sort of ran into it." A muffled thump sounded over the comlink. "Tamora, there isn't any blood." "Don't bother. She's out." This from Leia. "What about Twilight?" "Same as Kit," he said. "No sign of moss. I think it survived the impact." "Sounds convenient," Leia said. "Maybe he faked it?" That'd be the smart thing. Han ran his glow rod over the surrounding ground but saw no footprints leading away from the crash site. But I don't think so. He might have had time to arrange something with Wald, but I don't think he could have known there'd be a sandcrawler passing by out here. If he was going to fake a crash, he would have done it back in the canyon. A sigh of exasperation came over the comlink. So what now? I guess I catch the sandcrawler. Han ran the beam of his glow rod down the tread trail and saw that it was traveling parallel to the approaching storm front. Look, I attracted some attention on the way through the canyon. It probably wouldn't be a good idea for me to ride back to Mos Espa on this thing, and the sandcrawler seems to be heading more or less toward Anchorhead. Why don't we meet there? When? Leia asked. Han glanced at the approaching curtain of sand. Tomorrow morning, he said. I doubt I'll make it before then. Though it should have taken no more than 10 minutes to overtake the slow-moving sandcrawler, 4 hours later Han was still struggling to catch sight of it. As the storm drew closer, the squalls, both sand and dust, grew constant, and the big swoop was as temperamental as it was fast. He could usually travel through a dust squall for 3 or 4 minutes before alarms started screeching, and he had to stop to unclog the intakes. But sand stopped him after only a minute, and as the storm drew closer, there was starting to be a lot more sand than dust. For every minute flying along the sandcrawler tracks, Han was spending 3 servicing the engine. He knew because he had timed it. To make matters worse, the swoop had no lights, and the storm that turned the evening into one of those blacker than a black hole nights, found only on stormy planets. He had to travel with the glow rod fixed on the vid map, trusting to the heading arrow to keep on the same bearing as the sandcrawler. Whenever he stopped to clean the intakes, the first and last thing he did was find the sandcrawler's tracks and make sure the Jawas were still traveling in the same direction. So far, he had suffered only one close call, when he had drifted 100 meters off course and been forced to spend another hour meandering back and forth across the basin floor with his glow rod trained on the floor. It irked him to think that Benai was probably riding along in the relative comfort of a sandcrawler. As salvagers and traders, the little bright-eyed Jawas were all business, but unless you were a droid with salvageable parts, they were rarely hostile. Han pulled the last of the sand out of the intakes, checked his bearing, and roared off through the darkness. The subtle shudder he'd been noticing in the big engine was no longer subtle, no doubt because the sand was pitting the turbine blades and throwing the drive motor out of balance. There wasn't much he could do about it, at least not out here, in the face of an approaching sandstorm. Racing swoops, especially this racing swoop, were hardly meant for this kind of travel. But Han had to catch that sandcrawler before the Imperials, and not only because he wanted Leia to have her painting. Politics on the Provisional Council were as cutthroat as an Ord Mantell sabacc game. If it became known that Leia had allowed a Shadowcast code key to fall into Imperial hands, there would be no shortage of Bothans and Kuatis claiming she was either incompetent or a traitor. Other counselors had been forced to resign in disgrace for less cause. And while Han was all too happy to have nothing more to do with the New Republic government, being forced out would devastate Leia, and that was not something Han would allow. Besides, there were the spies to think of. They were just little guys trying to do their part, and they really didn't deserve to be tortured and executed. Half of the Provisional Council, sure, but not the spies. A dozen small teardrops appeared in the storm ahead, hazy, white, and so faint Han could barely make out the peculiarly steady glow of thermal exhaust vents. The lights were a good 3 or 4 meters off the ground, high enough that they almost looked like a squadron of low-flying fighters, and they were growing rapidly larger as he came up behind them. A muffled thumping arose in the compressor area beneath the seat. Han shone the glow rod over the instrument panel, but reading status displays in this miasma was out of the question. He continued to accelerate, and the sandcrawler's interior lights grew visible, creating a yellow and white halo that silhouetted the huge vessel's blocky shape against the storm ahead. Han stayed directly behind the crawler as the dark form swelled to mammoth proportions. An alarm came on and the swoop began to lose power, but he continued to come up on the sandcrawler like an X-wing on an air balloon. He swung out to the leeward side, and a cacophony of alarms erupted inside his helmet. The swoop started to sink, and Han cut thrust and deployed the emergency braking chute. The swoop decelerated hard, hurling him against his safety restraints so ferociously he thought he might end up with a broken pelvis. Then the swoop slammed down and bounced along the smooth desert floor, rocking from side to side against the safety skids, the emergency tail drag keeping the nose up to prevent tumbling. And still Han almost caught the sandcrawler. Almost. He came to a rest close enough that the sandcrawler's stern was obscured by the dust rising behind its rear treads. By the time Han realized he was still breathing, that the terrible pain in his body was only bruising, he was no longer in the dust cloud. He was back in the sandstorm, with the swoop rocking up on its leeward skids as a ferocious wind threatened to roll it. Han chinned his comlink and opened an emergency channel. The glow from the sandcrawler's exhaust vents was already starting to shrink. "Hey, you in the sandcrawler!" The speakers in Han's helmet remained dead and silent. "You Jawas, stop! You got salvage here!" When the sandcrawler continued on its way, Han knew his helmet comlink was not broadcasting. He climbed out of the seat. A storm gust sent him tumbling across the basin floor. By the time he stopped himself and got reoriented, the sandcrawler was 50 meters gone. Han opened his helmet face mask. 70 meters. He ripped open a utility pocket and pulled out his personal comlink. 80 meters. "Jawa sandcrawler, wait! Stop!" Only static in response. 90 meters. Han rechecked the comlink and found it set properly on the emergency channel. How could they not be monitoring it? Jawas always monitored the emergency channels. That was how they knew where to find crashes. More than 100 meters now. The glow of the exhaust vents was growing hazy. Han tried the emergency channel again. This time the static spiked, and his heart jumped into his throat, until he noticed a white flash sheeting across the sky. Sand lightning. The storm static was smothering the comm channels. With the comm equipment aboard the Falcon, maybe he could blast through, but not with the swoop's comm system, and certainly not with a personal comm link. Han activated the channel search and staggered to a swoop through the buffeting wind, one eye fixed on the comlink signal light. It did not illuminate. The sandcrawler had to be 200 meters distant now, a line of exhaust vents fading into the stormy night. Han retrieved his helmet and crouched down on the sheltered side of the swoop, then opened a familiar channel. "Leia, can you hear me?" A crackle of static. "Are you there?" "10." A storm gust rocked the land speeder up on edge, scouring the floater pads with sand and pushing it sideways across the desert floor. Leia leaned toward the high side, but the automatic equalizers activated, and the vehicle was level even before she realized what she was doing. Chewbacca grunted and brought them back to their original heading. If not for the heading arrow on the vidmap, it would have been impossible to tell the nose had drifted. The storm had closed in again, and 2 meters beyond the viewport, the only thing visible was a yellow sand cloud roaring across the flat-as-a-table Great Chott salt flat. Even the twin suns made their presence felt only in a soft ambient glow that came from every direction at once. Leia activated her comlink, tried to raise Han, and heard only white noise. Again. She had been trying to contact him since the night before, to tell him they would be a little late to the rendezvous in Anchorhead. There were too many ties around to risk retrieving the Falcon from the smuggler's cave, so they would be coming via land speeder. So far, she'd been unable to reach him. She was starting to get worried. Very worried. "I'm quite certain it's only the storm, Princess Leia," C-3PO said. "The static discharge has been playing havoc with my circuits all morning." "But I've been trying to reach Han since last night." "Oh my," C-3PO replied. "I was unaware of that. It might still be the storm." Chewbacca growled a suggestion. "Good idea," Leia said. She tried to open a channel to Tamora, who had remained behind with her children in Mos Espa. The only reply was more white noise. "You see," C-3PO said cheerfully, "it is the storm." Only the impossibility of twisting around in the tight confines to reach the seat behind her kept Leia from switching the droid off. "We weren't in the storm last night." "Of course not," C-3PO said, missing the point. "We were in Mos Espa." "And we couldn't raise Han." C-3PO fell silent for a moment, then said, "Oh dear, do you think Captain Solo could have been caught in the storm?" Chewbacca growled darkly, not saying anything, just growling. They continued through the storm at a crawl, navigating by vidmap alone, eyes flicking between the instruments and the yellow blur outside, Leia trying to raise Han on the comlink every 10 minutes. She timed the intervals carefully, not because she needed to conserve power, but because trying any more frequently would have meant she really believed Han was in trouble, and she didn't believe that. She refused to believe that. However Han Solo went, it would not be in a sandstorm. It would take more than that. A lot more. Finally, a trio of small evaporator symbols appeared on the top of the vidmap, two in one corner and one in the other. They were still a long way from Anchorhead, but at least they were starting to pass the outlying moisture farms. Pass might have been an overstatement. The storm gusts started to come more frequently and more powerfully, and visibility frequently fell to nothing. The land speeder rocked and bucked, and there were times when the strain of keeping it level made the equalizer scream like an incoming tie. An hour later, the same three evaporator symbols remained on the vidmap, still ahead of their position and accompanied by only one additional symbol. Leia felt fairly certain she could have walked faster, save that the instant she stepped outside, the storm would have swept her into the most unnamed of Tatooine's unnamed wastes. Leia thought of Han out there struggling through the storm in an overpowered swoop. Immediately, she tried to replace the image with another. Han sitting in an Anchorhead calf, drumming a single finger on the tabletop while he waited for her to arrive. It was not a picture she could hold. Before she knew it, she was seeing the swoop lying on its side, half buried in a dune, the pilot's cowling packed with sand. But this picture Leia was not imagining. She was actually seeing it, there inside the land speeder, hanging in front of her with the same apparent reality as Vader's mask in her dream aboard the Falcon. It looked like a hologram, but even more solid, more tangible. She reached out to touch it, expecting it to dispel as soon as she did. Instead, her hand sank into the image and vanished from sight. Leia would not let herself believe this was a vision. It was just another waking dream or a hallucination caused by worry and fatigue. Anything but a vision. Anything but the future. The image melted back into Leia's mind where it belonged. She quickly chased it away completely by trying to raise Han on the comlink. And never mind, it had only been 4 minutes since her last attempt. The reply was the same as always. White noise. Leia sat, shaken, trying to remember what her brother had said Yoda told him about the future, but recalling instead only what Luke had told her last night. That the Force was with her, that her fear and anger would make her what she despised. But not this way. Please, not by taking Han. The storm lifted the land speeder on edge and held it there. The equalizers began to wail again, the pitch rising toward the inaudible as they strained against the power of the wind. Chewbacca threw himself toward the high side, leaning against the center console to smash Leia against the compartment wall. "We're going to roll!" C-3PO cried. "We'll be smashed too!" "3PO!" Leia gasped. "Yes, Princess? Lean!" A dull clunk sounded against the compartment wall behind her, and the rising wail of the equalizers finally stabilized and began to drop. Chewbacca eased their nose ever so slightly into the wind, and the land speeder slammed down so hard the floor vibrated beneath Leia's feet as the floater pad struck ground. The Wookiee groaned in relief. He shunted extra power to the rear repulsors to keep the nose down, then continued forward into the teeth of the storm. The vidmap error alarm began to beep, and Leia looked down to see they had been blown considerably off course. Now there were only 2 moisture farms on display, one in the upper left corner and one at the top of the screen. At the bottom, which meant directly behind them, was a jagged line of mountains labeled the Needles. The destination arrow was pointed toward the upper right corner, flashing red to indicate they had drifted. Chewbacca reached down, used the back of a furry finger to thump the alarm override, and continued toward the nearest moisture farm. It was a smart thing to do. Even if the storm didn't send them tumbling across the salt flat to smash into the Needles, it would take another day to reach Anchorhead at the rate they were traveling. They might as well sit it out in safety and continue the journey when the weather cleared. Leia would have been happy to do just that, except for one thing. What about Han? Chewbacca urled that he was probably on his second geyser ale by now. "You don't believe that any more than I do," Leia said. "Han didn't make Anchorhead. I know it." Chewbacca glanced over, his dark Wookiee nose twitching in thoughtfulness. Finally, he asked how she knew. Leia shrugged. "I feel it. But not like it was with Luke at Bespin," she said. "The sensation's not that strong." Chewbacca nodded and remained silent, waiting for Leia to continue in her own time. That was one of the things she cherished most about the Wookiee, how he never doubted or pressured a friend, how he simply trusted. Leia focused her thoughts on Han again, trying to imagine him in Anchorhead drinking a second geyser ale. Again, she could not hold the image, but this time it was not replaced by anything. Even when she tried to see a half-buried swoop, all that came to mind was blowing sand. Who was she kidding? Even if she could be sure that first image had been something other than her own worst fear made manifest, there had been nothing in it to help her find Han. Chewbacca let out an inquiring grunt. Leia shook her head. I have no idea which way to search. If we happen across any sand dunes, let's stop and take a look. That's the best I can do. Chewbacca groaned that it was probably just as well. If they tried to go any direction but forward, they would just end up getting flipped anyway. Leia appreciated the kind words, but they weren't much comfort. She felt like she was letting Han down. Had she worked harder at developing her Force potential, she might at least be able to find him. But developing her potential would have meant facing the dark side of her heritage, and even before her dream aboard the Falcon and Luke's warning, that thought had frightened her as much as having children. Leia queried the vidmap for information about the moisture farms on the display. A line appeared beneath their destination, reading, Nadon Farms. Fresh produce always available. Warning, automated security systems. Beneath the other farm, the line read, Rodomon Family Farm. Contract sales only. Warning, security systems automatic and non-sentient animate. No visitors. This last statement was blinking in red. The third farm returned to the corner of the display, and an information line automatically appeared beneath it. Darklighter Farm. Fresh produce and good conversation. Stop by and see us. Leia pointed at the symbol. That one, Chewie. Let's wait out the storm there. Chewbacca glanced down and grunted in objection. That's the farm where Luke grew up, Leia said. Gavin Darklighter's parents own it now. Chewbacca growled that the middle of a storm was no time for social calls. Knowing that his gruffness was no doubt out of concern for her safety, Leia smiled and nodded in agreement. It's a little farther, but the Darklighter's farm will be more secure. She was already resetting their destination. Even if I wanted to, wearing a raised stand hood inside someone's home would raise suspicions. And with you and 3PO along, it wouldn't take our hosts long to figure out who I am anyway. I'd rather go someplace friendly from the start. Chewbacca considered this, then nodded and turned the land speeder onto the new course. The bearing was not as directly into the wind as the previous one, and Leia's corner kept trying to come up. The Wookiee adjusted the repulsors again, lowering the nose almost to the ground, then continued blindly into the storm. None of the millions of scientific geniuses who lived in the galaxy had ever found a way to eliminate a human body's need for water. They could make suits that conserved every drop. They could build chem reactors that synthesized it out of any breathable atmosphere. They'd even discovered how to pressurize it to the point that a being could carry a week's supply on his belt in a mass-nulling clip. But there was no pill or injection that negated the need for water. In a normal environment, a human being typically required 2 liters a day to stay efficient and alert. In a desert, a human needed 10 to 15 liters a day just resting in the shade, and double that if he was moving. If a man did not drink enough water, he would begin to feel weak and sick to his stomach. If he continued without drinking, he would develop a headache and grow dizzy, and his arms and legs might start to tingle. Next, his vision would dim, his tongue would swell, and his blood would thicken. It would grow hard to breathe, and his heart would stop. Han was at the dizzy phase. With a pounding head and a qualmish stomach, he felt as though he had spent a long night in the Mos Eisley cantina, listening to Figra and Don blasting off key. Racing swoops were not designed to carry much cargo, and the 4 liters of water in the utility compartment had lasted only until mid-morning. Now, tucked beneath the pilot's cowling of the half-buried swoop, Han was doing everything he could to conserve body moisture. Remaining still, breathing only through his nose, keeping his body and head covered, keeping his helmet face mask lowered. Though his limbs felt shaky, they were not tingling. And his vision remained as clear as could be expected when the only thing to see was a veil of blowing yellow. He guessed he could last another 10 or 12 hours. If the storm had cleared by then, maybe Leia would be able to reach him. If not, well, Tatooine was an oven planet, and he was baking. All for a painting. Well, for Leia and the spies. And it was a heck of a painting. He had to keep that in mind. Han continued to monitor his helmet comlink, but he did not broadcast. Even if he could have penetrated the storm static to reach Leia, he did not want her or Chewbacca coming after him. Not in this storm. All night long the receiver had been crackling and snapping with storm static, but there had never been any voices. Now it had settled into a steady hiss of white noise like nothing Han had ever heard a sandstorm produce. To generate that much random static, this one had to be a monster, even by Tatooine standards. After another hour, a strange whine rose from the comlink speaker. Han turned and began to dig sand out of the pilot's cowling, trying to find the comm system's squelch knob, then recognized the whine and realized it was not coming from inside his helmet at all. He rose to his knees and saw a blurry, H-shaped silhouette emerging from the storm ahead. In the yellow haze, it did not seem to be approaching so much as growing larger, but he had seen too many shapes just like it to doubt what he was seeing. A TIE fighter. The starfighter screeched past overhead and became a shrinking ball of ion efflux, then vanished into the storm. Han dropped back down behind the cowling, wondering what the chances were that it had missed his swoop. Not very good, he thought. Considering the size of the Tatooine desert and visibility in the storm, the starfighter had to be using some kind of advanced search sensor to locate him at all. Han had just reached this conclusion when the whine began to build again, this time coming from the opposite direction. A dim, H-shaped silhouette emerged from the storm, this time flying so low he was tempted to draw his blaster. Before he had the chance, the TIE pulled up a dozen meters short and banked away into the storm. A meter-long capsule came flying out of the yellow haze behind it, arcing down toward the swoop. Heart thumping in his ears, Han sprang over the swoop and took off running, hunched forward against the wind with arms flailing as though trying to swim through the blowing sand. He was a dozen steps gone, sweating profusely and gasping for breath, before it occurred to him that if the capsule were a bomb, he would already be dead. Feeling foolish and lamenting the precious fluid he had wasted, he returned to the swoop and found the capsule buried to the control fins in the basin floor. A brilliant white strobe was blinking in the tail, and he knew a locator wave would be pulsing from a powerful transmitter somewhere deep inside. At least someone's going to find me. Han sank back down behind the cowling and spent the next few minutes staring at the beacon. He had no idea whether the Imperials knew who they were chasing, but they clearly wanted Killick Twilight bad enough to risk much-needed starfighters searching for it. To survive, all he needed to do was wait until a squad of stormtroopers arrived to investigate the disabled swoop. Sure, there would be the humiliation of being captured, followed by a few days of torture, but Han had survived worse. He had escaped worse. It was the interrogation that worried him. Leia had resisted Imperial interrogation more than once, but that was Leia. She had only to think of her duty to the New Republic, and she could endure anything. Han did not have the strength of her convictions. He doubted he could endure the needles and the hallucinogens and the sleep deprivation and still hold his silence. Eventually, he would start to admit things the Imperials had already figured out for themselves, such as the fact that he was on Tatooine to recover Killick Twilight. Then he would admit something they probably knew, perhaps that there was a code key hidden inside the moss painting. Next, it would be something they might not know, like the existence of the Shadowcast message network, and then maybe he would be telling them everything they wanted to know. Worst of all, they might even trick him into saying that Leia was here, on Tatooine, with no protection except C-3PO and Chewbacca. Han drew his blaster to shoot the beacon, then realized that would only make his capture more likely. When the signal stopped, they would realize someone was still alive and rush to find the swoop again. The beacon would have to stay. It was Han who would have to go. He removed the vidmap from his mounting, studied his options, then programmed his new destination, stood, and stumbled out into the storm. At least the wind was at his back. The evaporator symbol slid over the landspeeder's position blip. Leia looked up to find herself still completely lost, sand raking the forward viewports more ferociously than ever, the landspeeder rocking like a hawkbat caught in a hover racer's wake turbulence. Slow down, Chewie, we're there. Leia pressed her face closer to the transparisteel and could see no farther than the nose of their craft. I think. Chewbacca decelerated to a crawl and continued to ease forward. The words, "Stop by and see us," appeared under the speeder's locator blip. The comm receiver crackled sharply, and a garbled noise that was probably a voice came over the speeder. Leia glanced over to find Chewbacca looking at her with his furry brow raised, clearly hoping she had understood the voice. When Leia shook her head, his knuckle fur bulged so high she thought he would crush the steering yoke. This was one tense Wookiee. Leia glanced over her shoulder at C-3PO. "Did you make that out?" "I'm sorry, but the static interference is really quite terrible," C-3PO said. "All I could understand was, 'Come right 60. 60 what, I don't know.'" Chewbacca cursed with a growl that made even Leia blanch, then swung the nose right 60 degrees. The storm set the landspeeder up on edge so high, had Chewbacca not been sitting on the raised side, Leia felt certain they would have flipped. Another crackle came over the comm speaker. "I detected no meaningful wave patterns." C-3PO reported almost before the noise had ended. I suspect it was sand lightning. A faint column of red light appeared a little farther to their right, shining up into the sandstorm. When Leia pointed it out, Chewbacca woofed in relief, then nearly flipped the land speeder when he tried to turn. Leia shifted to the high side of her seat and leaned across the console, practically climbing into the Wookiee's lap. C-3PO, get on the high. I am, Princess Leia, C-3PO said, but I'm not heavy enough. We'll flip. Chewbacca groaned at the droid, then eased the nose a few degrees back into the wind and continued forward. Once the light was directly leeward of Leia's side window, he swung them full into the wind again, placing the red column directly behind them. The nose dropped and he eased off the power, allowing the storm to push them back toward the glow. Well done, Chewie, Leia said. The red light grew steadily larger and brighter in the rear viewport, shining up from behind a large sand berm. Chewbacca let the wind push them over the rim, and the wind calmed to a swirling gale. The land speeder settled onto its repulsors in the heart of a sunken courtyard, not far from the red spotlight that had served as their beacon. Visibility improved enough to see a sturdy figure in a cloak waving for them to follow. The figure led them through a barrier field into a crowded and disorganized hangar, motioning them to park beside a modified S-swoop with 3 small seats where normally there was one. It took Leia a moment to realize the hangar was not just disorganized, it was torn apart, with a speeder bike lying on its side and hover sleds shoved hither and thither. Toppled tool cabinets lay along the walls with the contents spilled across the floor, while canisters of maintenance fluids lay heaped in the corner. This hangar was certainly much better organized when Master Luke inhabited its farm, C-3PO said. I have seldom seen such a mess. I don't think this is its normal condition. Leia slipped her hold-out blaster into her pocket. Don't shut down yet, Chewie. Chewbacca groaned in affirmative, then the figure that had guided them into the hangar was beside the land speeder, pulling back his hood. A moon-faced man with gray hair and long sideburns. He had the same brown eyes and warm smile as the son Gavin. Leia raised the cowling on her side of the speeder and saw the man's expression fade from welcoming to shock. After his eyes flicked to Chewbacca and C-3PO, the shock changed to fear. I was going to say you picked a devil of a time to come shopping for produce. He offered his hand to Leia, but I know you didn't come from Coruscant looking for hoobahs. What happened to Gavin? Nothing. Feeling a little foolish for not having anticipated this reaction, Leia took his hand and allowed him to help her out of the land speeder. Upon seeing an official representative of the New Republic, any parent with a child in Rogue Squadron would react with alarm. As far as I know, your son's in perfect health. Assuming, of course, you are Jula Darklighter. The man's easy smile returned. Sorry, I guess you don't see many hollows in me making speeches. He shook her hand, which he was still holding, and said, Jula Darklighter, my son served on the Mon Ramonda under your husband's command. Leia returned Jula's smile. I know. Lieutenant Darklighter is making quite a reputation for himself in Rogue Squadron. This brought a proud flush to Jula's cheeks. He leaned down and looked into Landspeeder to address Chewbacca. You can shut her down, big fella. The Imperials have come and gone already. He stood up and smiled at Leia again, as though not quite able to believe what he was looking at. At least now I know what they were looking for. I thought it was the squibs. Squibs? Leia's stomach twisted in a knot. Jula gestured at the 3-seated swoop. Came in a couple of hours ago, the minute the stormtroopers left. They were in pretty sad shape. Good to see you again, Princess. A trio of familiar figures appeared from deeper in the hangar, coming from the direction of a lit doorway. No hard feelings about Espa Heights, Sly said. All 3 had Santa steam ruffled fur and were stained head to toe with orange Bacta lotion. You butted in, Grease added, but no real harm. Only their faces, which had been covered by masks and goggles, had no bare spots. Leia narrowed her eyes. What are you 3 doing here? Is that any way to talk to your partners? Imala asked, sounding hurt. We're very happy to see you. Chewbacca climbed out of the landspeeder and growled, which C-3PO translated almost correctly as, Master Chewbacca will thank you not to presume. Jula frowned and looked to Leia. You know these 3? Leia sighed and nodded. We're acquainted, but we're not partners. Wrong again, sweetheart. Grease stopped and propped his hands on his hips. Han saved our lives, and now... Chewbacca snatched Grease and held him up in front of his face, asking the same question as Leia. You saw Han? Isn't that what I just said? Grease grabbed one of Chewbacca's thumbs in each hand and tried unsuccessfully to peel them back. If you'd let me finish. Where? Leia grabbed the squib by his utility bandolier. When? Not until that furball puts him down. Imala stepped in front of Leia and shoved her in the thighs. It'd do you good to remember the painting belongs to us right now. What? Are you? Leia recognized the tactic as a diversionary and caught herself. Never mind. She waved her hands. We'll deal with that later. Where's Han? Imala and Slide exchanged smirks, then nodded together. He set things right in Tusken's escape, Imala said. We held the Imperials off so he could go after the painting. Grease flashed a plasteel smile. We didn't want him going it alone, but no way we could keep up. Last we saw of him was a flaming dot streaking off into Mesa Flats, Sly added. That's some swoop he has. General Solo is here too? Jula asked. Captain Solo is no longer a general, C-3PO said. He resigned his commission less than... I'm sure Jula knows all about that, 3PO, Leia interrupted. The last thing she wanted right now was to rehash the events of the Hapen Rift for Gavin Darklighter's father. The whole galaxy knows about that. Jula earned Leia's undying gratitude by nodding gruffly. More than it needs to. He glanced at C-3PO. And Han Solo will always be Gavin's general to me. He'll appreciate hearing that, Leia said. Can you tell me how difficult it would have been for him to reach Anchorhead from Mesa Flats last night? Jula tried to hide his alarm by glancing toward the barrier field, but he was not quick enough to fool Leia, not when the answer mattered so much. She grasped his forearm. He couldn't. He didn't, Jula said. No one did. The last thing we heard from Anchorhead was an alert advising travelers to seek shelter and ride the storm out. Nobody made it into town. Leia didn't bother asking if he could be sure, or arguing that anybody was as lucky or resourceful as Han. She knew he had not made it to Anchorhead. She had known before they stopped. Leia slipped back into the land speeder and reached for the vid map, only to find Chewbacca's long fingers already calling up an overview of the area. She turned to Jula. Could we have some water and a few power cells? No. Jula leaned into the speeder and put his hand on her arm. I can't let you do that. Leia began to fish for credits. I'll gladly reimburse. Now you're insulting your host, Jula warned. On Tatooine, that can get you thrown in a Sarlacc pit. Leia frowned. I don't understand. I think you do. Jula took a remote from his cloak pocket and flicked it toward the barrier field, which instantly turned gold and opaque. I can't let you go out there. Not in this storm. Not even for Han. 11. On some level, Leia knew she should have been more interested in the farm. She should have been following Jula Darklighter and his family on a tour through the warren of whitewashed rooms that surrounded the central courtyard, trying to guess where her brother had slept, where he had played as a boy, trying to find the place where he had lain outside looking at stars and dreaming of becoming a starfighter pilot. Until she had actually come here to the moisture farm and seen the barren land that had been Luke's childhood home, she had not understood his upbringing, how much harder and simpler and lonelier his life had been than hers. Now that she was here, she could only stand in awe of the man he had made of himself. Stand in awe and wonder if she could have risen so far from such modest circumstances. But Leia had no interest in seeing the moisture farm. She only wanted to sit here in the above-ground entrance dome, staring out into the yellow haze, listening to dry thunder growl across the plain, watching the sand lightning sheet across the curtained sky, silently begging the Force to bring the storm to an end, or at least to let her hear over her comlink the faintest scratch of Han's voice. Unfortunately, the Force did not answer prayers. An impersonal power that could be touched but never moved. It cared nothing for the individual and served only those who served it. The Force would not save Han. Only Leia could do that, and she had not prepared herself. She had been too frightened of what she might become. A woman cleared her throat on the stairs leading up from the subterranean levels. Leia turned to see Celia Darklighter stepping into the small foyer, carrying a tray loaded with pungent Huba rind tea and Tatooine flatbread. You be cross with Jula if you like, dear. I usually am myself. A thin woman with no more than a third Jula's size, Celia had dark gray hair and a leathery face that made her look half again as old as the 50 years Leia estimated from Gavin's age. But I won't have you sitting hungry. Not in my house. I'm not angry with Jula, Leia said. Celia cocked a doubtful brow. Well, I shouldn't be. Leia offered a guilty smile. He's right, and I know it. I'm just so worried about Han. We all are. Even the squibs are plotting search coordinates. Of course. I'm sure they smell a tidy profit. One you'd do well to pay. Celia put the tray on a broad shelf built into the wall. None of us knows the desert like those three, and with all these Imperials running around, we can't organize a big search party. Good advice. Thank you. Leia noticed there was only one cup on the tray. You're not staying? Celia smiled. I'm sure you want to be alone. I always do when I get like this about Gavin or Jula, and I need to fix something to take with us. Jula says we'll start the search as soon as the storm lifts, and since it's Han Solo we're looking for, it might be a little earlier than that. Leia immediately began to feel more hopeful. I can't tell you how much your help means to me. No need, dear. Celia filled the cup. We've all been through the same thing out here. Thank you. Leia took the tea from Celia. Any word about the sandcrawler? We mustn't forget that Kitster Benai is out there as well. Don't trouble yourself about Kitster, Celia said. The Jowls will take care of him, and only the Sand People know this desert the way they do. They'll tuck their sandcrawler in someplace safe, then take him to Anchorhead as soon as the storm lifts. You're sure? The sandcrawlers always stop in Anchorhead. Celia patted Leia's wrist. He'll be fine, and so will your painting. Leia winced at the faint note of reproach in Celia's voice, but resisted the urge to reveal the true reason for her concern. That Killick Twilight contained a secret that could cost the lives of thousands of New Republic operatives, among them Wedge Antilles, Wraith Squadron, and most of the Eskadron resistance. Instead, she asked, How's Chewbacca doing? When Jula had hardened the barrier field, the Wookiee had been even more furious than Leia. I hope he hasn't started roaring again. Don't you worry about Chewbacca. Jula has him installing a magnetometer in our market skiff. As long as he's busy preparing for the search, he doesn't get too grouchy. Leia rose. I should be doing something too. I'm not much good with sensor equipment, but I can help you. Another cook in my kitchen? Celia's face turned stony. I don't think so, dear. Oh. Leia felt as though she had ordered Nerf burger at an Ithorian banquet. Then I'll look after 3PO. No, dear, your droid took himself for an oil bath. Celia paused, looking a little puzzled, then confided, It's eerie how he knows his way around. He's been here before. Luke's uncle owned him for a short time. Of course. Silly of me not to remember that. Celia's gaze grew uneasy. She took a step toward the stairs, then paused and removed a tiny datapad from her pocket. Speaking of the Larses, this was left behind after they died. It has a few data skips, but you might find it interesting. Leia flipped the instrument open and saw it was actually a tiny vid recorder and playback screen. A journal? Anya, my daughter, found it buried in the mushrooms under evaporator last month. The next time Gavin comes home on leave, we were going to ask him to take it back to Luke. Maybe you could take it instead. Of course. So it belonged to one of the Larses? I think so. Celia turned away a little too quickly and started down the stairs. I only viewed it long enough to know it wasn't our affair, but I doubt Luke would mind if you looked. Maybe it'll make the waiting a little easier. Leia waited as Celia descended the stairs. The woman had obviously seen more of the journal than she cared to admit, but why she wanted Leia to look was puzzling. Probably she was just trying to keep her guest's mind occupied. Leia resumed her seat and activated the journal. The question, Entry, appeared on the display. Leia asked for the first one, and a timestamp appeared in the lower corner. There was a place for a date stamp opposite, but a message read, Calendar file corrupted. A moment later, a dark-eyed woman appeared on the screen. She had a small, upturned nose and brown hair pulled back, and she looked a little tired, her face lined by worry and weather. Despite her fatigue, she was still attractive in that hard Tatooine way, with a quiet dignity and serene composure that Leia perceived despite the small display. No, not perceived, Leia realized. Recognized. It would be difficult to discern such traits in 2 seconds of viewing a tiny electronic image, yet Leia did know they were qualities possessed by this woman. She felt them much as she had felt Mos Espa growing more familiar, much as she had known when she entered the slave hut where her father might have lived. The Force again, carrying her into the Skywalker's past. All right, who are you? Leia leaned forward, studying the image more closely. Luke Samperu? The mystery woman remained in the display, her brow furrowing as she concentrated on something. Her lips began to move, but no sound came. Leia adjusted the volume to maximum, then nearly dropped the journal when a warm female voice suddenly blared from the little speaker. 8:31:01. This thing still is not recording. A gravelly voice, not as loud, said, "What are you doing, woman? I told you to clean my shop. Memory chips you clean at home." The woman's image was replaced by a bald blue head with large, selfish eyes, a hose-like proboscis of a nose, and a huge mouth containing a handful of chunky tusks. In the background fluttered a pair of wings, moving so fast they were a blur. "Where did you get this?" the being demanded. "Is it yours?" "I bought it with my memory chip earnings," the woman said. "I thought—" "Maybe I should sell it for disobeying me, eh?" The image in the display whirled as the being turned the journal over. "But it's not worth much, I think. Back to work, or I will." The display went blank, the end of the first entry. Leia took a sip of hubba tea and looked out at the roaring storm. Despite the diversion of the journal, Leia could not keep her thoughts off Han. She kept recalling the image of his swoop lying half buried in a sand drift, kept wondering whether what she had seen was accurate, what it meant, and most of all, where Han was. The Force was acting on her. Luke had left no doubt of that. But what did it want? The answer, of course, was nothing. The Force did not have desires or purposes. It simply was, or so Luke had told her. And that knowledge was of little comfort to Leia. She could not deny that the image had come to her through the Force, but her inability to divine any clear meaning, any clear hint of what she was to do, made the waiting unbearable. Her mind was spinning with reasons Han would survive and reasons he would not, and she just kept feeling more guilty, more lonely, more tormented by her decision to let him go after the painting. Leia looked down to find the journal flashing. Entry 2? She told it to continue, and the woman's face appeared in the display, smiling. 1947-02. You might enjoy something to remember Watto by, so I left that as entry 1. He's not so bad as masters go, and I do believe there are times when he truly misses your mischief. Annie, this diary is for you. I know you'll be gone a long time, and that you'll be very lonely at times. So will I. This diary is so that when you come home someday, you'll know you were always in my heart, but your destiny lies in the stars. You will achieve great things in the galaxy, Anakin. I have known that from the moment you were born. But you must never believe you were mistaken to leave Tatooine. Wherever you go, you carry my love with you. Always remember that. The journal nearly slipped from Leia's hands. Annie, and Anakin, had to be Anakin Skywalker, who had once been Watto's slave. The woman was his mother, and Leia's grandmother. Leia paused, taking a breath, then asked for the next entry. Her grandmother's face appeared in the display and began to speak to her. 1912-03. Watto came back from a trip to Mos Eisley today with bad news. He told me that Qui-Gon Jinn had been killed in a battle on a world called Naboo. No one knows whether he had a boy with him, but I'm terrified, Annie. Do I still have a reason to keep this diary? Watto keeps saying that I should never have let you go, that you would have been better off staying a slave on Tatooine. I can't allow myself to believe that. Qui-Gon promised me he would take care of you, that he would train you as a Jedi, so I must trust that you are still all right. But who is watching after you? Who will train you now? Annie, I'm so worried. The entries for the next few months ran in much the same vein, though many had been destroyed by the data skips Celia had mentioned. Anakin's mother put up a brave front, recounting day-to-day events as a matter of faith that her son had survived and would one day hear them, but she also continued to search for news of his fate. One spacer reported hearing that there had been a boy at the battle, another a wild tale about the boy actually striking the critical blow. Anakin's mother even spent what remained of her meager savings on a HoloNet news search, which yielded only the unsettling news that a boy had been seen shortly before the battle in the presence of the slain Jedi Knight. Few other details were available, for the Jedi Council was remaining even more reticent than usual about the incident. As Leia watched, she found herself reeling with emotion. She understood her grandmother's fear and frustration all the more keenly because of her own concerns over Han. Every rumble of dry thunder, every flash of sand lightning, made her worry more acute. Han would have run out of water at least 12 hours ago. No human could survive a full day without water in Tatooine's furnace-like atmosphere. Leia kept counting the minutes, the hours, wondering when the storm would let up, and she kept thinking of her grandmother, wondering how she had endured a wait that was so much longer. Leia would not have wanted to be the one who told the gentle woman the awful truth about what had become of her son. The wind had not blown Han into the snug little cave he had been hoping for, but the crevice was deep, sheltered, and a perfect mixture of sand and fleck rock. As long as he kept his back to the opening and his hood raised, he did not even feel the searing breeze worming its way in from the great mesa, and he thought he just might last out the storm if he could only keep his tongue from swelling any more and closing off his throat. Hans scraped another handful of sand from the hole he'd been digging and packed it on his cooking stone in a tight little mound. As powdery and gray as it looked, it was a wonder it contained any moisture at all. But it was cool to the touch, and on Tatooine what was cool had water. Han held his helmet mask over the top of the pile, then used his blaster, set on stun, to heat the cooking stone. The vapor that rose out of the sand wasn't even visible, but it collected on the inside of Han's face mask in 3 beads the size of his little fingernail. Before the moisture could dissipate into the arid atmosphere, he wiped the inside of the face mask with a scrap of tunic, then put the tiny rag behind his lips and sucked the few drops of water into his mouth. Han was past the point of thinking about his odds, or even wondering if he would ever see Leia again. His vision was dimming, and his thoughts came slowly or not at all, and he had one goal in mind. He set the helmet mask aside and swept the warm sand away, then pulled another handful of cool sand from the hole and packed it in a tight heap. He held his helmet mask over the pile and pointed his blaster at the cooking stone. Hans squeezed the trigger, and the power pack depleted alarm chirped twice. 17:30:04. Today you're 11 years old, Anakin, and some of your friends have come over to say hello. They don't know what happened at Naboo, so don't be hurt if they... What am I saying? You're fine. Wouldn't I feel it if you weren't? Here comes your friend Wald. I gave him some of your tools, but not the droid you were building. I'll keep him, just like I promised. The green-scaled face of a Rodian child appeared in the display, his bulbous black eyes shining with delight and his tapered snout squirming in excitement. How are things at Jedi School? Study hard so you can come back and free us. By the way, I'm building that rocket swoop you dreamed up. Kitster's helping me. I hope you don't mind. Walt's face was replaced by that of a black-haired boy with a dark complexion and huge brown eyes. He smiled, then held up a flimsy pamphlet with a familiar title, Par Amthon's Guide to Etiquette. Look what I bought with the credits you gave me. Ratra Dal said she'll hire me to be your steward, but first I have to memorize the whole thing. Benai's face was replaced by that of Anakin's mother, this time in profile as she told the pair to have a seat at the table. She just happened to have a fresh paley tart in the oven. Once they had gone, she spoke into the journal again. They are so proud of you, Annie, and so am I. You have given them the courage to dream of things they could not imagine. And honestly, I don't know what I'll do when they stop coming around. I see your reflection every time they smile. Perhaps that's why I bake so many pies. Leia asked the journal to mark the current entry, then lowered it and stared out into the howling sands. She had finished Celia's flatbread and hubba tea more than 2 hours ago, and still the storm was in full blow. She clicked her comlink for the 10,000th time, and when she heard nothing but white noise in reply, refused to despair. Until the storm ended, she would do nothing but assume the best and carry on. She had learned that from her grandmother. 12. Even with a land speeder and a swoop tied down in the rear cargo compartment and 6 chairs and a suite of emergency search sensors magno-clamped to the floor in the forward compartment, the Dark Glider's market skiff was large enough to accommodate the search party in relative comfort. It was also heavy enough to avoid being tossed around by stray gusts, which meant that the minute the winds dropped beneath 100 kilometers per hour, Jula had them loaded and underway. Jula and Celia were in the driver's cabin, pretending to be exactly what they were, a pair of moisture farmers out searching for storm survivors. Leia and everyone else sat in the forward cargo area, which was refrigerated to retard produce spoilage, shivering and watching passive search sensors. After 2 frigid hours of breathing musky hubba gourd scent and looking at nothing but empty desert on her optical scanner, Leia was both overwrought and mind-numbingly bored. She recalled feeling like this on some of the military assaults in which she had participated during the rebellion. There was something about a long ride into combat that brought out the silence in soldiers, turning even the most gregarious extrovert somber and reflective. But they were not going into battle, and the question on everyone's mind had less to do with how they would react to the roar and the fury than with what they would find when they reached the primary search zone, a large fan of desert that Jula had calculated would be the most likely place to find Han. The Squibs had developed an insightful list of places where Han might have taken shelter during the storm, and plotted a thorough grid pattern for doing a sensor sweep of the basin itself. But the truth was, they were not sure they would find anything. The search zone was based on everyone's best guess as to where Han had been when he calmed to report Kitster's accident with the sandcrawler. For all they really knew, he could have been on the outskirts of Mos Eisley. With the storm moving away, comm traffic was starting to return to normal. Still, Leia resisted the urge to try raising Han on her comlink. Several Imperial spycraft were already flying holding patterns high above the desert, no doubt monitoring all channels and analyzing every signal for clues as to the location of Killick Twilight's thief. Han and Leia both used military-grade scramblers on their comlinks, so a transmission coming from a local market skiff was sure to bring a company of stormtroopers to investigate. Instead, Leia tried again to picture Han waiting in Anchorhead, sipping a geyser ale and drumming his fingers on the table. Again, the image simply vanished. This time, the picture in her mind didn't even fade to a half-buried swoop. She simply heard a muffled whine, so distinct and tangible that she scowled and looked at the ceiling. Chewbacca grumped a question. "Don't you hear them?" Leia asked. "Hear what?" Sly demanded, instantly suspicious. Leia cocked her head. There was definitely a whine. Ties. The Squibs looked from each other to Chewbacca. The Wookiee spread his furry hands and shrugged, then Jula's voice came over the intercom. "Stay off the sensors back there. We've got—" A deafening shriek reverberated through the market skiff roof, a tie flying by to take a look. There was also the rumble of something larger, muffled, and in the distance ahead. Leia glanced at the ceiling. "You heard that, right?" The Squib's fur was standing on end, and Chewbacca's nose was twitching in alarm. "I certainly did," C-3PO said. The market skiff began to decelerate, and Celia said, "We'd better go to Operation Body Bag, dears. It looks like an assault shuttle just dropped off the scouting patrol." Chewbacca released a tarp that had been furled against the ceiling, and a matte painting of a dark wall dropped down to conceal their sensor equipment. The Squibs dragged a body bag over near the door and piled in together. Leia climbed into her own, while Chewbacca had to use two, pulling one up over his legs and another down over his shoulders. They all took their weapons, but were careful to conceal them under their hips. C-3PO was the last to take his position, deactivating the compartment's interior lights and plunging it into total darkness. He shut himself down and clunked up against the access door. A few minutes later, the market skiff came to a stop. Over the intercom, now muffled by the matte painting, Leia heard a stormtrooper speaking to Jula. "Anchorhead volunteers?" That was the magnetic sign clamped to the side of the skiff. "Search and rescue," Jula explained. The howl of the wind and the patter of sand grains against plastoid armor could be heard over his voice in the background. "You have noticed the storm, right?" "Of course," the stormtrooper said. "State your business." "Just did," Jula said, sounding sincerely angry. "Look at the side of the wagon. Search and rescue. We're looking for survivors." "You won't find any here," the stormtrooper said. "What about that big swoop?" Jula demanded. "Someone must have driven that thing out here." "The swoop is not your concern," the stormtrooper said. "How many survivors have you found?" "Same as usual," Jula answered nonchalantly. "None." "None?" "We do it for the salvage," Celia said, her voice sweet and brittle. "Rescue's just a euphemism." "A what?" the stormtrooper demanded. "Never mind. Open your skiff for inspection." The intercom went silent. Leia cursed under her breath, then pushed her hand through the zipper and popped one of the odor capsules moisture farmers used to empty pro-fog warrens when the pesky creatures started to burrow near their hydroponics chambers. The reek didn't smell at all that much like a human corpse, but it was awful enough to discourage a close inspection of the compartment. She closed the body bag again and held her breath. She wished she could hold it forever. The compartment door hissed open, and C-3PO fell into the stormtrooper. The man cursed through his voice filter, and the droid thunked down across the doorway, as planned. Leia's body bag immediately began to warm as the hot desert air rolled into the compartment. "Sorry," Jula said. "Load must have shifted. We're still getting some pretty good gusts." "That smell!" No helmet-mounted air scrubber was powerful enough to completely eliminate the stench in the compartment, and the Imperial sounded like he was making a sour face. "What is it?" "What do you think?" Jula countered. "We found a few folks. They were pretty far gone." "I thought you were looking for salvage." "We are, and we find a lot of bodies," Celia said. "Do you expect us to just leave them where they are dropped?" "Besides," Jula added, "sometimes there's a reward." The stormtrooper was silent for a moment. Leia had to take a breath and was grateful for the anti-gagging tonic Celia had spooned into their mouths before departing the moisture farm. It did not make the smell any less vile, but at least she was not fighting her own body to remain quiet. "Any humans?" the stormtrooper asked. "A few," Jula said. "If you're looking for someone in particular, feel free to climb in." "That won't be necessary," the stormtrooper said quickly. "We're looking for a man named Kitster Benai. Here's a hollow." "Don't need it," Jula said. "I know Kitster. What makes you think you'll find him out here? He's not the type to—" "I'll ask the questions," the stormtrooper said. "Sure, if that's the way you want it." Jula launched into his next question without pause. "What about the fellow who's flying that rocket swoop over there?" Leia's pulse started to pound so ferociously she nearly missed the start of Jula's next question. "Take him off your hands? A body starts to stink awfully fast in this heat." Body? Leia had to remind herself not to sit up. If the Imperials were still looking for Benai, and there was a body, it could only be. She could not even bring herself to think it. But if it was, she was not leaving here without it. She would not leave her dead husband in the hands of a squad of— "There isn't a body," the stormtrooper said. "Did you find any of these corpses around here?" "Not close enough to be your swoop pilot," Jula said. Leia started to breathe again. There was still hope. Han was on foot in the Tatooine desert with a wing of ties and a company of stormtroopers looking for him, but those weren't bad odds. Not for Han Solo. Outside the skiff, Jula continued. "These all came from up near the main speeder corridor." "So, you have any plans for that swoop wreck?" "The Empire's plans are not your concern, Farmer. What about squibs?" Jula's voice turned resentful. "What about them?" "Did you pick up any?" "Squibs? Blah, no, they never bring a reward." The stormtrooper was silent for a moment, then asked, "You sure you don't have squibs?" "I know what a squib looks like," Jula said. "You don't believe me? Climb in and have a look. Nobody back there is going to mind." The stormtrooper's voice grew muffled as he turned and started to crunch across the ground toward the rear of the market skiff. "What's in the rear compartment?" "Salvage." Leaving the skiff door open, Jula started after him. "How many squibs did you say there were?" "I didn't." The voices continued to fade. "Why?" "Because I did find a swoop you might be interested in," Jula said. "It had 3 small seats that might have been." The voices grew too muted to understand, and Leia could no longer stand not being able to see outside. She lowered the body bag seal just far enough to look. Outside the doorway in the gauzy dust haze of a relatively mild 40-kilometer-per-hour wind, 5 stormtroopers were standing guard around the rocket swoop Han had been using. The vehicle lay on its side, half buried in a dune, the pilot's cowling packed with sand. The swoop lay on the same side at the same angle as in the image that had appeared to her in the land speeder. The dune covered the engine housing to the same height. Sand spilled out of the exhaust nacelle in the same fan-shaped pile and covered the pilot's cowling up to the same edge. The same worn corner was all she could see of the seat. Not close. Exact. There could no longer be any denying it. She had not imagined this, nor hallucinated it. Leia had experienced a Force vision. She was not really surprised. She had long ago come to understand, when Luke told her the truth about their father, that many of the diplomatic gifts she attributed to intuition were really the glimmerings of untrained Jedi potential. Leia thought back to her vision aboard the Falcon. She was touching the Force, just as Luke had said. But was he right about the rest? Was she in just as much danger as Han? Jula Darklighter walked back into view, followed by the stormtrooper leader and 2 escorts, and joined the rest of the squad by the rocket swoop. He circled the derelict twice, then squatted on the windward side and stared at the ground. The leader came over and stood above him, his filtered voice asking some question Leia could not hear. Jula shook his head. The stormtrooper demanded an answer. The farmer shrugged, then pointed at the ground and ran his finger out ahead of him, tracing a line into the wind out toward the horizon. The leader summoned 5 of his troopers and pointed at the ground, then pointed in the same direction. The stormtroopers nodded, then mounted their speeder bikes and fanned out across the desert, traveling for the windward horizon. Jula turned and asked something about the swoop, to which the stormtrooper replied with a firm shake of the head. The farmer spread his hands and started back toward the market skiff, the squad leader following close behind. Empire thanks you for your help, citizen, and you will report any sightings of sandcrawlers or Jawas. Sure I will. Jula's tone was cynical. But I'd look a lot harder if you let me salvage that swoop. I've said before that I have orders to hold it for inspection. You have my service number. Contact me after I've had a chance to speak with my superiors and tell them how helpful you've been. Perhaps they'll release it to you after they're done. Jula stopped beside the market skiff and reached for the door pad. If that's the only way. It is. The only way. And my superiors will certainly be inclined to look more favorably on your request if you've helped us locate the sandcrawler. Jula hit the slat pad. I'll bet they would. The door hissed shut, and the market skiff resumed its journey. The compartment broke into a rustle as Leia and the others crawled free of the body bags. What a smell! Imala gasped. I wish I was dead. They reactivated the compartment light, and Leia went straight to the intercom. Jula, that was Han's swoop. So I figured, Jula said. He was doing pretty well when he abandoned it, so don't you worry. Sure I won't, Leia said, using the same cynical tone Jula had with the stormtrooper. How would you know? I know, Jula said. There was an Imperial locator beacon next to it, and he was smart enough to leave it in one piece when he left. He didn't want to be found. And that means he wasn't desperate, Celia answered. When a man gets really thirsty, he always wants to be found. Okay, Leia said. What did you find on the ground that set the stormtroopers flying off? Nothing. Leia waited a moment for more explanation. When none came, she asked, So where are they going? Nowhere. I'm afraid Jula played them a bit, Celia offered. He let them think he saw something he didn't. Then they began to see it too, and off they went. They weren't very bright even for Imperials, Imala said. Everyone knows thirsty men never go into the wind, Sly added. Actually, I didn't know that, Leia said, but it makes sense. What did you find, Jula? It's what I didn't find, he reported. You said Alda put a vid map on that swoop? That's right. It's gone. Chewbacca, who was helping the squibs roll the concealment map back up to the ceiling, growled a concern. C-3PO still drawing a little as the systems came up, translated. Master Chewbacca doesn't see that information is of any use, unless we know where he intended to go. My money's on the Jawa Raceway, Sly said. How much? Jula asked. Jula, Celia scolded. Don't you take advantage. We're north of there, Grease. Both male squibs flattened their ears, and Imala chuckled. Grease snarled at Imala, then asked, Then you're thinking the Bantha Burrows? That's where I'd go, Jula said. What do you think? We find more stuff in the Sarlacc Gardens, Thry said. But Han's not from Os Espa, Celia pointed out. He wouldn't know about Monk's Well. Leia looked at Chewbacca, who grunted negatively. Chewbacca had never heard of the place, so Han probably hadn't either. The Bantha Burrows, Leia said. Well or no well, Han's not going anywhere near something with Sarlacc in the name. The skiff floor seemed to shift forward as it accelerated. Go ahead and bring up the scanners, Jula said. The Imperials know we're out here looking, so they're not going to get too curious, even if they do detect us. And we might find something that tells us one way or another. Chewbacca and the squib set to work. Leia grabbed a set of electro-binoculars, then opened the door far enough to have a clear view. Though the storm was over, the winds continued to stir up a thin dust haze, reducing visibility to a mere 100 meters close to the desert floor. But the sky was clear, so deeply blue it was almost purple. In the distance ahead, the first of the twin suns was already sinking behind a jagged spine of brown mountains, spraying the vista with a fan of golden rays. Leia adjusted her electro-binoculars to maximum view field, and, trading Tatooine's stern splendor for any small chance of spying her husband, began to search the pearly gauze for any darkness or sharp-edged shadow that might be a man or a piece of equipment lying on the ground. As Leia watched, she brought Han's face to mind, hoping the image would change into a force vision and provide some hint that would help them find her husband. The only change was that the image kept changing, the insolent but lovable scoundrel trying to rescue her on the Death Star, the smug lover about to be frozen in carbonite, the confused suitor on Endor offering to step aside so she could be with her brother. Chewbacca came over to sit behind her, staring out over her head, and rested his paws on her shoulders. They were as heavy as a full field pack, but Leia tried not to let that show. As large as they were also a comfort, and she knew the Wookiee had to be as worried as she. He groaned a suggestion. I'm trying, Leia said, but the Force and I aren't much used to each other right now. Chewbacca squeezed her shoulders and groaned softly. It's not all right, Chewie, Leia said. I got Han into this. I ought to be able to get him out. I owe him that. Leia raised the electro-binoculars to her eyes again, and they continued across the flats. Finally, the skiff turned, bringing the door around so she was looking directly toward the mountains. The wind died and the dust haze lifted, leaving her to stare across several 100 meters of desert into a shivering labyrinth of brown canyons and craggy cliffs, pocked with the dark circles of thousands of huge caves. The Bantha Burrows? Leia asked. You guessed it. Yamala appeared at her side and stood on her tiptoes to push Leia's electro-binoculars away from the canyon floors. You look for Ursais or Sketos circling overhead. Okay, what are they? Carrion eaters and bloodsuckers. Cree made no effort to be subtle. It was probably not a concept Squibs could comprehend. If you see them in the air, that's good. And if I see them on the ground? You don't want to, Sly said. That's why Amala's watching the ground. They continued along the front of the mountain. Once, a trio of ties circled around to take a closer look at the market skiff. Leia mistook them for Ursais for an instant, but the craft shrieked over and were gone before she could yell for Jula to stop. The search party spent the next minute wondering if the starfighters were carrying sensor equipment capable of spotting the partially open door, but the craft never returned, and eventually everyone relaxed. It took only 5 minutes longer for Leia to spy a cloud of leathery-winged creatures circling in front of a cleft in a canyon wall, with huge red eyes, snaggle-toothed beaks, half hidden beneath the folds of greenish-gold hide, and fan-shaped combs rising above their heads. They were the ugliest things she had ever seen in the air. As soon as the creatures noticed the big skiff, they dropped lower and tightened their circle. Stop! Leia lowered her arms and pointed into the canyon. Without electro-binoculars, the creatures looked like foot gnats. In the canyon. Ursais, Imala reported. Got 'em. Jula turned the skiff toward the canyon. I'll swing around and bring the door as close to the cleft as I can. A few moments later, a terrible banging erupted from the roof of the skiff. We're being bombed! C-3PO cried. We're doomed! It's just rocks, Chipbrain, Grease said. The Ursais are defending their claim. The Squibs readied their blasters. Leia and Chewbacca exchanged nervous glances and prepared their own weapons. The banging grew to a constant din of thunder, and dents began to appear on the side of the ceiling. Leia had C-3PO store a reminder to send the Dark Gliders the credits to purchase a new market skiff. Finally, Jula swung the skiff around and pulled it up beside a 100-meter fleck rock cliff. As vertical and smooth as any Coruscant wall, it was split down the center by a meter-wide cleft that Leia had spotted earlier. Even with the compartment door open only a crack, Leia could feel a breeze pouring out of the fissure. Not exactly cool, but not as hot as the surrounding rock. It grew apparent that the cleft was actually a deep, twisting, sand-filled gorge that ran some distance back into the mountains. With the suns already dropping behind the horizon, it was also dark and foreboding. The Squibs squeezed in front of Leia and Chewbacca. We'll take care of this, Grease said. You keep the Ursais off us, Sly added. Chewbacca growled and Leia shook her head. No way we're staying behind, Leia said. That's my husband out there. We're thinking of you, Imala retorted. The Wookiee will get stuck in 3 steps and don't expect us to wait for you if Han was dragged back there by a baby crate dragon. Let the Squibs do it, dear, Celia said over the intercom. They'll be faster, and speed might be important. Reluctantly, Chewbacca growled in agreement and caught Leia by the arm to make sure she didn't do anything foolish. Grease hit the slap pad, and the Squibs launched themselves into the fissure, scrambling along the sides of the gorge, leaping back and forth between the 2 walls, sometimes bounding off a boulder rising up from the floor. A loud clatter arose as the Ursais swooped over, dropping fist-sized stones into the crevice. Leia and Chewbacca opened fire from the door, blasting 3 of the creatures out of the air in as many seconds, and the bombardment ceased. After that, it was only a matter of firing the occasional bolt when one of the creatures swooped by to see what was happening. A couple of minutes later, a strange croaking arose in the back of the gorge. Then the Squibs started to argue in angry voices. Han? Leia started into the crevice, but Chewbacca held her back, and the firmness of his grasp made clear there was no arguing the point. What's happening? Again, there was a strange croaking and more squib voices. Grease? Sly? Leia called. Someone answer me. Chewbacca added a roar of his own, and Sly finally came scampering back, bouncing from wall to wall, his ears flattened and his fur caked with wet sand. This time, not even a Wookiee could hold Leia back. She leapt out of the market skiff and began to slog into the sandy gorge. What is it? She demanded. What's wrong? Wrong? Sly echoed. Your mate's as bad as a Hutt, that's what's wrong. Are credits all he ever thinks about? Credits? Leia stopped short, trying to puzzle out what Sly was saying, then realized what he was telling her. If Han was arguing about money, he was alive. Better than alive. He was awake. He was awake and determined not to be cheated. Her fears of the last 24 hours left in a rush, leaving a void into which poured all the other emotions she'd been struggling to contain. The confusion, the guilt, the anger. Like a runaway reactor core, she reached the flashpoint in a single instant of uncontrolled fusion and exploded with a speed and fury that surprised even her. Listen! Leia snatched Sly off the crevice wall and, paying no attention to the sharp fangs concealed in his cute little snout, lifted the squib to her face. I'll pay whatever you want. Just get my husband into that skiff. Now! But it was impossible to intimidate a squib, even for Leia. Sly simply stared back at her, then calmly reached over and began to pry her grasp open, finger by finger. You, humans, and your money! He peeled her thumb back and dropped into the sand. How can you think I'd take a credit? I'm insulted. Leia scowled in confusion. Then this isn't about money? Only a Jawa would charge for saving a partner's life. Sly took her hand and started into the cleft. He's afraid we sold him out. He won't move until he sees you. They clambered through 50 meters of sandy, boulder-choked gorge. Then there lay Han, his head in Amala's lap. Grease slowly dribbled water onto his cracked lips. He looked absolutely terrible, with heat blisters all over his face, and hollow cheeks and sunken, closed eyes. Leia dropped at his side. Han? She took his hand and found it was as rough and hot as the cleft stone's walls. Han, wake up! Han opened his eyes. Leia? Is that you? Yes, Han, I'm here. You're sure? I'm sure, Han. Good. He let his head drop back into Amala's lap and motioned Leia closer. 'Cause I got something to tell you. Leia leaned closer. What? He pulled her down, bringing her ear close to his mouth, and whispered, Killick Twilight. Han, don't worry about... Listen, don't tell the squibs. It's going to... His eyes closed, then opened a moment later. It's... going to Anchorhead, Imala finished. She motioned the other two squibs to take Han's feet. Everyone knows that. Han opened his eyes and flashed the squib a look of horror. They do? Of course, Grease said, grabbing a foot. Sly grabbed the other. Sandcrawlers always stop in Anchorhead.